Even though Fang Yi literally touched a solar atom, he didn't burn to a crisp. Instead, he actually became the sun god. The scorching heat transformed him into a second sun, and he even obtained an all-attribute blade. The heat radiating from it was so intense that anything he slashed instantly turned to ash. But guess what? On the very first day he is reborn, his campus belle girlfriend decides to dump him. Since she got into a top-tier university, she thinks she is on a whole different level now, and an ordinary guy like Fang Yi just isn't worth her time. To her, they clearly don't belong in the same world anymore. She kept rambling on about her reasons, trying to force him to face reality so he wouldn't try to beg her to stay. Chu Qingli felt she was completely in the right. After all, their different paths in life meant they were destined to go their separate ways anyway. Right in front of a crowd of onlookers eating popcorn and enjoying the drama, Fang Yi just shrugs and casually agrees to the breakup. His absolute indifference catches Chu Qingli completely off guard, leaving her frozen. Seeing him turn and walk away without a single shred of hesitation, her bruised ego kicks in, and she calls out to stop him. Fang Yi just glances back and asks, "Is there something else?" Chu Qingli tries to play it cool, coldly warning him that no matter what he does, she is never getting back together with him. Fang Yi stares at her blankly for a few seconds before firing back. "Stop being so delusional, you pig." That line completely shatters her composure, and her face turns bright red from absolute embarrassment. As the crowd mutters around him, Fang Yi just scoffs. Chu Qingli has absolutely no clue what the future holds once that time comes. Neither money nor degrees will mean a thing. Because in exactly 1 year, the entire world will undergo a massive spiritual qi awakening, triggering an apocalyptic shift that will completely rewrite the rules of society. As the age of cultivators dawns, raw power will become the only metric that matters. In his past life, Fang Yi was just an ordinary guy, struggling with everything he had just to survive the apocalypse. When hordes of mutated beasts ran rampant, countless cities were reduced to rubble. In the end, he couldn't escape his pursuers either, meeting a grim end in the jaws of a mutated beast. But as the cold embrace of death took him, his sheer resentment and thirst for vengeance reached a boiling point. Right then, he bound with an intermediate cosmic system that sent him back in time, exactly 1 year before the spiritual awakening. Equipped with state-of-the-art cosmic processing, the system can analyze any spiritual element he touches and auto-generate godly cultivation techniques. Right now, nobody else has any idea that the world is about to change, and Fang Yi intends to keep all that pre-awakening spiritual energy entirely to himself. Just then, a nearby billboard broadcasts a news report about fishermen discovering a giant abalone and massive trees that have suddenly mutated in size. Instead of reassuring the public or denying the weird mutations, the broadcast cryptically warns everyone to stay extremely vigilant. But to Fang Yi, this subtle, casual warning is the government's way of dropping a massive hint. This low-key warning style is a classic move by Xia country, keeping its citizens alert but trusting of the state. As Fang Yi scrolls through news forums looking for other anomalies, one post immediately catches his eye. Right outside the Qingbei area, UV radiation is spiking to abnormal levels. A few people have noticed the report, but they are brushing it off as a joke. They aren't even that far from Qingbei University, where it's still cool and cloudy, yet the news claims temperatures there have already reached 74 degrees. Reading the skeptical comments, Fang Yi just smirks. While everyone thinks it's a hoax, Fang Yi knows his very first opportunity has arrived. 15 minutes later, standing right outside the gates of Qingbei University, he wipes the sweat pouring down his face. The heat here is absolutely unnatural. Blinding beams of light scorch the pavement, and even the security guards have abandoned their posts to flee from the unbearable heat. Gritting his teeth, Fang Yi pushes through the searing heat. The moment his finger touches a tiny sliver of light, the system's voice chimes in his ear. Detected pure Yang attribute fluctuations, unlocking Yang attribute database. Instantly, the rays of light wrap around his body like ropes, and his entire frame erupts in a blinding, brilliant glow. The retreating security guards are completely blinded by the flash, utterly clueless as to what's happening, but frozen in sheer shock. What they don't see is that Fang Yi is burning like a raging inferno, with excruciating pain searing deep into his very bones. Right on cue, the system alerts. Mutation successful. You have acquired the Golden Yang breathing technique. At that exact moment, over at another campus entrance, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, is walking in. Her stunning looks quickly turn the heads of several upperclassmen trying to hit on her, but she completely ignores them. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupts behind her, and the campus loudspeakers blare, warning everyone to stay away from the main gate. Chu Qingli frowns at the sudden warning, while back at the main gate, Fang Yi's body is enveloped in light and dark soot. The golden yang energy flows directly into his organs, purging countless impurities from his body and reducing them to ash. The golden sun breathing technique was also acquired from the system. Once he masters it, he can undergo physical transformation and become the sun god himself. The system notifications continued to ring, congratulating him on gaining 50 editing points. Even though he had no idea what they were, the moment he activated the breathing technique, the scorching hot sky suddenly turned pitch black. Even though it lasted for only a split second, it still caught the attention of quite a few students. Right at that moment, the principal finally arrived at the north gate and started dispersing the crowd of students. But what really caught everyone's eye was the group of people in military uniforms right behind him. Their leader immediately ordered the principal to seal off the north gate area. Fang Yi noticed the commotion and decided to make a quick exit. Not long after he left, that mysterious military group arrived at the exact spot where he had just been standing. She touched the charcoal dust on the ground, sniffed it, and immediately deduced it was man-made, muttering quietly to herself. Has another person who made contact with spiritual qi appeared? Chu Qingli wondered, staring down the road as if catching a glimpse of a familiar figure. Could it be that guy? But she quickly dismissed the thought. She figured there was no way someone with Fang Yi's grades could get into Qingbei University. An hour later, Fang Yi was back home, cultivating by absorbing the sun's energy. Suddenly remembering the commotion he had caused earlier, and wondering if it made the news, he pulled out his phone to search. That was when a post about the Spiritual Qi Association caught his attention. He vaguely remembered this association. It seemed to have been founded online a year ago. Back then, everyone treated it like a joke, but who would have thought it would blow up like this after the revival of spiritual qi? Since he had already glimpsed state secrets, he knew there was more to it. As soon as he opened the page, the different cultivation realms popped up. Level 1 is the Ghost Axe realm, drawing from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to forge mortal weapons with divine craftsmanship. Level 2 is Spirit Genesis, utilizing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to unlock divine bloodlines, generating internal spiritual energy and other higher states. While many dismissed this as fake news, Fang Yi's attention was drawn to an official public page of the Xia Nation. Even though he was just an ordinary guy in his past life and had never heard of the Spiritual Qi Association, this official Xia Nation page was extremely tightly moderated. So, he decided to follow the instructions and activate the Golden Sun breathing technique. Very quickly, his body temperature began to fluctuate. As he channeled the Golden Sun breathing technique, his entire body floated into the air, surrounded by bursting flames. And the very first step, the Ghost Axe realm, involves training the body into a vessel, merging weapons with the world's spiritual qi to reshape a divine weapon form. In an instant, a dense swirl of spiritual qi began to coalesce right above Fang Yi's head. The moment the divine form finished condensing, an unprecedented surge of power flooded his body. At this point, he had officially broken through to the one-star Ghost Axe realm. At the same time, he recalled the system's editing feature, which allowed him to force edit absolutely anything. With this in mind, Fang Yi glanced at the water cup next to him. Sure enough, a system prompt popped up, asking if he wanted to spend editing points to infuse the Yang attribute into it. This completely confirmed his theory. Simply put, he could enchant objects to turn them into extraordinary items. If he selected yes, this cup of water would gain the supernatural power of the Yang attribute. So, he decided to use his editing points on his Tang saber instead. Who knows, maybe he could turn it into his own custom signature weapon. He chose his family's heirloom saber, but since it was getting late, he figured he should save the experiment for tomorrow. But while he was fast asleep, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness. Meanwhile, at the top of a skyscraper, a girl clad in specialized gear was sucking on a lollipop while apparently communicating with someone through her earpiece. A second later, she leaped right off the edge. Suddenly, she sensed the presence of a mutant beast, and the target had already penetrated 20 kilometers into a densely populated area. After notifying her partner, she rushed toward the target. Even if anyone looked up, they would only see a passing afterimage. In the darkness, she was like a phantom of the night. On the other hand, a series of screeching sounds echoed in the sleeping Fang Yi's ears, waking him from his dream. Annoyed by the noise, he got up to find where it was coming from. Having stepped into the Ghost Axe realm, His hearing far surpassed that of an ordinary person. This sound made Fang Yi realize something was seriously wrong. The moment he opened the door, a massive shadow lunged straight at him. With just one look, he recognized it immediately as a mutated beast. Even though it was a surprise attack, to his eyes, the beast was moving as slow as a snail. A split second later, a golden light flowed over his body as he charged right at the creature. Not wanting to cause any collateral damage to the residents in the building, he grabbed the mutated rabbit, hurled it outside, and chased after it. With a blinding light, he unleashed the power of the sun and threw a devastating punch straight into the giant rabbit's stomach. It couldn't hold out for even a split second before a massive hole was blasted clean through its stomach. Yet, the mutated rabbit didn't die right away. It actually tried to devour the male lead's yang energy, but that power was way out of its league. In an instant, his raw power blew the creature's body to pieces. The blinding golden light was so intense that anyone still awake thought the sun had suddenly risen. But when they rushed to their windows, they realized it was still the dead of night. As for the rabbit that exploded after swallowing his yang energy, every single piece of its shredded body was glowing with a golden light. Right then, one of its eyes rolled to a stop right at our main character's feet. He gave it a cold glance before ruthlessly crushing it under his boot. It was a dark attribute creature, yet it was stupid enough to try and swallow its direct counter, yang energy. What an absolute idiot. If our main character had been just an ordinary guy, everyone in this entire building would have ended up as a midnight snack for that beast. This realization only fueled his determination to collect even more cultivation techniques. Not long after he left, a figure descended from above. It was the girl in the special suit from earlier, but she stood frozen in shock, seeing that the rabbit she'd been chasing had been blown into 1,000 tiny pieces. Even though she had no idea what had happened, she still needed to retrieve the dark energy left behind by the mutated rabbit. But suddenly, a wave of pure yang energy surged into her hand, burning her instantly. And this yang energy was identical to the trace she had investigated earlier at the university's north gate. This was definitely no coincidence. You see, before the spiritual Qi awakening, people usually only possessed the standard metal, wood, water, fire, or earth attributes. A yang attribute user was rarer than a giant panda. Without hesitation, she reported the situation here to her superiors. Hearing this, the person on the other end went silent for a moment before issuing a direct order. The goal was to find this cultivator with such terrifying talent. No matter the cost, they had to recruit him into the organization. She understood the gravity of the situation. Her priorities shifted instantly, and she handed off all her other duties to someone else. Just like that, she stayed behind to track down our main character. She didn't mind the assignment at all. She was just incredibly curious to see what kind of person this yang attribute user actually was. After staying up all night fighting monsters, his mind was feeling a bit exhausted. After basking in the sunlight, he began circulating the energy within his body. Streams of golden light were absorbed into him, steadily gathering above his head. Slowly but surely, he felt the rhythm of an impending breakthrough. Breaking through the ghost axe realm required mobilizing his divine axe. Sensing that the time was right, he immediately pushed the golden yang breathing method to its absolute limit. As golden streams wrapped around his divine axe, he gripped the weapon tightly and swung it forward with all his might. Following a loud explosion, he successfully broke through to the 2-star ghost axe realm. The veins across his body began to glow with a brilliant golden light. He knew he broke through so quickly because his previous breakthrough to 1-star hadn't even fully tapped into his potential yet. From here on, if he wanted to rank up again, he would have to take a more grounded approach. To avoid causing an even bigger scene, our main character headed to the back of the mountain to spend his compilation points and infuse his blade with the yang attribute. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted. The entire blade was coated in a brilliant gold, as if enveloped by some mysterious, ancient power. The moment the system notified him of a successful compilation, he couldn't wait any longer and swung his blade. With just one forward slash, the intense heat instantly evaporated the surrounding water. Seeing what a massive mess he had made, he felt a bit embarrassed and decided to make a quick exit. Shortly after, a plume of smoke rose from the spot he had just left. The girl rushed over, clearly frustrated. She was just trying to buy a cup of milk tea when she felt his aura, but by the time she got here, he was already long gone. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks, completely stunned by the sheer level of destruction he had left behind. But what frustrated her even more was figuring out how on earth she was going to restore this mountainside back to normal. Suddenly, Her expression shifted to one of sheer disbelief. Sensing the lingering aura he had left behind, she realized it was unmistakably at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. He was only at 1 star last night. But the shock didn't stop there. She also detected the distinct aura of a spirit weapon. In their entire association, only 2 or 3 people could forge spirit weapons. Even though they were incredibly rare, the association still kept a tight grip on the forging techniques. She was dying to know how our main character had somehow mastered the technique of forging spirit weapons. Meanwhile, on his way back, the male lead was wondering if he could combine his weapon with other attributes. After all, his system could compile literally any technique. Suddenly, a message caught his eye, reminding him that he'd actually forgotten to erase the traces of his battle. Some people had spotted them, and it turned out they were actually the first generation of cultivators. They were looking for him to offer protection and to share the location of a new spiritual Qi awakening. This immediately caught his attention. Once he received the details and saw that the location was a lava cave, which perfectly matched his attribute, he agreed to join their team. The very next day, the squad gathered at the rendezvous point. It was a 4-person team consisting of 1 girl and 3 guys. What those 3 men didn't know was that this blonde girl was actually with the Aura Association. She was recruiting people online, but her real goal was to scout out talented individuals and invite them to join the association, since she had already burned through quite a few favors after all. The Aura Association is a government agency. Through and through, our main character finally made his appearance. The blonde girl was quite surprised when she saw our main character. His aura was clearly at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm, but she didn't say a word and led his group deeper into the cave. After chatting for a bit, they soon reached their destination. Our main character immediately dashed forward, and while everyone was calling out to him, he touched the boiling hot lava with his bare hand. A massive explosion rang out as a wave of intense heat blasted outward. At that same time, the system detected a natural anomaly, the inner flame. It quickly compiled a brand new technique for him, the Crimson Fireblade technique. Once activated, every single slash felt like an explosion of raging flames. The blade would be enveloped in a thick layer of burning fire, crackling with sparks of blazing lightning. At the same time, the blade, fueled by his fighting spirit, would condense the raging fire and unleash a massive burst of energy. This blade technique was the perfect match for his saber, adding an incredibly high-temperature burning attribute to his attacks. Our main character spent more compilation points to fuse it into his blade, which absolutely stunned everyone. Now, looking at his saber dripping with glowing hot lava and feeling the raw, dormant energy inside, our main character was secretly thrilled. Once he finished absorbing the inner flame, the surrounding aura became much calmer, making it the perfect spot for everyone to cultivate. But to their surprise, just a few minutes later, 3 people suddenly showed up from behind. They had felt the fluctuations in spiritual energy and tracked it all the way here. Sensing that all 3 of them were at the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, the blonde girl didn't want to start a fight, so she offered to share the spiritual energy with them. The leader sneered with contempt. Aside from the blonde girl who was in the Ghost Axe realm, the other 3 were complete nobodies. He barked at her to get lost with them right away. This made her grit her teeth in frustration. Right then, our main character stepped between them, holding his molten blade. "What kind of man bullies a defenseless girl?" he said coldly. With that, he slammed his blade into the ground, instantly unleashing a terrifying wave of blazing fire. The scorching heat blasted directly into the faces of those thugs. The moment our main character pointed his blade at them, the 3 thugs lost every ounce of their arrogance. They had every reason to believe that if he actually slashed at them, they would be burned to a crisp on the spot. So, they turned tail and ran without looking back. As for our main character, he was met with looks of absolute adoration from everyone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he gave a soft laugh and said he would take his leave first. Meanwhile, the blonde girl was so stunned by his overwhelming power that she couldn't say a single word. She never expected such a powerful master to appear, and knew she had to report this to her organization to recruit him. The Aura Association quickly received her report. They were shocked to hear about a cultivator with such high-tier elemental attributes, and while they were thrilled, they had no idea how to approach and recruit him. If they only knew that all those high-tier attributes belonged to our main character alone, who knows how they would react. On his way home, he saw that the commotion from the cave had already been spotted and posted online, sparking a huge buzz. But our main character didn't care. Having absorbed so much yang energy, he felt it was finally time for him to break through. So, he headed back to the mountain behind his house. At that very moment, the silver-haired girl had just finished restoring the environment that our main character had destroyed earlier. Suddenly, a blinding mini-sun appeared, and a massive amount of spiritual energy began forming the phantom of a divine axe. Seeing such an exaggerated anomaly, she knew instantly that it had to be him, and she dashed toward the light. She was determined to meet him this time. Just moments ago, as our main character circulated his golden yang breathing technique, all the yang energy in the sky was pulled directly into him. His aura reached its absolute peak, and the phantom of the divine axe fully materialized. Witnessing this scene, the silver-haired girl was completely shocked. Every stream of spiritual energy fueling the divine axe felt like it had been forged through countless trials, a clear sign of solid, genuine cultivation. She remembered when she had rushed to break through to the 3-star realm and made a mistake while channeling the divine axe, landing herself in the hospital for a week. This was a common pitfall for most cultivators, but seeing how incredibly stable and composed our main character was, she assumed he must be an old, legendary master. With a sudden movement, the divine axe swung. By the third swing, our main character successfully broke through to the 3-star ghost axe realm, but by the time the silver-haired girl reached his spot, he was already gone. Refusing to give up, she searched for any trace of him and decided to take a gamble. Pouring all her emotion into a loud shout, she yelled, "Senior, I know you haven't left yet." Sure enough, our main character was hiding on a tree branch. He had noticed someone investigating him over the past few days and wanted to see who was behind it. At this moment, the girl introduced herself as a member of the Cultivation Association. Her voice was incredibly soft as she pleaded with Fang Yi to join them. No longer staying silent, Fang Yi asked her why she assumed he would not be interested in joining. She quickly tried to explain the benefits of joining, emphasizing how they could fight future enemies together, even pulling out her official ID card to prove her sincerity. Fang Yi actually recognized her. She was once the nation's long-distance running champion, but in his past life, this association had failed miserably. All because they faced enemies that were just far too powerful, wiping out almost all of humanity. So, joining the association without any actual strings attached would bring Fang Yi more benefits than drawbacks right now. For now, he could cooperate with her on a few minor tasks and step in with some much-needed help at critical moments. But other than that, they had better not bother him. After all, from her words, he knew the association would not dare risk offending him right now, because he possessed an incredibly rare attribute. Once Chu Qingli agreed, he instructed her to report a mix of real and fake information about him to the association. Just as expected, she did exactly that, reporting to the association that she had only run into him by pure chance. But the association did not even have time to worry about him right now, because the mysterious gates had already begun to appear. Cruel and utterly cold-blooded, these beasts utilized the reviving spiritual energy to corrupt the domain, mutating into terrifying, man-eating monsters. Some even disguised themselves as bizarre natural disasters, relentlessly slaughtering humans everywhere. If they were not destroyed immediately, their destructive nature would slowly eat away at the human world. By this time, Fang Yi had returned home. The weather, which had been perfectly normal, suddenly turned into a violent storm of lightning and thunder. Looking exactly like a cultivator undergoing a tribulation, the government quickly issued an emergency broadcast, urging everyone to stay indoors. Although his neighborhood was completely sealed off, Fang Yi could feel that something was seriously off. The fluctuations of lightning, spiritual energy, are getting insanely clear. This has to be another anomaly from the spiritual energy revival. So, he decides to head straight toward the lightning, striking the back of the mountain. Sure enough, the moment he gets close, the system alerts him of a brand new spiritual energy anomaly. Meanwhile, over at the Spiritual Cultivation Association, they have just analyzed the lightning energy burst from the mountain and labeled it an S-class threat. No one in the association can even get close to the center. Even a 3-star Guifu expert would face certain death. The association quickly orders the mountain to be sealed off. But our main character has other plans. He looks toward the center, where lightning continues to strike relentlessly. The lightning element at the edge isn't pure enough, forcing him to head straight to the summit of Mount Jade. Right now, the spiritual energy is only beginning to revive. Even though the mutated beasts are nothing to him, this tiny bit of energy is far from enough if he wants to survive the terror that awaits in the future. Armed with his yang attribute and a blazing blade, he might actually turn it into a divine sun weapon in the future. As for this lightning power, it is the perfect opportunity to strengthen his own body. Driven by his hunger for absolute power, he pushes through thousands of lightning strikes, rushing deeper into the heart of the mountain. Right then, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly explodes right in front of him. He swings his blade to block it, but there is just no contesting that terrifying power. Even with his golden sun breathing technique protecting him, the lightning completely engulfs him, shattering his yang-attributed defenses. This supreme lightning element is like divine punishment, crushing him with immense pressure, trying to force him to his knees. He looks up at the sky, racking his brain to figure out how he can tame this beast of a power. As another lightning bolt comes crashing down, he immediately channels his golden sun breathing technique to the absolute limit. Instead of running, he slashes straight into the blinding storm. The impact makes him cough up a mouthful of blood. With lightning surging through his body, his entire being goes completely numb with agonizing pain. But he has no intention of backing down, forcing his body to withstand the crushing pressure. Step by step, he edges closer to the center. Sensing his defiance, the storm goes wild, sending an endless barrage of lightning straight at him. This spectacular sight can be seen from miles away. At that exact moment, his system chimes, detecting a powerful lightning attribute. Just a second later, he acquires the 100 Refinements Divine Lightning Cultivation Technique. Not only does this rid him of his fear of heavenly lightning, but it also allows him to channel it into his body, completely reshaping his flesh to ascend to godhood. Unlike the Yang attribute, the lightning attribute offers unparalleled dominance, whether he is on the offense or defense. What is more, he can feel his bones and muscles strengthening rapidly, and the tempering process doesn't hurt one bit. He also gains a new editor point, allowing him to infuse a new item with this supreme lightning attribute. This judicial power is the ultimate bane of all evil. His saber already has the Yang attribute, so trying to fuse it with lightning would only cause it to shatter. So, he targets his right arm instead. And just like that, the lightning arm is born. Once he claims this rare lightning power, the terrifying thunderstorm over Mount Jade slowly fades away. This completely ruins the association's prediction that it would last for 3 days. Realizing something is off, they scramble up the mountain and quickly discover traces of a cultivator. A cultivator actually went up the mountain right as relentless lightning kept striking down. This left the military forces of the Aura Association completely shell-shocked. This was an S-class anomaly that even they couldn't get close to, yet someone actually managed to do it. Facing such a powerful entity, any potential threat to society would be catastrophic. That's why they were determined to find our main character at all costs, labeling him with the title, the Tyrant. But suddenly, Major General Han remembered that there was a Yang attributed cultivator before, so he turned to ask Chu Qingli how the investigation was going. Hearing this, she played it cool, feeding him a mix of true and false information about our guy, keeping her mouth shut about the fact that she had already met him. Major General Han nodded without saying another word. He turned around to coordinate his men, covering up the anomaly at Mount Yushan as a mere natural phenomenon. Meanwhile, our main character had returned home and began to sense the lightning power in his right arm. Right now, this lightning-infused right arm was probably the sturdiest part of his entire body. On top of that, the overbearing thunder of judgment had also shrunk into a small orb, making it incredibly easy for him to control. The system notified him that this peak-tier lightning could deal 300% critical strike damage to demon beasts. Our main character could barely wait to test it out. Just then, a breaking update popped up on the forum he was following. A news report appeared right before him, stating that a massive explosion had occurred at a chemical plant, leaving countless casualties. But something was off in the comments section. People living near the plant all claimed to have sensed a dark, sinister presence. Our main character pondered for a moment, recalling the demon beasts from his past life. Those things loved nothing more than lurking in the shadows and darkness. They could have originally been any ordinary plant or animal. But once mutated, they gained intelligence, berserk strength, and acute perception. Their hunting and instant kill capabilities would reach an eerie level, making them 100 times more dangerous than that mutated rabbit from before. There was no way he could let them keep evolving. At the same time, near the factory, the pioneers of the Aura Association seemed to be chasing after something. They called their target Zhu Ye. The squad leader had a grim expression, simply because Zhu Ye loved to feast on human flesh. Even with the association's backing, this squad clearly still had to rely on their own strength. Right now, mutations were breaking out all over the country, and headquarters was completely overwhelmed. Zhu Ye was only classified as a B-class threat by headquarters, but since Chu Qingli was nearby, headquarters deployed her to assist. Back with our main character, that giant mutated rat was giving off a nauseating aura. Even from dozens of miles away, our main character could still catch the stench. After the two squads merged into one, they finally located the mutated rat, Zhu Ye. Instantly, they split up and charged at the mutated rat from multiple directions. Of course, the giant rat also noticed Chu Qingli's group and immediately bolted. However, they had already surrounded the beast. One of them leaped high into the air and slashed down on it with his blade. The rat shrieked in pain. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from its back, releasing a sonic wave that forced everyone to back off. Then, energy gathered in its mouth, and it spat out a stream of green, toxic gas. This was the corrosive power of the shadow attribute. Upon contact, it would rot anything it touched. Without a higher countering attribute, no one dared to risk rushing into the toxic fog. The mutated rat took this opportunity to spread its wings and flee, eventually escaping into a factory. To play it safe, Chu Qingli began checking the spiritual energy density. Earlier, the rat's reading was 49, but the counter at this factory registered 80, meaning there was more than one mutated beast here. Sensing danger, they decided to withdraw, but it was already too late. To their horror, the mutated rat had teamed up with a giant mutated serpent to hunt. The thick, toxic fog in the factory completely separated Chu Qingli from her team. Seeing how they were trying to pick them off one by one, Chu Qingli immediately understood their strategy. She never expected the mutated rat to possess human-like intelligence, setting aside their natural enemy status to cooperate. Now, not only was the giant serpent preparing to strike, but they also had to resist the toxic fumes from the fog. Just as her spiritual energy was about to run completely dry, the exhaustion caused her to collapse. Right at her moment of despair, the ceiling suddenly shattered open, and a blinding light illuminated the entire factory. Seeing our main character arrive, the giant serpent bared its fangs and lunged at him. Meanwhile, taking advantage of him dodging, the mutated rat clamped its jaws onto his right arm, but our main character didn't even bat an eye. Terrifying lightning instantly erupted from his right arm, completely obliterating the giant rat right then and there. Then, he swung his blade at the giant serpent behind him, wondering if this beast had no fear of the sun. That slash completely enraged the giant serpent, sending it into a mindless frenzy as it attacked him. As he dodged, a scorching hot slash tore through the serpent, splitting its head in two. Surprisingly, the serpent possessed regeneration abilities, so that slash wasn't enough to kill it. But he didn't just possess the Yang attribute. A split second later, lightning detonated throughout the entire factory, instantly enveloping the giant serpent's body in a raging storm of thunder. This is the power he unleashes when using his blade. On top of that, he controls his power to pull back the raging flames, concentrating the lightning instead and channeling it straight into the giant serpent's body. As anomalies filled with dark energy, the rat was easily burned to a crisp and weak against the sun, but this giant serpent is on a whole different level. It had matured into a world-class disaster. Even right before it died, it still tried to sneak in one last bite. If our main character didn't have the golden sun breathing technique, which uses the Yang flame attribute to detoxify on top of thunder reinforcement, anyone else would have been a goner. After dealing with the two mutated beasts, Fang Yi notices the girl who had been tailing him earlier. He smirks, knowing she's just faking being unconscious, and Chu Qingli realizes she can't keep up the act any longer. She covers her blushing face and eyes. No matter what, she had never seen his actual face before this moment. Assuming he didn't want anyone to discover his true identity, she thanks him, while he just looks back at her. After accepting her thanks, he turns to leave. Seeing him about to walk away, Chu Qingli drops her hands, wanting to say something to him. But before she can, he leaps up to the ceiling and vanishes. In reality, the reason he slipped away so quickly was because he wanted to touch the dark attribute earlier, hoping his system could collect and create a new technique. But it seems he underestimated that nasty, chilling sensation, and the system didn't react at all. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli is busy slapping the captain's face to wake him up. The moment they wake up and see the two carcasses right next to them, they're scared half to death. Chu Qingli tells them that the Yang attribute master she was pursuing earlier was the one who took them down. While deeply shocked, everyone is amazed by his incredible strength, and they quickly begin collecting the dark attribute traces left by the beasts. But as the captain moves around, he accidentally steps on a piece of the giant serpent's flesh. Crackles of electricity suddenly spark beneath his feet, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Weren't they told he was a Yang attribute cultivator? Chu Qingli is also in absolute shock. After all, she had no idea he possessed another high-level attribute. But since he was the only one there, a mind-blowing realization crosses her mind. A dual attribute cultivator with high-level elements. That's a legendary existence. She had just run into a real monster. Soon, the association gets the alert and arrives. Their main objective is to scan for any leftover spiritual energy and analyze the traces left at the scene. Half an hour later, the investigation concludes that whether it was the mutated rat or the giant serpent, there is a 99% chance they were killed by the same person. Although everyone had braced themselves, they're still deeply shaken. They had never heard of anyone having two high-level attributes. Chu Qingli knows she can't keep this a secret anymore. She decides to report everything to the association, but their attitude this time is completely different. They immediately call off her mission to monitor him. The association's higher-ups believe that since he saved people and eliminated the anomaly, it proves he doesn't harbor any ill will toward them. Not wanting to ruin his impression of them, they decide it's best not to do anything that might make him uncomfortable. At this point, Chu Qingli also reports that he might have a spirit weapon, which sends shockwaves through the higher-ups. No matter how insanely talented he is, he shouldn't possess a spirit weapon when the spiritual energy has only just begun to recover. Chu Qingli believes that the spirit weapon is of the Yang attribute, which points to a mind-blowing possibility regarding his cultivation realm. That is, a spirit creation venerable, who can forge a spirit weapon from their own power. But the few spirit creation experts in the world are all ultra-wealthy. They've accumulated massive wealth over generations, so a young man like him shouldn't have reached that realm yet. Moreover, now that he possesses two high-level attributes, could he actually have a third? You see, no one in the world has ever had three attributes, and if this is confirmed, the history books would have to be completely rewritten. Back home, Fang Yi takes a shower. Currently, it has been less than a year since the spiritual energy recovery began. With the anomalies already so active, countless practitioners have stepped onto the path of cultivation. Even the highly talented ones have only reached the one-star Ghost Mansion realm. As for the earliest awakeners, meaning the government and the first wave of practitioners, they're currently in a stable phase. Anomalies are still largely kept under control by the state, and the earliest practitioners haven't had any major conflicts yet. Even though rumors are spreading that things are unsafe, the government hasn't made any official statements to deny them. This suggests the state wants to sound the alarm, but they aren't fully prepared for this era of spiritual energy recovery yet. After all, with such a massive population and so many anomalies, they can only do their best to keep the peace going for as long as possible. What worries Fang Yi is that these mutated beasts are evolving way too fast. The dark attribute beast he encountered today that causes infections is a prime example of this. After touching it, he could tell they are actually offshoots of the dark attribute, making them the ultimate nemesis of cultivators. Even though they don't compare to the dark attributes he faced in his past life, a single one of these beasts could still wipe out an entire nation. It was a continent-wide terror. If he hadn't made it to that abandoned factory today, Chu Qingli and her entire crew would have been dead meat. Only a sub-attribute, and it already makes my skin crawl and stomach turn. The threat of the dark attribute is simply too terrifying. Even though the system says he can't absorb it right now, this proves that once the system meets the requirements, he'll be able to absorb it. A dark attribute like that is the perfect counter against humans. If Fang Yi can master it, it would be the ultimate trump card, potentially even the key to turning the tide. Right now, he already possesses the Yang attribute Golden Sun breathing method, the lightning attribute 100 refined divine thunder, and the inner flame attribute Crimson Fireblade technique, making it virtually impossible for any cultivator to match him. But to Fang Yi, this is still far from enough. Just then, his phone rings. It's his aunt calling. She wants her daughter, Fang Yi's cousin, to crash at his place for a few days to attend a study program. Fang Yi remembers this genius cousin of his, so he doesn't say no. Little does he know, that's just a cover story. As for his cousin, her group chats are surprisingly filled with cultivators. Their next target seems to be a town where several people have died under mysterious circumstances. Her mother has absolutely no idea about this. The next day, his cousin shows up downstairs at Fang Yi's apartment with her suitcase. As soon as Yi arrives, she runs into Fang Yi walking out. He barely even recognizes her at first glance. "Are you Lin Yi?" Hearing this, she gets a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. Eventually, they both head upstairs to have a meal together. Fang Yi decides to break the ice, asking, "Are you here for a summer camp?" Yi quickly nods in agreement. Then, a sudden, awkward silence fills the room. Seeing this, He simply offers some polite words. Just let me know if you need anything. She politely replies, okay, thank you, cousin. A moment later, Fang Yi hands Yi the spare key, telling her, here is the spare key. I'm heading back to my room. Your room is right across from mine. She takes it and replies politely, okay, sorry to trouble you for the next few days. Yi quietly watches her cousin walk away, feeling a bit relieved. Seems like he's pretty easygoing and won't meddle in my business. Little does she know, Fang Yi is actually becoming more alert, though he keeps his composure. He quietly studies her for a moment. When she was sitting on the couch earlier, I definitely felt a faint, strange spiritual energy. It kept flickering. Has she become a pathfinder too? She said she's here for a summer camp. But could it actually be? Back in her room, Yi is texting her teammates. My cousin is cool, he doesn't pry. When do we start the mission? 81-year-old beauty advises waiting for the right moment. Things have been pretty chaotic around here lately, and other pathfinders always seem to beat us to the punch. In agreement, Lost $5 chimes in to share some info. I heard about that too. Last time at the underground river, it was the exact same story. Two sides clashed, and this incredibly powerful master showed up. They say a single swing of his sword conjured the blazing sun itself, scaring the other side so bad they retreated. 81-year-old beauty is skeptical, replying, you've got to be kidding. If that's true, he must be a top-tier fire attribute pathfinder. Yi decides it's best to be cautious and wait for the perfect time, and the other two agree to go along with it. After wrapping up the chat, she still feels a bit uneasy, so she decides it's best not to practice her cultivation just yet. If her cousin catches her, it'll be impossible to explain. Just like that, 3 days fly by, and Fang Yi is struggling to adapt to having another person in the house. Who knew living with my cousin would bring so many disruptions to my training? My meditation and breathing exercises keep getting interrupted. He decides to retreat to his room to focus better, but practicing the golden sun breathing method still risks blowing his cover. As he trains, he can't help but worry. Can she see this light from outside? Why didn't I notice the golden sun breathing method was this flashy before? And that's not even his biggest worry right now, because the most challenging part is Yi, who has just finished cooking and politely calls out, cousin, dinner is ready. I made tomato beef stew, cucumber salad, and corn rib soup. Hearing this, he politely replies, you're too kind. Just leave the dishes to me. She gently waves it off. It's really fine. I'm staying here for free, so this is the least I can do. Fang Yi quietly studies her. She's extremely polite, organized, and seems to have a serious case of OCD. So as they eat, he silently watches to see how long she can keep up this act. Still, Fang Yi has no intention of abandoning his own plans. That's the only way he'll ever uncover her secrets. While they are eating, her phone suddenly rings. Both of them freeze, and he speaks up first. What is it? A friend calling? Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Yi slips away, leaving Yi in a daze. Feel free to answer it. I'm heading back to my room. His behavior seems a bit odd, but she doesn't think much of it. Yi rushes back to her room and picks up the phone. What? The Great Cataclysm is happening tomorrow? At what time? 3 p.m.? Got it, don't worry. I will be there. While she was chatting with her teammates about their meeting in Yangwo town, he was hovering outside the window, secretly eavesdropping on the whole thing. This is a famous town on the outskirts, just a 1-hour drive away. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from within, instantly catching our main character's attention. Finally, the answer was right there in front of him. It turned out his little cousin was also a celestial practitioner in this era of spiritual energy revival. Our protagonist stared intently at her as she cultivated her magical artifact, unable to hide his surprise. Fortunately, with her current strength, she can't detect me yet. But for a high school student to reach this realm and even show signs of star ascension, that's impressive. But that wasn't all. He kept watching and analyzing Yi's recent actions. So, her going to summer camp was a lie, and the whole cosmic shift was just a cover story? She must have heard about this place from somewhere and made up an excuse to come here. Our protagonist gently touched the wall. Every cosmic shift is both an opportunity and a chance to acquire a new spell to boost his own strength. Seeing how the story was getting more interesting, a smirk played on his lips. He couldn't help but wonder what elemental attribute would appear in Yangwo town this time. In an instant, fueled by excitement, he dashed across the water. Whatever, this thing is mine anyway. Meanwhile, as Yi was cultivating her spiritual energy, she felt a sudden doubt and looked around suspiciously. How strange. There is no one here. Even so, Yi was still on edge. Was it just an illusion? I was so sure someone was watching me just now. Right now in Yangwo town, the massive crowd created a bustling, lively scene. Suddenly, a voice rang out near the front gate. Yi Yi! It turned out to be the teammate whose online handle was 5yuan cyberscam, whom Yi Yi had only chatted with on screen before. She happily walked over and teased her. How has it been staying at your cousin's house lately? Is he hot? Hearing this, Yi Yi began to ponder and compare, saying, he is all right, I guess. His looks are pretty average, definitely not the famous handsome type she usually swooned over. Hearing this, the other girl sighed in disappointment, while the person standing next to them let out a soft chuckle. That was the hot girl whose online handle was 81-year-old beautiful woman. She spoke up. Don't forget, Yi Yi always says she is just an ordinary person among the crowd anyway. Come on, the others are already waiting for us over there. After they sat there for a while, a guy in white spoke up. All right, everyone is here. Let's get down to business. Noticing a member was missing, she asked curiously, wait, is that person not coming this time either? The guy coldly replied, she is not coming. A moment later, as they all set off, 81-year-old beautiful woman gently comforted Yi Yi. She always plays mysterious like that. We're used to it. Let's go. At the same time, our main character was already sitting nearby, silently watching them from a distance. Having heard everything, he hesitated for a moment. It looks like my cousin's team actually has what it takes to pull off a covert operation. He focused on analyzing each of them. Even the weakest was at the stable 2-star Ghost Mansion realm. As for the man from earlier, he had already reached the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm. And word is, there is an even stronger member in their team who is constantly absent. With that in mind, our protagonist slowly pieced together what was happening up on the mountain of this famous town. The surrounding scenery was turning darker and gloomier by the second. A familiar voice was currently updating them on the situation, when suddenly, a massive vine descended from the sky, looking just like the beanstalk from the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk. The voice carefully detailed the surroundings, describing the scene. These vines appear randomly around this area and aren't fixed in place. This is completely different from the information the celestial practitioners previously had. Going far beyond everyone's understanding, it is clearly a cosmic shift, but it has nothing to do with the weather, nor is it a collapse and restructuring of the Earth's surface. It's an anomaly from the void, making no sound and blocking no sunlight, only moving in silence, flickering in and out of existence. By now, everyone had gathered at the rendezvous point. Staring at the sight before her, 81-year-old beautiful woman was completely stunned. Holy crap, is that really it? She stared at the giant vine, unable to believe her eyes. If she hadn't seen it for herself, she would never have believed it. Meanwhile, 5yuan cyberscam suddenly started acting strange. Hey, maybe we shouldn't go any further. Hearing this, Yi Yi was a bit confused. Why? It turned out that seeing the eerie sight before her had terrified the girl so much she was shaking all over. A moment later, 5yuan cyberscam began to explain why. Just looking at it gives me the creeps. I feel completely frozen, and I've heard some rumors on our school's private forum. Saying this, she started bringing up the past. Actually, I had a friend in that squad. They tried to get close to the vines. They were all celestial practitioners, and much stronger than us. As 5yuan cyberscam spoke, she imagined the worst-case scenario in her head, but after they went there, they all completely vanished. Her voice trembled with terror. I have a feeling the same thing is going to happen to us. 5yuan cyberscam summoned all her courage to finish her sentence, and we'll end up dead with no one to bury us. Shaking with fear, 5yuan cyberscam said, at first I thought I could easily handle the dangerous path of a celestial practitioner, where it's either ultimate victory or absolute destruction. But the moment I saw this thing, I was just gripped by an instinctive terror. My ability and intuition tell me that what we're facing this time is a high-level cosmic anomaly, a truly powerful mutation. It's completely unknown and entirely new. She's in despair, but I don't want to bury everything here just yet. I want to retreat. Yi Yi spoke up to reassure her. You're right. Actually, we can all feel it. She explained in detail. Inside these wood attribute vines is a desolate aura. I don't even know how to describe it. It feels like sinking into the flow of time itself. Everything perishing, life force draining away. That's why it's making us feel so incredibly uneasy and uncomfortable. It's as if it wants to devour our very lives. Yi Yi took Bilua Matnamte's hand and continued, but she firmly asserted that this is the pioneer path of martial arts. Observing from above, the male lead noticed how gloomy the deathly aura was. Having seen so many cosmic phenomena, aside from dark attribute mutations, these vines here are the most uncomfortable thing to look at. He marveled, for them to decide to cultivate here, their courage is truly commendable. The male lead examined it. It was clearly a plant, representing abundant vitality, yet it gave off such a gloomy vibe. Instead of being alive, it looks like a dead thing masquerading as a living creature that has lost all its spiritual energy. At this moment, Yi stood on a high boulder and announced, "None of us have time to overthink this. Since it's dangerous, we will sense and cultivate right here." She instructed them carefully. "Everyone, stay within sight. Do not wander too far." Everyone immediately complied. Yi calculated that doing this would make things somewhat safer. She began to focus on cultivating on a tree branch. Our male lead, still watching the drama, thought, "Not bad. She's alert, sensing the power to cultivate at a distance that is neither too close nor too far. She really is an outstanding student." She calculated the position to maximize her gains, neither rushing in nor backing down. Her power was rapidly peaking. He was a bit surprised. Is she about to rank up? So fast, and she's already touching the 3-star threshold. This cousin of mine indeed has extraordinary talent. The one nicknamed Tom Moi Mat Toi marveled, "Kui Fu 3-star Yi is so amazing." Bilua Mat Namte's jaw dropped in shock as well. Yi actually leveled up. Beneath the tree, the vines began to spread and invade. The curly-haired youth immediately detected something unusual and shouted to warn them, "This is bad! The vines are rushing towards us." The one nicknamed Tam Moi Mat Toi gasped, "What? How did they detect us from this far away?" In an instant, everyone was ensnared by the vines, screaming in absolute chaos. "Save me!" Bilua Mat Namte panicked. "Run, run fast. If we don't get out of here, we're definitely going to die." She realized that Yi's breakthrough had caused too much of a commotion, and they absolutely could not let themselves get caught in the vines. "Once we're pulled in, that desolate aura will wrap tightly around our bodies instantly and will dissolve in a heartbeat." Meanwhile, Yi was still completely absorbed in her cultivation, oblivious to her surroundings. The one nicknamed Tam Moi Mat Toi stopped them. "No, we can't leave yet. Something will happen to Yi." Yokwa Mangbi Lua Mat Namte reacted fiercely. "What do you want me to do? Use my spiritual energy to shield her?" She was the one who decided to cultivate here, and then she carelessly tried to break through. "Is she trying to risk my life just so she can get stronger?" She lowered her voice. "Calm down a bit." The curly-haired youth suddenly chimed in to lecture them. "Life and death are fated, and wealth is decreed by heaven. If we don't leave now, we'll all be buried alongside her. You're still too young. Don't let emotions get the better of you. We're just strangers who crossed paths." The moment he finished speaking, he took a solid punch straight to the face, landing perfectly. The beautiful woman Tam Moi Mo Tuoi said decisively, "Then beat it. I will never abandon a comrade." The male lead quietly assessed the situation. "My cousin probably doesn't know what kind of danger she's in right now," he calculated. "She's still just a student after all. With the power of these vines being so terrifying, I don't even know if my current strength is enough to save her, but I'm afraid time is running out." In the end, the male lead made his decision. "I promised you that I'd take good care of her, and a promise is something that can never be broken." Meanwhile, the beautiful woman nicknamed Tam Moi Mo Toi struggled to smash the vines, but during a brief opening, she was the only one whose leg got wrapped by a vine. Despite struggling for a while, the one nicknamed Tam Moi Mat Toi was still neutralized by the vines. Suddenly, a vine stabbed straight toward the barrier where Yi was cultivating. The male lead suddenly rushed in, a flaming weapon in his hand. The one nicknamed Tam Moi Mat Toi and Yokwa Mangbilua Mat Namte looked on, filled with both anxiety and helplessness. The flames from his weapon shot down to the ground as fast as lightning, creating a shockwave that threw everything into complete chaos. After showing off his power, the male lead slowly landed. Everyone was completely stunned. The vines had retreated, and the attack had stopped. Every single vine was burned to ashes in an instant. His figure gradually emerged, looking incredibly badass. The curly-haired youth realized, is he also a pioneer? He silently confirmed that it was the ultimate Yang attribute. It makes sense. Only someone with such a high-level attribute would dare to be so reckless, forcing back those desolate vines. The curly-haired youth felt bitter. Why him? I consider myself extremely talented, reaching Kui Fu 3-star in such a short time. Across the entire nation, the number of pioneers who can advance this quickly can be counted on one hand, he thought to himself. Even setting aside that mysterious monster, his talent is absolutely terrifying. Lin Yi is only on par with me, at best. But our main lead holds his weapon, ready to strike. The curly-haired guy wonders, if there are people like this among the pioneers, then what does that make us? Are we just tiny stars meant to be a backdrop for the bright moon? Did he crush me? No, he crushed all of us. The pioneers? He is stunned. What on earth is this thing? A notification pops up. Ultimate wood attribute detected. Auto recording. The system announces the recording is successful. Its power includes the ability to continuously regenerate. It absorbs the surrounding vitality to quickly heal itself. He analyzes that this wood attribute technique is incredibly powerful. As long as there is vitality nearby, it is like a self-charging perpetual motion machine. Right now, our main lead is extracting the attribute. The notification announces that the desolation attribute has been successfully extracted, allowing him to immediately unleash desolation energy to corrode vitality. He slowly opens his eyes, his bright green pupils glowing in the dark as he thinks to himself. It is no wonder this vine can only grow in this rugged terrain. Our protagonist rests his sword on the ground, his body radiating hot energy. If it grew anywhere else, it would probably drain all the vitality within dozens of miles. He glances back. Lethal deprivation. This desolation attribute is way too overpowered, forcibly stealing the vitality of others. Just then, the voice of a beautiful 18-year-old woman rings out from behind. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Clinging to her heavily injured body, she staggers toward our main lead and says, Thank you. If it wasn't for you just now, we would definitely be dead. What can we do to repay you? But acting like an overbearing CEO, he coldly walks away, waving his hand in refusal. No need. See you later. In his mind, our main lead calculates that since he only got here by following their trail and managed to obtain both the rich vitality and desolation attributes, he is actually the one who benefited. The girl who was scammed in her online relationship and the long-haired guy watch our main lead anxiously. As for their conflict earlier, it is best to keep a closer eye on those siblings in the future. Then, grabbing his sharp sword, he flies away. Human nature is most easily revealed in times of danger. A fragmented team is simply unsafe when a major crisis hits. The girl who was scammed out of 5 yuan in her online romance stares blankly at his fading figure and asks, Did he have to leave so quickly? What should we do now? The long-haired man standing next to her teases her, What? Do you regret not helping them earlier? He calmly watches Yi sitting inside the sphere and discusses with the two girls. Now that the threat is gone, Lin Yi has reached Tier 3. Our best option right now is to try and stay in this team. Right then, Yi opens her eyes. Seeing this, the three of them shout in unison, Yi, you are awake. The long-haired guy quickly reminds them, Now let us see. If she is rational enough, she won't let our relationship fracture. Instead of worrying about this, we had better think about that mysterious person. Yi looks around and asks in confusion, What happened? Then she suddenly notices the burning tree trunk right next to her and immediately dodges to avoid it. The residual yang attribute energy is so strong. Even at this distance, I can still feel its blazing, overwhelming heat. The smart aleck long-haired man leans in, offering to explain what just happened. Sometime later, Yi is walking home. The long-haired guy's story keeps echoing in her mind. Could someone really be that strong? She recalls his description of our protagonist, who sounded like an absolute monster. He retold the event in detail. The vine we couldn't cut no matter how hard we tried was sliced in a single slash by him, forcing it to retreat. See that? The two look toward the giant vine hovering in the air. Now, that very vine is completely shriveled up, not daring to get anywhere near us. Yi opens the door, her mind still racing. This is the shocking power of that man. Even though he has left, the vine remains as tame as a chicken, completely losing its chaotic, roaring attitude from earlier. The moment she steps through the door, our main lead greets her. You are back? He glances at her, pretending to be concerned as he says, You do not look too good. Scratching her face, Yi makes up a random excuse to explain, Just school stuff, I am a bit tired. Our main lead replies, You are working pretty hard. Go get some rest. I will order takeout tonight. She replies, Okay. Yi enters her room and slams the door shut, leaning against it tiredly as her mind wanders. Breaking through took a massive toll on her mind. Controlling spiritual energy to activate divine judgment requires intense concentration every single time. It is honestly more exhausting than staying awake for a whole month. She instinctively flops onto her bed, lazily scrolling through her phone. Fortunately, I am no longer an ordinary person. Staying up for a few days won't kill me. Giving it my all, huh? But this cultivation is the destiny of the pioneers. Heaven and earth have begun to undergo massive changes. Right now, Yi suddenly feels a flash of jealousy toward our main lead. An ordinary life like my cousin's is impossible for me now. Suddenly, a message on her phone startles her. Jia Lan tells her that if there are any remaining traces of that powerful master, she must let her know. She suddenly noticed something unusual. Jia Lam. This was the first time Jia Lam had ever spoken in the group. She quickly replied to Jia Lam, asking a few questions of her own. Okay, Jia Lam, also I have a question. Do you guys think the person who saved us could be that famous expert from Anhe Ronglong? If it really is that legendary master, why on earth would he step in to save us? Meanwhile, the internet was buzzing with rumors and gossip about our main character. Breaking news. A high-level Yang attribute master has returned, with a sword strike like a rainbow piercing the sun. Someone claimed to have seen that exact same light, followed by a fiery explosion, in the contaminated zone of Anhe Ronglong. We were forced out of the cave by his incredible sword strike. No high-level pioneer in Xia dared to face him, and later, he was spotted in the mutated lands. Everyone, watch out and stay away. Later that evening, our main character grabbed his bike and left the house. Getting on his bike, he quietly calculated his next move. Lin Yi should be letting her guard down around me now. Even if I go out, she won't suspect I'm keeping tabs on her. Riding through the dark night, the main character decided to use this opportunity to figure out how to absorb the desolation attribute. The desolation attribute is closely linked to plant life. He pondered as he rode. But still, this attribute has a sinister nature. It's corrosive at its core, so putting it in my body might trigger a bad reaction. As much as he wanted to use the desolation attribute, he was still wary of the side effects. Besides, it might clash with my lightning attribute. In the end, the main character realized the best way was to find something similar to that bizarre, creepy tree. The vines hung down from the sky because they sensed a dense concentration of reviving spiritual energy. And because it chose to evolve on its own, it birthed the raw power of the desolation attribute. Thinking of this, he smirked coolly and murmured with a dangerous look, "I know exactly where to go." With that, the main character sped up, his bike cutting deep into the forest. Before long, the main character stopped at the city forest park. He slowly strolled onto the grass and muttered to himself, "I need to choose a plant that can resonate perfectly with my spiritual energy, while showing a high level of intimacy to act as a medium." Closing his eyes, he channeled his energy. His body began to float in the air as waves of spiritual energy erupted from him, spreading in all directions. Looking at them, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Is this how plants react to spiritual energy? The energy is reacting stronger and stronger with the leaves, but it's still not enough. I need it to be stronger. A massive amount of spiritual energy gathered in his hands, but he still wasn't satisfied. I need it stronger. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Right in front of him was a tiny, glowing flower. It was gently swaying on the ground. He stared at it and wondered, is this the one? Without a moment's hesitation, he reached his hand out toward the flower. Its petals suddenly latched onto his finger. Once it had drunk its fill of spiritual energy, the petals and stamens bloomed, growing plump and round. The main character found this incredibly intriguing and thought, well, aren't you spiritual? This wildflower is clearly just a plant, but around spiritual energy, it behaves like a greedy little puppy. After drinking its fill, it's even rubbing against my finger. He gently caressed the tiny flower. In the quiet night, his deep voice sounded like a gentle whisper. Out of this entire forest, you're the only one reacting this strongly to my energy. You're perfect for the desolation attribute. So, I choose you. Are you ready? As if on cue, the flower actually nodded. The main character immediately unleashed his power, creating a terrifying gust of wind around the flower that swept all the surrounding grass away. A system prompt asked him if he wanted to infuse the desolation attribute into this item. He cupped the flower in his hands and answered resolutely, yes. Instantly, a violent wave of spiritual energy erupted from him. He stared in surprise at the creature in front of him. Infused with his desolation attribute, the flower began to sway gently, its entire body glowing with a vibrant blue light. The flower kept moving, as if it was trying to do something. Under his watchful eye, the flower slowly began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, the forest canopy withered away, leaving only the flower standing all alone. The main character had to admit that the power of desolation was terrifying. It was like the hand of a demon. As the flower kept relentlessly devouring the spiritual energy, he couldn't help but marvel that in just 3 seconds, it had practically drained the entire forest dry. Absolutely overpowered. Having absorbed enough spiritual energy, the flower slowly began to grow. The main character decisively plucked the flower, slightly worried that this commotion would attract the attention of the Aura Association. Thinking back to when he entered the forest, he recalled seeing a surveillance camera nearby. He knew this was the heart of the city. The Aura Association would definitely be monitoring this area closely, especially since the spiritual revival was making all kinds of plant life extremely dangerous. He was slightly taken aback when he noticed that, even after being uprooted, the flower was still greedily drinking in the surrounding spiritual energy. He was amazed that it could survive without any roots, let alone continue absorbing energy like this. He smiled and gently teased the flower, noting that compared to its wild, reckless feeding earlier, it had calmed down quite a bit now. What is more, even after being uprooted, its spiritual energy did not drop at all. It was like this flower had a massive crush on handsome guys, leaning in and gently brushing against Fang Yi's hand. Looking at it thoughtfully, he wondered if this plant had actually started evolving after being assigned an attribute. It was as if it had broken free from its evolutionary chains. Suddenly, a red warning light flashed on the tree trunk, signaling that the anomaly levels had shot way past the limit. This gave both Fang Yi and the flower a sudden fright. He thought to himself, "Oh no, did I end up triggering the monitoring system anyway?" Gripping the flower tightly, Fang Yi quickly bolted. Meanwhile, at the Spiritual Qi Plant Research Department, every single screen flashed with a red alert. Everyone in the room immediately panicked, completely losing their cool. Out in the forest, the area was split right down the middle. One side was still full of life, while the other had completely withered, drained of all its spiritual energy. With the warning alarm ringing on their wrist devices, the hazmat-suited team began scanning their surroundings. One of them stared at his device in shock. "This is insane." Before this, the anomaly at the north gate of Qingcheng University only fluctuated within 8 meters. But the Shadow River lava dragon was 25, his colleague agreed, noting that if the spiritual energy anomaly level exceeded 10, the military would take over. In the beginning, the spiritual energy level in this park was not even 10. An analyst scanned the ground with a measuring device, looking up with a puzzled expression. Air, humidity, surface, moisture, temperature, everything is normal. Even solar radiation is fine, but the trees here look like their life force was instantly sucked dry in just a matter of seconds. Another worker stepped forward, wondering what kind of elemental spiritual energy caused this. "I think we need to head a bit further in. That is where the epicenter is." Driven by pure curiosity about the mysterious spiritual energy behind this, the analyst edged closer to the center of the incident. Right then, a man barked out, "Don't go any closer." He warned everyone not to touch a thing, explaining that this was caused by the desolation attribute. Seeing the young worker beside him looking puzzled, the bespectacled man began to explain. "Do you know about the giant vines hanging from the sky?" he asked, sending a collective shiver down the young worker's spines. "Those demonic vines have been classified as an A-rank mutation." The bespectacled man quietly replied, "Exactly. They were classified as A-rank precisely because of how extremely dangerous they are. The reason it is so lethal, having torn so many early explorers to shreds, is ultimately because it possesses the desolation attribute, a powerful element that drains the life force of surrounding living things, stealing everything to make itself stronger." The young worker gasped, completely terrified. Filled with gratitude, the young analyst stammered, "If you had not stopped me just now, sir." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Wouldn't I have died the second I stepped in?" The man calmly replied, "For plants that have awakened the desolation attribute, their surroundings basically become a dead zone. Anyone who steps inside will have their life force devoured. I have read files on another plant with the desolation attribute in the Xia Nation, the ancient forbidden tree located in Kang City. According to him, that decaying ancient tree polluted the entire forest and turned it into a forbidden zone where any living creature that gets close is immediately impaled." Breaking into a cold sweat, the bespectacled man deep in thought realized that amidst these massive global changes, plant mutations were absolutely not to be underestimated. From what we know so far, the desolation attribute is currently the most powerful element a plant can awaken. And now, besides that ancient tree and the vines, a new desolation source has emerged. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on his shoulder as a voice spoke up. I have already been briefed on the situation. Turning around, he gasped in surprise. Major Han. As soldiers stood ready with protective gear, Han Li commanded, all researchers present, suit up immediately and follow us into the contaminated zone. One by one, they suited up and began marching forward with firm, resolute steps. As the team advanced, flashlights scanned the area, while status reports kept coming in. The desolation energy signature is dropping, but there is still no sign of the source itself. Han Li turned slightly to Chu Qingli and said, let us do some scanning. She nodded, understood. With that, they both dropped to one knee and released their spiritual energy, which slithered through the ground like serpents, searching for clues. Suddenly, they both sensed something that made them break into a cold sweat. Han Li muttered, his voice trembling with tension, the source. Someone has already dug it up. Shocked by the news, the bespectacled researcher stood frozen and mumbled, how? How is that even possible? Han Li's eyes sharpened as he stared ahead, feeling a chill run down his spine. If someone really managed to extract a source right out of a desolate forbidden zone, their identity was definitely something they needed to investigate. Chu Qingli chimed in, Captain Han, I know what you are thinking, but there are absolutely no traces of residual spiritual energy from any powerhouse at this scene. Holding the report sheet, Han Li replied, based on our big data filtering and analysis of that powerhouse. Holding the report sheet, Han Li replied, based on our big data filtering and analysis, I found this guy's file. His movements match the locations of the two anomalies. Than Hoin took the report as the protagonist's info popped up. He muttered, Phuong ditch. Han Lei bowed politely to Than Hoin and said, I will send you his entire file. There is a good chance he is the one you met before. I will leave the rest to your association. Than Hoin paused for a moment, then agreed. 2 hours later, back at the protagonist's house, he placed the flower pot on the table. Smiling gently, the protagonist played with its petals, and the tiny white flower nuzzled against his hand obediently. He chuckled to himself, it is my first time growing a flower. How could I not even have a proper pot for it? This is the little home you chose for yourself, so stop clinging to my hand now. Now that this little guy has the desolate attribute, it will keep cultivating. I guess I have raised a pretty reliable assistant for myself. The flower began releasing spiritual energy into the air once again. The protagonist thought to himself that the desolate attribute was quite unique. It could be a huge help in battle, and might even bring some unexpected surprises, right? Plus, it looked completely ordinary. Even if Lam Wai happened to see it, she would not suspect a thing. In battle, looking average is the absolute best disguise. The protagonist's face remained completely calm. Looking at the flower, he knew that in a real fight, raw power was only part of the equation. What mattered more was who had more trump cards hidden up their sleeve. Suddenly, the protagonist's phone rang. It was his neighbor, Lao Vuong. He picked it up, recognizing his old friend. Lao Vuong's full name was Vuong Luong. He was both a neighbor and his deskmate from elementary all the way through middle school. They should have kept being deskmates in high school, but that brat suddenly packed up and announced he wanted to join the military. The protagonist answered the call, asking with a light chuckle, Hey kid, you're back? The voice on the other end cheerfully replied, Yeah, down for a drink? Let's meet at our usual spot. The protagonist asked, Out of the blue like this? Vuong Luong scratched his head sheepishly and replied, Yeah, I have a major secret to tell you. Don't pass out from shock when you hear it. Hanging up, Vuong Luong put his phone on the table. Sitting across from him were Than Hoin and Ko Lam, to whom he respectfully reported. Reporting, Commander, I have done exactly as you instructed. But if he is not the person we are looking for, can we please guarantee his safety? Ko Lam tapped her fingers sharply on the table, her face hardening as she spoke in a stern voice. Just focus on doing your job, and do not do anything unnecessary. If he is not that person, then you can just treat him as a friend and give him some friendly advice. The protagonist and Vuong Luong clinked their glasses to celebrate their reunion. As he drank, he watched Vuong Luong chug his drink down and could not help but feel a bit emotional. Seeing him like this, life in the military must have been tough. This idiot has really grown up. Vuong Luong took a satisfying gulp and shared, Over the past 3 years, I have experienced so much in the military. He sighed and asked how the protagonist had been doing. The protagonist warmly replied that he managed to get into college, so he was doing all right. Hearing that, Vuong Luong just gave a simple "oh." Across the table, the protagonist reminisced, In my past life, due to the chaos, I never had the chance to see him again or hear any news about him. The protagonist remembered ruined buildings and the bodies of fallen soldiers. He figured a soldier like him had probably perished somewhere in some forgotten battle. This time, would his fate be any different? Vuong Luong seriously asked his childhood friend, "Tell me, have you run into anything strange lately? Like something out of a zombie movie or some kind of monster?" The protagonist felt a wave of suspicion but quickly brushed it off. It made sense. The military would definitely know about the revival of spiritual energy. But was this question a test to probe him? Pretending not to understand, the protagonist asked, "What are you trying to say, anyway?" Vuong Luong rested his forehead on his hand. "If you haven't, that is good. I came here today to tell you something. Not to comfort you, but to warn you. In the near future, diplomas and valuable assets will become nothing but worthless pieces of paper. The world is about to be completely reset." He listened in silence. The protagonist figured this was a military secret. Ordinary soldiers were ordered to keep it quiet, signing non-disclosure agreements regarding the awakening of spiritual energy, which meant the military had actually put him on a watch list as a suspect. Because Vuong Luong was his childhood best friend, they sent him to feel him out. Vuong Luong reassured his friend, "Do not worry. As long as you do not tell anyone about today, you will be fine." Hearing this made him feel genuinely grateful. Since he was playing dumb and refusing to cooperate, his friend went out of his way to warn him about the changes, even at the cost of breaking military protocol. A notification sound rang on the phone. "Vuong Luong, emergency muster at the target location within 10 minutes. He quickly acknowledged the order. Vuong Luong rushed off, only having time for a hasty goodbye. "It's an emergency mission. I have no choice. You should head home first." "I cannot walk you out. On the contrary," he calmly asked, "is it about the revival of spiritual energy? I'm coming with you." Vuong Luong looked at him in surprise. The protagonist patted his shoulder and said flatly, "Let me tag along. Didn't your superiors order you to meet me this time anyway?" Wang Liang was surprised to learn the real reason for this meeting. He was about to ask, but the protagonist cut him off. "Don't worry. Even though I'm not sure what kind of info your higher-ups gave you, I know you won't harm me. The real reason I wanted to tag along was to see what was actually going on. Does whatever the military is dealing with have to do with the changing world? Since we already have the Aura Association to handle anomalies, what exactly is the military responsible for now?" The two of them arrived at the military's Aura Forbidden Zone 19. Our protagonist silently felt the dense aura in the air. This concentration had probably surpassed that of a contaminated zone. Wang Liang stated his name to verify their identity. As the verification success tone beeped, the two were allowed inside, walking between two rows of heavily armed guards. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. In front of them, a squad of over 20 soldiers was facing off against a roaring mutant beast. They were using weapons and streams of blue light to tightly bind and restrain the beast. It was spewing a red light at the soldiers opposite it, blasting them backward. He was shocked this was attribute synergy. Ji Lan, a military officer at the 3-star Ghost Talisman realm, replied, "Exactly. The abnormal fusion of both dark and flame attributes has made this hound incredibly brutal. Several soldiers have already been severely injured." She shouted for Wang Liang, and he responded in a firm, resounding voice. Then, he was reprimanded. "Why did you bring an unauthorized outsider into the Forbidden Zone without permission?" Wang Liang tried to explain, but he was cut off. Jilan quickly rushed into the battle, saying, "Forget it, it's an emergency. We're only missing you. Get over here right now to set up the defensive formation." Wang Liang immediately obeyed. Jilan glanced at our protagonist out of the corner of her eye. "So that's Fang Yi. He doesn't look like anything special. The aura around him is only slightly active. Is he really not that person? But now isn't the time to overthink this." She spoke up to warn him, "Since you're Wang Liang's friend, I'll make this quick. This is a forbidden zone. Once you enter, your life is in your own hands. And everything you see here must remain a secret." He understood and replied, "Got it." She drew her weapon and called out, "Zhang Mi, Li Yu." The two instantly attacked the mutant beast from above, while Jilan raised her gun and fired a stream of brilliant golden light. The powerful golden beam slammed into the mutant beast, making it roar in agony. However, moments later, a surge of red light suddenly erupted around the beast. Its mutation was getting even more severe. It swung its massive claws right at Li Yu. Everyone screamed, "Li Yu, look out!" Fortunately, the golden light struck the beast, barely saving Liu in the nick of time. Jilan, holding her still-smoking weapon, warned, "Don't let your guard down, keep your distance. We must take it down before it fully evolves." The squad immediately obeyed. Our protagonist silently praised them. This squad was exceptionally well trained, and the comrades trusted each other completely. Their discipline and coordination were seamless, with everyone playing an indispensable role. When working together, their explosive power far exceeded their individual capabilities. But suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something. Our protagonist screamed a warning, "Run! You guys are no match for it!" But it was too late. The mutant beast suddenly unleashed countless purple lightning bolts, tearing through the entire squad. Jilan ordered again, "On high alert, raising the Forbidden Zone's mutation level. No one retreats." The entire team shouted in unison. The mutant beast sprouted even more horns and countless fangs and claws. It grew massive, with its head enveloped in a blazing red glow. Heads up! The Hellhound has completely fused with the dark attribute. It had fully mutated. The beast's glowing red eyes glared down menacingly. Below, Wang Liang trembled in sheer terror. Jilan yelled his name at the top of her lungs. Standing behind, his eyes flashed with bright, anxious sparks of electricity. Wang Liang narrowly dodged the beast's initial attack. Jilan issued an order. "Listen up, everyone. Forbidden Zone 019's Rank C Hellhound has mutated, and it has fully evolved. It's now upgraded to Rank B. Combat plan is updated." Meanwhile, our protagonist was silently assessing the situation from the rear when he saw Wang Liang blasted backward, spitting up blood. He rushed over to catch him. "Are you okay?" Wang Liang was in bad shape, trembling all over, but he still tried to hold on. "I'm fine. I just tried to channel more aura into the binding collar, but it backfired." He tried to reassure our protagonist. "Don't worry, all of us soldiers here in Forbidden Zone 19. But he trailed off, and the protagonist just watched in silence. Meanwhile, Jilan raised her gun once again. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she barked out orders. "Everyone! No matter what tactics or methods we have to use, even if we have to lay down our lives." Facing the mutant beast, the entire squad swore that they would absolutely never let a Rank B mutant escape this forbidden zone. Suddenly, our protagonist dashed forward, zooming past Jilan. Ignoring Jilan's shouts, he gathered massive sparks of electricity in his palm, preparing to strike. In a challenging tone, our protagonist smirked. "Think you're hot stuff?" He charged wildly at the mutant beast, leaping high into the air to unleash his attack. "Then let my divine lightning put you in your place." The mutant beast took the devastating blow head-on. The mutant beast howled in agonizing pain. The shockwave of that strike was so incredibly powerful that everyone had to shield their faces just to withstand it. Meanwhile, Liyu's eyes widened in sheer shock. "Am I seeing things? This is a Class B anomaly that even Commander Jilan couldn't handle on her own." Wang Liang stammered. "Commander, is my bro? Is he really?" Jilan confirmed his suspicion. "No, our eyes aren't playing tricks on us." Her eyes locked onto the man overflowing with raw power, as she declared firmly, "He is without a doubt the tyrant." Meanwhile, seeing that the mutant beast was still alive, our male lead sighed. "Well, I guess I have no choice then." Then, he motioned to the two standing behind him. "Commander, Old Wang, both of you, step back." Jilan analyzed everything that had just unfolded. We needed everyone to form a battle array, work together, and prepare to sacrifice their lives just to handle a Class B anomaly. Yet he can do all of this completely on his own? She furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Just what kind of power is this? On the other side, our male lead raised his hand to prepare his next attack, secretly admitting to himself, "This is the ultimate lightning attribute." Even in the current Lightning Nation, this level of power would put him at the very peak of existence. Once the spiritual energy is fully restored, just how monstrously powerful will he become? Jilan's face filled with panic as she watched his movements. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down from the heavens, and at that exact moment, our male lead turned around. As he walked away, backlit by the blinding flash of the lightning that had just vaporized the beast, she was left utterly speechless and completely in awe. He truly deserves the name Tyrant. Meanwhile, our male lead's expression grew cold and unreadable. Zhangmi clutched her chest. Just watching that sent shivers down my spine. "My head is spinning," Liu chimed in with awe. "Man, this lightning element is 10,000 times scarier than the shadow element." I can handle getting corroded, but getting struck by lightning? No way, count me out. Having wrapped things up, our male lead slowly walked back over, his tone as casual as ever. Old Wang. It's done. Wang Liang happily rushed over and playfully complained. You little punk. You scared the life out of me. He lightly smacked our male lead on the head, adding, I had no idea my best bro was this badass. Rubbing his head, our male lead burst out laughing. Is this how you repay a favor? I beat up the rabid dog. And you beat up me? Wang Liang scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. Actually, I already knew you might be a pioneer. It's just that strict military orders dragged you into this mess. Our male lead brushed it off. Come on, we haven't seen each other in 3 years, and now you're acting all distant? Like I don't know you. Just then, Jilan approached from behind, her voice warm and welcoming, as she reached out for a handshake. Fang Yi, thank you for your help. He smiled and politely shook her hand. Don't mention it. Just think of it as me saving my friend. As if suddenly remembering, she introduced herself. I'm Jilan, the commander in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You've saved Forbidden Zone 019. I hope you can leave me your contact info, as I need to write an accurate report. Our male lead cheerfully agreed, saying it was no problem at all. Meanwhile, Wang Liang was thoroughly enjoying the surreal experience of seeing his strict commander show such high respect to his childhood friend. Jilan praised him. Fang Yi, your strength is far greater than many of the pioneers specially scouted by the military. That's why I would love for you to join the military of the Xia nation. However, an invitation from a mere commander of a restricted zone like myself probably doesn't carry enough weight. In her head, she was calculating what was even more shocking was that despite only being at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, his true power had already reached. No, it far exceeds the level of a spirit creation realm venerable. He hesitated. Commander Ji, are you saying you don't think you're worthy of inviting me? Jilan replied without beating around the bush. Exactly. I see no reason to deny it or feel embarrassed about it. This time, we were simply following orders from above to learn more about you. We absolutely had no intention of dragging you into this outbreak. I believe they will come to invite you in person. Hearing this, our male lead let out a self-deprecating laugh. Oh, come on. It's not that serious. To be honest, I have immense respect for all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I had never seen soldiers fighting with my own eyes before, but seeing you guys out there, how should I put it? It really touched me. Hearing his words, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, and whispered softly, Thank you. Our male lead then offered, So, if you ever run into trouble in the future, feel free to call me for help, just like what you all have been doing for us ordinary citizens. But since we're in a time of peace, there is one condition. You must never interfere with my personal cultivation, nor can you place any restrictions on my freedom. Stunned by his straightforwardness, she froze for a moment. He then began walking toward the gates to leave, saying, It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. Jilan nodded. All right. Wang Liang and I still have to clean up the remains of this mutant dog, so I'll have someone escort you back now. Walking away with a confident stride, our male lead thought to himself, Now I finally understand the true role of the military. On one hand, they station their forces in high-risk zones with dense spiritual energy so that the soldiers can cultivate in an abundant environment, ensuring their combat strength remains top tier. On the other hand, they create a warning boundary that separates ordinary people from the supernatural anomalies. Jilan remarked, Wang Liang, this friend of yours can't be described in just 3 simple words anymore. What happened today is just a tiny fraction of his true power, she asserted. Still, even that is enough to leave us in the dust. We can't keep up with a trailblazer who can reach this level so quickly. It shows he possesses unprecedented perception. He has luck, courage, and ability he couldn't do without any of those 3. Wang Liang spoke up to help his friend. Commander, if that's the case, shouldn't we sweeten the deal a bit more? If you don't think it's right to recruit him directly, then let me, his childhood friend, make the pitch. He babbled on, completely blind to how her face was darkening with irritation. Annoyed by his overexcited reaction, Jilan shoved Wang Liang's head down. All right, kid, get moving, and help me clean up the scene. Even with his head held down, he still managed to squeak out a reply to her order. Back in his room, as the main character cultivated, he recalled the incident. Although he had exposed his identity, he hadn't shown any power other than his lightning attribute, and judging by their reaction, this might not be a bad thing after all. The main character analyzed the situation. At the very least, he knew his lightning attribute was extremely rare, perhaps even unique. Since it countered the dark attribute, the military would definitely crave it. To win me over, they won't threaten or suppress me. Instead, they'll give me a voice, the fastest path to grow stronger, and access to top-tier information. Besides, I now clearly understand the roles of the military and the Spiritual Energy Association. The difference is that the military acts as the night watchman, the sword in the dark, the nation's shield, doing everything they can to protect the peaceful lives of ordinary citizens. On one hand, the government uses restricted zones to shield civilians, and on the other, they prepare everyone for the impending spiritual awakening. Pushing forward on both fronts buys more time for ordinary people, so they won't be immediately wiped out or displaced by invading beasts when the chaos begins. He began to cultivate. Feeling the rich spiritual energy flowing around him, the main character smiled with satisfaction. As expected of a restricted zone, teeming with spiritual energy. Even after absorbing that desolate power, I still haven't reached my limit. He was thrilled. He had only been in the restricted zone for a short time, yet the spiritual energy in his body was already overflowing. This was a clear sign of an impending breakthrough. On the street, Lin Yi walked home, her mind wandering as she wondered if her cousin had made it back yet. She hoped he was, so she could have him test her cooking to see if she had improved at all. A distant golden pillar of light suddenly shot up, catching her eye. She was stunned, wondering if this was the energy fluctuation of someone advancing to the Ghost Axe realm. But her gut told her this terrifying aura was different. As she pondered, the pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Lin Yi had a wild thought. Could a trailblazer be breaking through to the spirit creation realm? The powerful golden spiritual energy condensed into a shining golden axe in the sky. Everyone stared up in awe, but Lin Yi was absolutely terrified. It's moving! Wait, this isn't the Ghost Axe realm. This massive power is the spirit creation realm. The violent golden energy reshaped itself into a massive hand, its index finger pointing straight up into the air. Lin Yi stood frozen, her mouth wide open and breaking into a cold sweat. Was there really such a powerful trailblazer living right next to her? Just then, emergency alarms blared, warning that the anomaly index had reached 99. The spiritual energy fluctuation was located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Han Li and Qingying were dumbfounded. What was going on? They ordered an immediate dispatch to the target area, their hearts filled with disbelief. How could such a massive anomaly have gone unnoticed until now? This index is high enough to wipe out an entire city. In the dim command room illuminated only by screens, the team gathered around the table was in complete shock. Had a new spirit creation realm trailblazer just emerged? In other words, the city was about to face a catastrophic disaster. The tension in the air was thick. Han Li tightly gripped his walkie-talkie, his voice booming as he demanded backup from headquarters. He requested all advanced gear and resources, short of mass destruction weapons. Just as the order was sent, the door burst open. A young officer rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "Major Han, the alarm has been cleared. The anomaly is gone. It was just a trailblazer leveling up." The room went dead silent, followed by a collective sigh of relief as the heavy atmosphere evaporated. The main character let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally reached the first tier of the spirit creation realm. He casually rubbed the back of his neck, surprised at how easy the breakthrough had been. He wondered, aside from his body feeling lighter, there didn't seem to be any major change. A notification popped up on his phone screen. Wang Liang, using his Mount Liang hero account, had sent him a news article about a massive fire of unknown origin at Qingcheng University. It was the second time an anomaly had emerged from a polluted zone. Urging the main character to check the news, the two joked around for a bit before Wang Liang warned him that his power was getting too massive to control easily, so he had to be extremely careful when going out. He agreed with what Wang Liang said. That's right, realizing that flexing his power would only bring trouble, he always chose to keep his true strength hidden. Keeping his Yang Flame attribute and Scarlet Fire Dao art as his ultimate trump cards, he finally texted Wang Liang back, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I've still got an ace up my sleeve." Just then, the door swung open, and Yi walked in carrying a takeout box, her voice bright and cheerful. "I'm back. Cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought you some food," she said as she stepped inside and saw him. Sitting casually on the sofa, he replied, Yeah, sure, just leave it there. I'll eat in a bit. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit worried. She knew her cousin was a good guy, but he was just so incredibly lazy. Even though her studies weren't her top priority, she was still quite busy with her duties as a pioneer. Flopping onto her bed, she worried that the sudden appearance of a spirit realm expert would cause some major trouble, so she decided she would protect him to pay him back for letting her stay at his place. Meanwhile, our main character kept his eyes glued to the screen, continuing to follow the news. First, it was the extreme heat, and now a massive fire. He frowned, analyzing the situation. From the footage, it was clear the fire had erupted rapidly and with extreme intensity. The trees and flower beds around the sports field had been completely incinerated, turned to ash, and the entire area was currently sealed off. As his phone replayed the massive fire, comments flooded the screen. The video was way too short and cut off abruptly, but it looked much more severe than the incident at the North Gate. He wondered what would be different about the Yang attribute this time. Lost in thought, Fang Yi suddenly remembered Jilan reaching her hand out to him earlier. He wanted to go check it out himself, but first, he needed to get in touch with her. The next day, a crowd of reporters gathered outside the heavily guarded, tightly shut gates of Chingcheng University. Dozens of reporters packed the entrance, firing off question after question about the fire. Suddenly, two people stepped through the crowd, their commanding presence silencing everyone around them with every step they took. One reporter whispered, "Who is that? He looks incredibly imposing." Fang Yi and Jilan walked straight into the school, leaving all the reporters standing there in utter shock. One reporter demanded loudly, "We're being kept out here, so how come they got to go inside the moment they arrived?" But the two of them had already made their way in. The two of them stood there, observing the fire that still hadn't fully died down. A fire of this scale, is this really the heavenly fire? Fang Yi thought, the concept feeling quite foreign to him. "Yeah, that's what the government named it," she replied. "It starts without warning, erupting out of nowhere. It's impossible to put out, so all we can do is wait for it to consume everything in its path." As the valley blazed violently, dozens of helicopters circled the sky, but they couldn't do a single thing to stop the fire. Jilan turned to Fang Yi and said, "I'm heading to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here? Or come with me?" Fang Yi glanced over and waved his hand slightly. "Go ahead. I'll just wait here." "All right, be careful then. I'll see you in a bit." After she left, he slowly walked down toward the burn site, which was still cordoned off. The charred ground had already gone cold. Is there really not a single trace of heavenly fire energy left? Ducking under the caution tape, he stepped inside and pressed 2 fingers to the ground to feel for any residual energy. If that's the case, there's no way to collect any. I guess I oversimplified things. Suddenly, Fang Yi froze when he heard someone calling his name. "Chu Qingli?" he muttered, turning to see who it was. Standing beside her was a brown-haired girl with a face full of freckles. "It really is you. What are you doing here?" she asked, surprised. "Wait, Fang Yi? Is that the ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only managed to get into some community college?" The freckle-faced girl chimed in with curiosity, and Chu Qingli quietly nodded. "Look, buddy, I get that you probably came here because you're still hung up on Qingli." Putting her arm around Qingli's shoulders, the freckled girl looked down her nose at him and spoke loudly. "But the gap between you two is just too obvious now. You should just give up." Fang Yi knit his brows, completely bewildered. Hung up? On her? Just then, other classmates started gathering around, whispering and mocking him, assuming he was desperately clinging to Qingli. Lifting her chin, the freckled girl pointed a finger right at his face, telling him in a sneering, contemptuous voice to beat it, or else she'd call the cops. Qingli lowered her head in embarrassment. She had no idea why he was here, assuming he simply wasn't ready to let her go. Just as the tension was reaching a boiling point, a calm voice broke the silence. "Fang Yi, are these your friends?" Hearing him dismiss them as just high school classmates left, Qingli utterly shocked. Jilan gave a polite but sharp smile as she sized up Qingli and her friend. "Sunglasses. The two of them are terrified. Her aura is way too powerful. Who on earth is this woman, and how does she even know Fuang Ditch?" Ko Lam walks over, her face deadly serious, as she tells him that the heavenly fire incident is much worse than they thought, and the principal is going to lead them directly to the first ignition point. Since he is an invited military consultant, he has to go along too, and he immediately agrees. Right then, a loud shout rings out, and the crowd immediately parts. Everyone is absolutely shocked to see the principal walking in. They are incredibly surprised to see him. Word is he is always extremely busy, and rumors say no one has ever seen him smile even once. She wonders if he came here specifically for Ko Lam and Phuong Dick. Kun Lai is completely bewildered, a deep sense of doubt rising in her heart. Meanwhile, the girl next to her gloats, thinking the principal is here to arrest him, but it is the complete opposite of what they expect. The principal steps right up to the two of them. He warmly reaches out to shake his hand, greeting him, "Hello, sir. You must be Consultant Phuong, whom Officer Ko highly recommended, right? Lately, I've been worried sick about these bizarre events at our school, terrified that the students might get hurt in the fire. It is such a relief that you both are here to handle this." With that, he bows slightly to him. "I'll have to trouble you with the incident at the sports field." Queen Lai stands there dazed, pushed back by security along with the rest of the onlookers. Everyone is blown away by how the principal treats him. After witnessing this scene, the crowd's attitude flips in the blink of an eye. The nasty insults from earlier instantly vanish, replaced by quiet whispers praising his impressive bearing and composure. As for Queen Li, she is left dazed as the surging crowd pushes her further away. She falls silent, standing quietly amidst the noisy, shoving mob. People turn their attention back to her, questioning how someone like him could ever be her boyfriend, sneering that she isn't even worthy of standing by his side. Someone points out that he didn't look at Queen Lai even once the entire time. She just stands there frozen, letting the crowd gossip about her as all the color drains from her face. A while later, at the northern campus of Than Than University, the principal leads the way while recounting the very first fire that broke out at the school. He frowns deeply, remembering the absolute living hell of that day. He stops in his tracks and adds, "Fortunately, the fires at the other stadiums were eventually put out, except for this one." Following his gaze, the male lead thinks to himself, the smell of burning is incredibly thick. Standing in front of a basketball hoop that is still blazing, the three of them immediately realize this is the source of the fire. Just then, Ko Lam pulls out a device resembling a pocket watch from nowhere. Seeing it, he curiously asks, "What is that?" She stares intently at the reading on the screen and explains, "You can think of this as a basic detector for abnormal spiritual energy. Once the threshold is exceeded, the entire area has to be locked down. Normal human lives are incredibly fragile, so this kind of anomaly is like an inescapable natural disaster to them." The moment Ko Lam finishes speaking, the reading instantly shoots up to 60. "How is it already that high?" Panic-stricken, she blurts out, "Oh no, the threshold is way too high. If we leave this unchecked, not only Than Than University, but the entire city will be in danger. We have to immediately call in the ones with the purest spiritual energy and the most stable cultivation realms." Right at that moment, he suddenly leaps over the safety barrier, leaving the other two utterly stunned. Consultant Phuong, without a second thought, he dives straight into the fiery pit. In a split second, the detector's reading skyrockets to 110. Ko Lam screams in utter terror. It's still climbing. A threshold of 110 is enough to classify this as an S-rank anomaly. Beside her, the principal panics even more, stammering, He jumped in. What on earth do we do now?" Suddenly, the blazing fire in her eyes morphs into a monstrous beast. Ko Lam can't help but wonder why he would dare risk his life going in there all alone, when not even the strongest soldier king of the Forbidden Zone would dare attempt it. Meanwhile, amidst the sea of roaring flames, he continues to stride forward with a steady pace. There isn't even a single scratch on him. As he walks, he calculates, "Last time, my yang attribute helped me withstand the lightning. This heavenly fire can naturally be blocked as well. But while my protective barrier is up, I can't touch the origin flame, nor can I activate the power of my cultivation techniques." Pushing further in, he comes face to face with a massive fire dragon, realizing he must get as close as possible to the origin flame. Suddenly, the fire dragon lunges straight at him. He calmly raises his hand, releasing his spiritual energy. As the dragon draws closer, he parts his lips and murmurs, "Golden Yang barrier, release." The fire dragon opens its massive jaws as if to swallow him whole. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to hold his ground. Right at that moment, the system chimes in. "Extremely strong heavenly fire attribute. Fluctuations detected." Hearing the notification, he sneers. As expected of the heavenly fire, it's even more wild and powerful than the desolate energy of death itself. "But I will absolutely absorb you." The system acknowledges the command and begins processing. Activating ultimate calculation capabilities. Initiating compilation. Compilation successful. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. At the same time, the system announces that he has obtained several fire-attributed cultivation techniques and bonus items. With his new power, he redirects the massive fire dragon, sending it soaring straight up into the sky. The cultivation technique you compiled has been unlocked without needing to be learned. But immediately after, hundreds of fire dragons rain down upon him. Meanwhile, the male lead's eyes flash as a system notification pops up. Attribute extraction in progress. Heavenly fire attribute successfully acquired. He squeezes his eyes shut as crimson veins begin to surface on his face. But it doesn't stop there. As the glowing patterns spread across his skin, he winces, knitting his brows tightly. Then, his eyes snap open. He slams his palms together and roars, 9 dragons, heavenly fire sealing technique. The moment the words leave his mouth, heavy iron chains burst from his back. They shoot forward, wrapping tightly around the blazing fire dragons, hovering menacingly behind him. Ji-lan and the principal stand there, utterly speechless, staring at this mind-blowing spectacle. "This is a sealing aura," she gasps. "I've only ever seen high-ranking pioneers from the restricted zone military use this. Their technique is different from Fang Yi's, but the sealing energy is identical." Surrounded by the swirling iron chains, our male lead clears his throat and barks, "Seal!" The raging heavenly fire begins to get sucked into the iron chains. The chains expand rapidly, completely engulfing the massive inferno. The male lead calmly reels in the massive bundle of chains as it completely absorbs the fire. The seal is complete. Landing softly on the ground, he lets go, leaving the sealed orb of fire floating silently in mid-air. He glances at it and speaks up. "I've temporarily sealed the heavenly fire here. Do not lift the stadium's barrier, do not attempt to repair it, and absolutely do not let anyone near it. That should stop the fire from spreading any further." Hearing his warning, the principal quickly reassures him, "Rest assured, sir, the stadium will remain completely off limits. Besides, it's not like the university only has this one stadium." Meanwhile, Ji-lan stands nearby, suddenly falling into an unusual silence. The male lead can't help but tease, "Wow, Qingbei is really loaded, having 7 or 8 stadiums lying around like that." The principal laughs awkwardly and replies, "Ha ha, you have a great sense of humor, advisor. If you ever need anything." Before he can finish, Ji-lan suddenly cuts in, "Principal, I actually have some private matters to discuss with Advisor Fang." The principal immediately turns around with a bright smile. Of course, go right ahead." Meanwhile, Fang Yi looks at her, thoroughly confused, and asks, "What's up?" Ji-lan walks up to him and says, "Fang Yi, you really know how to hide your cards, don't you?" He modestly replies, "Oh, it's nothing special. That fire was pretty intense, honestly. It wasn't easy to deal with." She calls him out immediately. "Cut the act. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Your talent, your cultivation level. You've been hiding it all." Even though his cover is blown, Ji-lan's words don't make our male lead flinch for a second. She sighs, "Well, whatever. It's only natural for a pioneer to have secrets, especially someone as ridiculously strong as you. Fang Yi, even though I have no right to ask anything of you, I hope you'll hear me out on this." The screen cuts to a ruined cityscape as she continues. "In this crucial era of massive global upheaval, the Xia nation desperately needs top-tier talents like you. Think of it this way. Once spiritual energy fully recovers, a powerhouse like you will be the equivalent of a modern nuclear deterrent." Pausing briefly, Ji-lan warns him that he's going to be highly sought after by everyone from the restricted zone military to the Spiritual Energy Association, and even foreign factions. She beats around the bush for a bit, trying to recruit him to her own restricted zone, but ultimately advises him to start thinking carefully about his future. He listens quietly to every word, before asking curiously why Ji-lan's own squad isn't trying harder to recruit him. Ji-lan hesitates for a moment before finally confessing, "Well, because of that legendary restricted military zone, obviously. Yeah, those guys are so overpowered it's practically insane. Honestly, I think you'd find them a lot more interesting." Our male lead smiles faintly. "The top tier, huh?" She nods quickly. "Absolutely. Though I rarely see them myself, I heard they've been incredibly busy lately." This makes him realize that the elite military unit must be completely swamped with trouble if even other military districts are gossiping about it. In the next second, Ji-lan turns around and brings up the principal's earlier dinner invitation. The male lead follows her in silence, thinking to himself that they must be facing some serious, deep-seated trouble. He can easily picture them battling mutated beasts day in and day out, but he knows this also means the number of anomalies cropping up has spiked significantly. At the same time, more and more powerful pioneers are emerging. With the day of spiritual energy recovery drawing near, a sense of uneasiness hits him. He realizes his current preparations are still far from enough. He begins to scheme, wondering how to make the absolute most of the heavenly fire attribute he just harvested from the stadium. The heavenly fire spreads unpredictably, burning everything to ashes. Wherever it sweeps, nothing remains, just like an endless wildfire. This makes it perfect for wiping out large groups of regenerating anomalies that multiply endlessly. Suddenly, a realization hits him. He thinks to himself, wait, doesn't this match perfectly with my Scarlet Fireblade technique? Adding this enchantment is like icing on the cake. The more, the better. In the distance, towering mountains loom over one another. Blade in hand, the male lead steps into the dense forest, his attention immediately drawn to the new notification appearing before his eyes. The moment he reaches the restricted mountain, he doesn't sense anything unusual, yet the entire area has been completely locked down. Even though military intel hasn't caught up yet, he can't help but suspect that the Spiritual Energy Association has already caught wind of his plans. The male lead chuckles to himself as he thinks of Qingli. Did she give me this piece of land specifically to run my experiments? Suddenly, he realizes something. Our MC's intuition warns him that a foul aura from those half-breeds has just appeared. Right on cue, a shadow rustles through the trees. Locking eyes with him is a ferocious, mutated beast, staring hungrily at its next meal. But instead of panicking, he just smirks with complete confidence. He wonders if the beast is actually sentient, sizing up its opponent before deciding to strike. Well, if that is the case, it better watch closely. Our MC quickly accepts the system's prompt and channels his spiritual energy into his blade, making it instantly ignite with light. Flaring up intensely, the blade unleashes a torrent of heavenly fire, a flame destined to burn eternally. The sheer excitement in our MC's eyes completely startles the beast, making it jump. He is eager to see how his spiritual energy will affect this creature. Swinging his blade, he unleashes a shower of sparks, muttering that he will use the beast to test his weapon. Caught completely off guard, the beast panics as the overwhelming wall of fire rushes toward it. Screaming in terror, it scrambles to escape. Smirking, our MC walks toward the fleeing beast, unable to stop praising his newly doubled power. What is even better is that this massive energy does not harm him at all. He slowly runs his finger along the blade. The moment he touches it, a sharp chill runs through him. He decides to give chase and see how that mongrel is holding up. Elsewhere in the forest, a live stream is running on a phone as a girl's voice blabbers away. She strikes a pose in front of the active camera. Even though it is her very first live stream, content seems to find her naturally, while the chat is flooded with teasing comments. Suddenly, something catches her eye from the side. In the blink of an eye, the creature lunges and knocks her to the ground, sending her phone flying and shattering onto the dirt. Ignoring her terrified screams, the beast pins her down, prompting the live viewers to immediately realize the danger and flood the chat. Her neck is gripped tightly by its brutal claw as she pleads with tear-filled eyes. The beast seems completely crazed, staring hungrily at the delicious prey in front of it. Suddenly, roaring fire dragons charge in from behind them. The online viewers go wild in disbelief, and the view count instantly skyrockets to an unbelievable number. Then, a figure emerges behind her, leaving her stunned as she stammers, "Who are you?" She quickly grabs her phone, frantically aiming the camera to show him off to her stream. "I got it. I actually caught it on camera. Someone is literally standing in the middle of the fire." The shot of our MC holding his blade amidst the raging flames sends the stream into a total frenzy, with viewers commenting that a god must have descended to save her. Following the live stream, screenshots of him immediately make headlines, becoming the hottest topic online. Elsewhere, a woman cannot hide her excitement as she calls Qingli over to check out the viral news about our MC, but Qingli immediately dismisses it. Suddenly, Qingli steals a glance at the screen and lets out a shocked gasp. The other woman just grins ear to ear and teases, "Well, what do you think?" "See, I told you, he looks absolutely badass." Qingli's face darkens as she insists the video is completely fake and nothing but special effects. Secretly, Qingli reassures herself that it cannot be him, reasoning that the guy in the video just has a similar build. If it were really him, he would have been burned to ashes long ago. But if it is real, would he take this chance to get revenge on me? Damn it, I will never bow down to him. Meanwhile, in another location, an 81-year-old beautiful woman receives a notification and rushes over to show him her phone. Doesn't this guy look familiar? He looks exactly like the pioneer who rescued us from those vines earlier. She enthusiastically agrees with her. Around the same time, Xiaoya also comes across the viral image of our MC. Old Li, look, isn't this Fan? He seems to have gotten way stronger. Astonished, he replies, oh my god, that stance of his is a perfect match. We really clung to a major powerhouse back then. High up in a towering skyscraper, a stern voice breaks the silence. The crisis threatening our city is looming, yet our pioneers are not strong enough to deal with it. Inside the room, Qingling and the others are deep in discussion. Jilan turns to Han Li skeptically, asking how many elemental attributes the boy actually has, to which he replies, 3, or maybe even more. Surprised, she asks, are you saying the higher-ups have decided to step in personally? Han Li frowns and cuts her off with a reassuring word. Standing up to leave, he simply orders them to clean up this situation quietly. Qingling breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that the entire spiritual community of the Great Xia now has its eyes on him. Even Jilan cannot help but comment that things are getting very exciting. In another room, the steady beeping of a heart monitor fills the air, followed by a joyful voice. Master, it seems the Great Xia finally has a new beacon of hope. Sitting by the hospital bed, Jilan speaks with a trace of sadness in her voice. With someone this powerful appearing, the chances of you waking up have just gotten a little higher. Soon, the sun rises, casting its warm rays to mark a new day. Our MC sits quietly at home, reflecting on the video of himself that went viral yesterday. Chewing on a piece of bread, he wonders why the live stream video was suddenly taken down. Suddenly, he looks to the side, realizing that Lin Yi has not come home all night and has not sent him a single message. A look of deep worry instantly clouds his face. He dials Yi Yi's number, but it goes straight to voicemail. Something is definitely wrong. Could she really be that irresponsible? A creeping sense of dread washes over him, and our main character decides he has to go search for her. Meanwhile, back with the girls, a terrified Yi Yi asks how long they have been trapped. Both of them are already covered in deep cuts and bruises. The gorgeous Bai Yi struggles to speak, apologizing. It has been about 10 hours now. I am so sorry. I dragged you into this mess. At first, I thought it was just a regular phantom. Clutching a painful wound on her side, she groans in agony. Yet, Yi Yi remains unbelievably calm. Trying to reassure her, Yi Yi says, in the end, it is because I am not strong enough. We need to stay alert and conserve our energy. She remembers watching a battle from before, wishing she could be as strong as that legendary master. But in reality, neither of them notices the shadow of the mutated beast lurking right behind them. The moment Yi Yi turns around, the beast is already lunging at them with its razor-sharp claws. She screams a warning to her partner and unleashes a powerful blast of spiritual energy. The blast tears right through the creature, sending its head flying into the distance. Bai Yi looks on in horror and asks, are these the people who got trapped and died here? Yi Yi frowns and replies, once they turn into those mutated zombies, they want to assimilate everyone in their path. Realization hits Bai Yi hard. No wonder our attacks are completely useless, and our spiritual energy is draining way too fast. It is like the monster is just waiting for us to completely run out of energy. It is treating us like prey, slowly wearing us down. In this place, it seems completely invincible. A chilling wind sweeps through, making her freeze in dread for a few seconds. As she looks up and sees a massive, hideous eye staring down at them, Bai Yi can't help but scream in sheer terror. The giant eye suddenly cracks open, multiplying into dozens of identical, creepy eyes. Out of sheer frustration, Bai Yi slashes wildly at them. Yi Yi quickly warns her, that thing is losing its patience. Don't let your guard down. But suddenly, she notices something bizarre. A chilling, piercing gaze locks onto Yi Yi from behind. When she spins around, she is horrified to find herself surrounded by dozens of glaring eyes. Despair washes over her as she prepares for the end. Yi Yi feels as if both she and Bai Yi are being swallowed alive by the pitch-black darkness. Overwhelmed with guilt for failing her teammate, she also feels a deep regret that she won't live to see the grand new era of the spiritual awakening. In the end, Yi Yi helplessly closes her eyes. But just as all hope seems lost, a blinding blue light tears through the sky. Our main character arrives, descending with an overwhelming, majestic aura. He lets out a sigh and mutters, whew, that was a close call. Tears of relief stream down Yi Yi's face. The destructive, wild energy slams violently into the ground nearby, and that's when Yi Yi finally realizes her cousin is absolutely not a normal human being. But there is no time to celebrate. She frantically screams a warning as she spots the mutated beast preparing to pounce on him from behind. He calmly draws his sword, Tianhua, wanting to test out its power. Locking his eyes on the beast's location, the main character unleashes a blazing scarlet fire blade technique. The raging flames completely engulf the mutated beast, melting it into a hideous, deformed mess. Yi shudders at the brutal sight. Bai Yi, who has just regained consciousness, looks around in complete shock and asks, Are we dead? Did we go to hell with that monster? Hearing this, Yi quickly reassures her. Hey, calm down, we are still alive. Bai Yi blinks, finally coming to her senses. We are alive? Wait, who are you? That is when the main character steps forward, casually saying, All right, it is all taken care of. At this point, neither of the girls, including the stunning Bai Yi, cares about the fact that they haven't even had breakfast yet. Her eyes widen with sheer adoration as she instantly rushes over to gush about her savior, leaving him incredibly embarrassed. Standing nearby, Yi looks at him with suspicion and demands to know, Wait, the powerful fire-type master who just saved us is my cousin? Bai Yi gasps in shock. What? This super boss is your cousin? Didn't you say he was just a totally ordinary guy? Watching this hilarious drama unfold, our main character can only stand there scratching his head with a goofy smile. Meanwhile, Bai Yi completely loses her cool, excitedly shaking Yi while listing off 49 legendary feats of his. Even though his identity is confirmed, combining that with the lightning power he used earlier leaves her completely bewildered. A top-tier dual-element genius with lightning and fire powers that completely dwarf my own. Has he really broken through to the spirit creation realm? Is this actually my cousin? Left with no choice, the main character finally admits who he is, and quickly shifts the topic to ask about dealing with dark-type elements. Why did only the two of you show up? Where are your other teammates? Hearing this, Bai Yi goes quiet, her expression turning somber as she explains the situation. Wu Mao got seriously sick, and his family found out and won't let him leave. The older uncle got assigned to a much harder mission. And as for the others, we have no idea where they are. Yi's face drops as she guiltily looks away. This time, I totally underestimated the enemy. I really thought that breaking through to the 3-star Qi mansion would be enough. Her naive answer leaves our main character completely speechless. Thinking it over, he couldn't deny the obvious truth. Those so-called teammates were only looking out for themselves. That team was bound to fall apart sooner or later, though Bai Yi's unexpected turn of events was a wildcard one his clever cousin had probably already sensed. Snapping out of his thoughts, he gets straight to the point. Since we know who we are now, and I trust both of you, why don't we? A second later, a confident smile spreads across his handsome face as he makes an incredibly tempting offer for them to team up. But on one condition, you must keep my identity an absolute secret. Yi is about to say something, but Bai Yi's ecstatic reaction completely cuts her off. All she can do is look at her cousin, her eyes welling up with tears of gratitude. Maybe my cousin realized it a long time ago and was quietly protecting me all along. It turns out that on this lonely path of cultivation, having someone reliable who goes all out to help you is such a beautiful, happy thing. And just like that, tears of joy quietly rolled down her cheeks. In an instant, her face did a complete 180-degree turn. She flashed a bright smile, thanking her cousin, and happily asked for 2 more sunny-side-up eggs. Suddenly, her phone rang. Looking down to check it, she reported, Sister Gia Lam just issued a new mission. The screen clearly displayed the mission, head into the extreme yin lands to gather dark element quest items. Please think carefully before signing up. The moment our MC skimmed through it, he was immediately intrigued and asked her about this forbidden territory. She nervously replied that the extreme yin lands are strictly off-limits in Great Xia, because the dark element there is incredibly powerful. Most of the anomalies currently appearing in the city originate from that area, and the government has never explored deep into this forbidden zone. The MC suddenly told her to ask for more details about the mission. From this, he immediately thought of 2 possibilities. Gia Lam is either someone with a very special background, or she is actually a high-ranking official in the military or the council. She did as the MC said and messaged to ask about the mission details. Surprisingly, Gia Lam replied instantly, with a thorough explanation. This left Bai Li wide-eyed in shock. Gia Lam even gave them a special warning to think things through before taking action. If they could team up with strong and reliable pioneers, it wouldn't be too late to sign up then. She scrolled through her screen, waiting to see if they would agree. Our MC crossed his arms and reread the warning. He instantly saw right through her intentions. The MC raised an eyebrow and said to her, "It looks like this is targeted right at me." Thinking about that mysterious land, he exclaimed in excitement, "How interesting! I really do want to take a trip to this extreme yin lands." The system displayed an urgent mission with an extremely high mortality rate, warning that it would be best to sign up only after forming a team with strong and reliable pioneers. The woman in the suit spoke up, "Sister Lamb, their squad is over here." Jia Lam interrupted, "It's fine. If he's a pioneer worthy of Great Xia's trust, he will show up." The other woman's gaze darkened. "But if he doesn't come, won't this batch of pioneers?" Jia Lam's face clouded over. "If he doesn't show, then it just means it wasn't meant to be." She clutched the bouquet tightly. "Do you two really believe that the mission to collect the 7 decay flowers is designed to send strong pioneers to their deaths?" The girl quickly replied, "Sister Lamb, we." Jia Lam gently placed the bouquet on the nearby table. A near impossible mission like harvesting the 7 decay flower actually has a core purpose that's completely opposite to how it looks on the surface. She continued, "This is an inevitable path to build up strength for Great Xia. Only by gathering the 7 decay flowers can we save even more pioneers." Jia Lam immediately thought of the people on the high-speed train. They were the future backbone of Great Xia. She stared out at the deep blue sky. "Our top elite combat forces are falling one after another, their fates unknown." She leaned down and held the hand of the comatose old man. "No matter what, we must harvest more 7 decay flowers." The old man's face was covered in a web of dark veins. "Master, as Great Xia's only pioneer to reach the Vajra realm, we must use the 7 decay flower to heal you and wake you up." An image of the pioneers fighting with all their might flashed on screen. After the revival of spiritual energy, the existence of a Vajra realm powerhouse is no less valuable than nuclear weapons today. They are our biggest leverage in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the spiritual revival. So, even if we have to sacrifice a few Jia Lams, a few armies, or even more pioneers, it will all be worth it. The girl in the suit couldn't help but worry. The mission is important, but your health is just as critical. Jia Lam bit her lip bitterly. "My health?" Then she yelled out, "Yes, it really is crucial. Because my life was bought by my comrades." Her face gradually turned pale. Jia Lam leaned back against the bed. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you guys." The other girl waved her hands in panic. "Sister Lam, it was my fault for speaking out of turn. Is your headache acting up again?" Her eyes grew slightly sorrowful. "It's fine. It's not time for my medicine yet. I was just overthinking. It's all in the past now." The images of those who fell were still deeply etched in Jia Lam's mind. Sword wielder's squad, retreat immediately. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. The extreme yin lands truly are a terrifying place. The man reached his hand out toward Jia Lam. "Little lamb, the mission to harvest the 7 decay flowers. We can only leave it in your hands now. Do it for Master, for Great Xia, and for everyone." Tears streamed down her face. "No, I'm not leaving, Captain." The man used his last ounce of strength to transfer a surge of power to Jia Lam. "Here is our energy. I hope you can make good use of it. You must make it back alive." Jia Lam couldn't hide her profound sadness. "They transferred their spiritual energy to me, but they didn't know that if the 7 decay flower is tainted by blood or not harvested in its entirety, it becomes completely useless." 1 hour and 45 minutes later, the MC and his group were still trekking through the mountain ranges. The beautiful 81-year-old woman looks completely exhausted, especially with a few more miles left to walk. Suddenly, she looks at Yi and says, "Hey boss Yi, since you guys are so powerful, can we just fly for a bit?" Yi immediately explains that when spiritual energy isn't abundant enough to allow free flight, not even ascenders can pull it off. Fang Yi looks into the distance and suddenly asks, "Is that the extreme dark zone up ahead?" His brows furrow deeply as the area is engulfed in darkness, with barrier after barrier blocking the way. Even from here, that disgusting stench is still overwhelming. 81, the beautiful woman, frowns in discomfort. "This horrible stench is 100 times no, 1,000 times worse than the anomaly we ran into last night." Yi remains calm and serious. "Well, we're already here anyway," Fang Yi says. "Not bad. Look ahead. It seems quite a few ascenders have made it here too," Yi says, stepping forward. "Yeah. And I don't think they're just here for the so-called massive reward. It's likely because of what 81 and I encountered. Dark entities are tough to deal with. They're bloodthirsty and completely hostile toward humans. And now, dark shadows are gradually encroaching upon the city. Yeah, there hasn't been just one unusual dark outbreak in the city lately," Fang Yi agrees. That's right. He had already faced two dark anomalies head-on, where the dark monsters looked ready to eat him alive. One was a mutated rabbit, but instead of a hare, it looked more like a giant rodent. Thinking back to how he almost bit the dust, his brows furrow. Besides that, there was also a giant snake lurking in the factory in the dead of night. They were much smarter than that mutated rabbit, capable of working together to set up a trap. It almost wiped out everyone from the Spiritual Energy Association. Most importantly, just as Yi said, these anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be deliberately bypassing the military defenses along the city border. The border defense line is shielded by massive barriers, yet the entire city is engulfed in smoke and fire, even though no one knows how they pulled it off. But now, anomalies are popping up in the city more and more frequently, to the point where they're getting almost impossible to stop. Fang Yi's face turns grim. That's why we absolutely have to go. Qingling stands at the border with a group of ascenders, when she notices something and suddenly freezes. What? He's here too? And he brought two girls with him? Just then, the blue-haired girl calls out, "Boss! Boss!" Qingling mutters a prayer. Amitabha, great Buddha, please don't let him see me. Don't let him see me. Meanwhile, Fang Yi looks on, totally confused. Hey, isn't that Captain Su over there? The blue-haired girl replies. Oh, it's you? You're heading to the extreme dark zone too? That's great then, Qingling says, scratching her head with an awkward laugh, completely unaware that the military had already synced Fang Yi's profile long ago. 81 points her finger and asks, Master, who is this girl? Could she be Yi's sister-in-law? Hearing this, Yi is shocked. Huh? My cousin's wife? Qingling blushes and quickly clarifies. Oh my god, this is a massive misunderstanding. Fang Yi introduces her. Of course not. She's just my errand girl, Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Association. Qingling deadpans. Somehow, that sounds even worse. Suddenly, a voice sneers from behind. What a bunch of shameless brats, bragging like that. It's an ascender, with a gun slung over his shoulder. He barks, these new ascenders are getting younger and younger, and they don't have a shred of respect. Not only do you ignore your elders, but you also make a scene without even looking at where you are. I just hope you kids can back each other up like this once we're inside the extreme dark zone. 81 gets furious. My short temper is acting up again. Do you have any idea who these people are, old man? Fang Yi gives her a look to stop. Still, 81 sneers. You better worry about yourself, mister. We'll see who gets scared to death in a bit. The ascender glances behind him and chuckles. Looks like our ride is here. Let's see what you've got. The carriage door slowly opens, and Jialan stands tall at the entrance, leaving everyone in awe. That's Sister Jialan. As she approaches, it is indeed her. 81 is curious, wondering what her true identity is. Quite an entrance, Fang Yi replies. She's probably the one here to open the gates for us. Jialan glances at Fang Yi, then walks over to the border gate and throws a mysterious object straight into it. Veins bulge around the corners of Jialan's eyes. The illusory border gate slowly dissolves as a blazing red energy surges out. Now that everyone is here, the gate is open. After clearing the border passage, Jialan turns around and says, You may enter. Just a quick reminder, the 7 decay flowers you collect must be completely intact and untainted by human blood. Fang Yi and the others listen in silence. If they don't meet the requirements, you won't get the reward. If there are no questions, you may begin. The grumbling ascender mutters as he enters. She's not even going. Yet she's sending us to our deaths. We won't even get any death benefits. What is up with his attitude? The young man walking behind grumbles in annoyance. Even if we die, we'll only be reported as missing. If the government suddenly paid your family a massive sum for no reason, wouldn't that basically prove what happened? Kill them? Than Huyen turned to look at our male lead and said, Do you think that middle-aged guy is also a 1-star spirit creation realm cultivator like you? Plus, some of those quiet folks seem to be top-tier experts too. They've probably just hidden their aura. It's hard to judge their spiritual energy. The rest are also pathfinders, with solid cultivation at the Ghost Axe realm. 2-star, 3-star. Every team's strength is pretty much neck and neck. With a grim look on his face, the male lead replied, Looks like this mission is going to be pretty tough. I didn't expect them to gather so many elite teams of pathfinders. A question popped up in his mind. Was that person from earlier in the spirit creation realm as well? Their spiritual energy levels aren't necessarily that high. The girl next to Gia Lam chimed in, Character analysis and head count complete. Inside the extreme darkness zone this time, we have 37 2-star Ghost Axe Realm users, 12 3-star Ghost Axe Realm users, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation Realm users. The anomaly difficulty level for this mission is ranked B+. Gia Lam stood there, watching the crowd march forward. You guys head over to the monitors. I've already set everything up, so don't worry. On the other side of the border, the landscape was completely desolate, with absolutely no signs of life. The stench in the air made Batnot and YY feel sick to their stomachs. The male lead warned them, stay close. The dark attribute in this place will severely block our vision. If we don't stick close together and move as one, we'll get separated in no time and easily lose our bearings. Batnot slumped to the ground. I'm sorry. I just can't hold back the urge to throw up. Thon Huan gently comforted her. It's okay. It's just the stench of decaying corpses, all mixed together. You're not the only one feeling sick. This is totally normal. Forcing a smile, she added, look at that group up ahead. They have the same cultivation level as you, and they're barfing their guts out too. Thon Huan continued to explain. The dark attribute naturally counters pathfinders. You can think of it as a form of corruption. The anomalous beings in the extreme darkness zone are incredibly active. She kept rambling on. A Class B anomaly is similar to the Ghost Axe realm, meaning the damage they cause is still manageable. A Class A anomaly is like the Spirit Creation realm, typically involving a surge of spiritual energy or places where they gather, like this extreme darkness zone. A Class S anomaly is on par with the Vajra realm or even higher, basically representing a cataclysmic disaster. However, it must be noted that dark attribute anomalies are greatly enhanced inside the extreme darkness zone. An anomaly originally rated as Class B can easily jump up at least one class here. Supporting Batnot as she stood up, YY asked, really? There's such a thing? This is the first time I've heard of that. I get it now. But what about Captain 2? Are you guys completely unaffected? Batnot asked in curiosity. Yeah, aren't you guys affected by the corruption at all? Thon Huan gave a nervous laugh, trying to hide the fact that she had already broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. You're overthinking it. My team and I deal with these kinds of anomalies all the time, so we're used to the stench. Plus, lately I've been pushing myself hard to evolve my mutated water attribute into a pure ice attribute. With a weak voice, Batnot said, we're at the exact same realm level. I wonder if Captain 2 feels the same way I do. The moment I stepped into this thick fog, my spiritual energy started draining. It's way worse than what we faced on our last mission. Thon Huan replied, many top-tier experts have died here in the past, including military elites at the 1-star Spirit Creation realm and above. So we must be extremely careful. Hearing this, Batnot panicked slightly. Let's hurry up. The mission comes first. Carefully supporting Batnot as they walked, YY said, the group ahead of us has completely vanished from sight. Let's huddle closer. I'll stop talking to conserve my energy. Everyone, focus your spiritual power and don't let this fog find any openings. As our male lead walked, he fell deep into thought. Since entering, my body hasn't actually felt that uncomfortable. It seems my yang attribute and my enchanted enhanced lightning attribute are both highly effective at dispersing this dark attribute. Or maybe my spiritual energy is just way stronger now that I've advanced to the Spirit Creation realm. Elsewhere, a pathfinder clad in red armor was busy battling a mutant beast. So the anomalies in this extreme darkness zone are only this tough? Charging forward with absolute confidence, he yelled, boys, that 7-fade flower is as good as ours. Let's show those rookies what real power looks like. Another guy chimed in, nice work, brother. Let's get them. Back with our main group. Seeing YY coughing violently, Batnot turned to look at her in deep concern. The male lead turned his head to look back as well, thinking, at the end of the day, she's still just a kid. YY froze for a second as she felt him gently patting her on the back. She was completely dumbfounded. The nausea and the corrosive dark energy had instantly vanished, replaced by a warmth that felt like soaking up the winter sun. Deep impressed, she thought, as expected of the power of the Spirit Creation realm. Staring at her hands, YY felt the cozy heat. This fire attribute is so warm, it really is a rare, high-tier attribute. Ever since I advanced to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, I've finally gotten a deeper grasp of elemental attributes. My Flora attribute specializes in absorbing the dewy spiritual energy from the surrounding plants in nature. And Captain Toe's mutated water attribute that turns into ice is also extremely rare. The male lead responded calmly, It's not a fire attribute. It's the yang attribute. I just hadn't explained it to you clearly yet. The one who handled the fires in Kongbak and at the Than Than University training ground was actually me. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. But those two anomalies were entirely different. The yang attribute and the heavenly fire attribute are actually a bit different. Qingyi screamed, "You're just admitting it like that? Does that mean you now have 3 rare, high-grade attributes?" The male lead thought to himself, "Actually, I also have the desolate attribute. But the tallest tree catches the wind, so it's better to keep some cards hidden just in case." Outwardly, he brushed it off, saying, "Yeah, something like that." "Oh, what about 81? 81 trembled and said, "I haven't broken through to the 3-star ghost palace yet, so I can't clearly sense my attribute. But it's roughly along the path of the metal attribute. Cousin, great God, I swear, once we get out of here, I'll never bother you again. Please, use your yang attribute to warm me up a bit." The male lead gently touched 81's back and said, "All right, I'll warm you up for 1 day." The blonde girl looked at the scene in confusion and asked, "What are you guys doing, patting each other like that?" 81 let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, that is so warm." He suggested to Qingyi and her crew, "Captain Su, how about your team gets a boost too?" She replied, "This actually feels pretty good." The 2 cloaked girls were also thrilled. "Then what are we waiting for? Please do the honors, great God." One by one, the male lead infused them with a warm current of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the footsteps of an anomaly drew close, and the male lead cast a vigilant glance around to alert them. Qingyi launched a technique toward the anomaly. "What on earth is that?" 81 shouted. "It's right in front of you." 81 jumped in fright. A loud warning echoed out. "It's an A-grade anomaly." Qingyi gathered ice spiritual energy in her hands, launching a direct strike at the anomaly. She stood protectively in front of Lin Yi. "How is it this tough? Did it just disappear? Where did these zombies come from?" The male lead quickly pulled everyone close, warning, "Watch your step." He drew his sword to defend, stepping forward with intense killing, intent in his eyes. Every single slash of his sword carried the roaring fury of a fire dragon. The burning zombies shrieked in agony as they were scorched. The fiery glow in the male lead's eyes slowly faded, and they were temporarily safe. These anomalies have dissipated. Although it looked like there were countless eyes, there were actually only 2 of them. He rubbed his chin, adding, "I just didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved enough to mimic human speech." Qingyi added, "They probably learned it from eating so many humans. Even the weakest of them was nurtured into an A-grade by this ultra-dark zone. Anyone below the star creation realm wouldn't stand a chance in a head-on fight with them." Jialan stared at the blazing fire before her and silently marveled, defeating 2 A-grade phantom beasts in just 1 blow. She hid her shock behind a calm expression, thinking, "Even for me, it would take at least a few rounds of combat." On the other side, he clenched his fists tightly. "If what Captain Su said is true, then we must stick together even more. Otherwise, I'm highly concerned that the anomalies will disguise themselves and slip in among us, launching an attack the moment we let our guard down." 81, get up already. 81, still trembling with fear, whimpered. That oppressive aura was absolutely terrifying. It's way stronger than Meow Meow and the zombie. Just a tiny touch of it could have burned me to ashes. Is this what the pressure of a higher realm feels like? I feel like I can't even breathe. Suddenly, the male lead's attention was drawn to the nearby mountain. Lin Yi followed his gaze. "Hey, listen, is that the sound of ocean waves up ahead?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently, sending everyone running in absolute panic. Someone shrieked, "Run! Stop fighting! This thing is pure evil! Help me!" The male lead remained expressionless, only knitting his brows slightly. The remaining pioneers turned around and fled for their lives. This is a phenomenon that even a legendary army would suffer catastrophic losses against. It's the dark tide. Right now, a massive, crimson tsunami was surging toward them. They shrieked in absolute terror as they ran for their lives. Meanwhile, one shrimp-headed guy, instead of running away, stayed behind to erect a barrier, his face twisted with greed. Right after, he confidently charged straight into the tsunami, but the moment he touched it, he was pushed to the brink of death, his voice filled with deep regret. "Damn it. The anomaly here is." Before he could finish, the wave seemed to morph into a demon, devouring him alive. Soon, those who were fleeing were caught one by one. Staring at the raging wave in front of her, Su Qingying's voice was filled with deep sorrow. "They're beyond saving, aren't they? Can we even outrun this?" Beside her, the male lead looked completely lost and asked what the dark tide actually was. Despite the incredibly tense situation, she patiently explained it to him. The dark tide is a rotting force that can swallow everything in its path, she said, before wondering aloud. But our plan for this operation was supposed to avoid the tide day entirely. Oh my god, did everyone up ahead just get wiped out? At this moment, Lin Yi couldn't hold back any longer and asked him, "Can we please just run first?" Facing everyone's mounting panic, he erected a barrier while reassuring them. "We can pool our strength to maintain this barrier. It'll protect everyone and get us through the impact of the tide." Realizing what the male lead was trying to do by erecting the barrier, Chu Qingli yelled in anger, "What do you think you're doing? Our strength is nowhere near enough to stop this dark tide." Ignoring her warning, he had already begun channeling his spiritual energy to form a weapon, confidently stating, "I can destroy it." With that, he instantly shot up into the sky. Without a single moment of hesitation, he flew straight into the heart of the raging wave. Once inside, the male lead was completely enveloped by a shroud of brilliant light. Around him, everything is pitch black. Still, with just a single glance, he immediately sizes up his current situation. Staring at the demons before him, he thinks to himself that this anomaly is indeed an A-rank anomaly. However, they are upgraded, fused versions. With that, our protagonist's expression turns serious. He thinks to himself, from B rank to A rank, and from A rank to S rank. In fact, calling the current threat level of this Dark Tide triple S rank wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder it could easily swallow pathfinders of the spirit creation realm. With that in mind, Fang Yi immediately channels his spiritual energy into his palms. Moving swiftly, he weaves through the battlefield, striking down the demons. Out of nowhere, a demon lunges from behind, trying to catch him off guard. Thanks to his sharp instincts, he instantly spins around and unleashes a clean slash right through the beast. Suddenly, something else catches his attention. Looking at the person on the ground, he recognizes him from earlier. Concerned, he asks, "Hey, you still breathing?" Recognizing Fang Yi's voice, the man barely manages a weak response, giving Fang Yi hope that he might just make it. Without wasting a second, he raises his hand to the sky, summoning divine lightning. At his call, a bolt of divine lightning suddenly strikes down from above, hitting that shrimp-headed guy right on the head. After rescuing him, the main character casually tosses him onto the ground. After a quick inspection, he confirms his suspicion. The guy can be saved, but the odds of survival aren't great. Just then, the beast from before catches up. Fang Yi glances back, tightens his grip on his sword, and braces himself for another round. Watching the monster grow even larger, he realizes it possesses the ability of infinite power growth. Even though it has gotten stronger, he just smirks, deciding to use it as a guinea pig to test his new skill, spiritual protection. Instantly, a barrier of spiritual energy forms around him, keeping the monster at bay. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, warning him that while there is a dark attribute nearby, it cannot be extracted. He tries to reach for them, but fails. Back in reality, he flashes a handsome yet mysterious smile. Facing such danger, instead of running away, he is actually brainstorming ways to beat them to a pulp. Two giant spiders take turns launching attacks directly at him. Yet, even in this mess, he still has the peace of mind to think about his little white flower before turning back to face the beasts, wanting to see who's boss. With a brilliant fire burning in his eyes, he scoffs inwardly. Isn't the answer already right here? From a distance, Chu Qingli's team stands completely frozen, staring in awe. One of them asks if she has ever witnessed anything like this before. Chu Qingli can only swallow her pride and accept her own weakness. The rest of the team stands there, completely slack-jawed and unable to believe their eyes. How is the dark tide completely frozen? Suddenly, Lin Yi starts trembling all over as anxiety takes hold. She worries that since her cousin has been inside for so long, something terrible might have happened to him. Standing beside her, Chu Qingli holds her hand to comfort her, reassuring her that with their power, victory is absolutely guaranteed. With that, she turns to the others and adds, "With Fang Yi's insane strength, there's absolutely no way a bunch of small fry like us would ever need to rescue him." Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Lin Yi giggles and showers her with compliments. Suddenly, a massive beam of energy surges from out of nowhere, slamming directly into their shield. The beam intensifies wildly, it seems to be the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire sealing art. From within the brilliant pillar of light, the main character breaks free and floats in midair. The curly-haired girl is the first to snap out of it, excitedly pointing at him and shouting, "Look, it's Lin Yi's cousin." Then, 5 or 6 dragons suddenly burst out from the sealing circle, leaving everyone gasping in utter disbelief. Watching from another corner, Galen also cries out, "The heavenly fire attribute, it's a seal." He can't help but wonder if Fang Yi will actually succeed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the main character, who is gritting his teeth and clearly struggling to hold on. With his relatively small frame, he is somehow lifting an immense, overwhelming force. He bellows his technique, 9 Dragons Mandate. With a roar, he hurls it straight into the ground, triggering a devastating impact. He then uses the raging flames from the blast to trigger his sealing skill, quickly condensing the fire into a sphere that wraps around the target. But suddenly, the sphere shatters, sending the target's lifeless body crashing to the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, they look at each other, wondering, "So, how do we handle this now?" Ignoring her teammates' words, Lin Yi quickly runs over and clings to Fang Yi. Just then, Chu Qingli steps forward, asking him to hand the guy over to her. Looking at his face, she wonders why he doesn't seem happy at all, though deep down, she admires him. He said he would wipe out the dark tide, and he actually pulled it off. Fang Yi turns away coldly and says, "The dark attribute here is way too dense. We need to leave. Now." Taking a moment to gather the 7-colored flowers, Chu Qingli quickly replies, "We'll take this man back to the Spirit Association for medical treatment." With stunned voices, they ask, "Did everyone up ahead get wiped out?" Fang Yi calmly explains, "Aside from this guy, the rest were probably devoured by the dark attribute." Agent 81's voice carries a hint of regret. "To think they're all gone just like that. All right. Fortunately, I didn't have to witness their deaths with my own eyes." The group continued their journey. Arriving at a pitch-black lake, Fang Yi lagged behind. Since this dark pool was the most dangerous thing around, it made the most sense for him to watch their backs, and the others quickly complied. As he stared intently at the water, the system announced it was scanning for intense dark attribute energy waves. A wave of dark power surged up from the water. Scan complete. Initiating ultimate processing power. Instantly, they split into pillars of pure power, shooting straight into the sky. Fang Yi absorbed every single one of them. The system chimed, "Synthesis successful." When he opened his eyes, his entire body was enveloped in a mysterious, swirling energy. A system screen popped up, showing he had obtained the dark attribute cultivation technique, Boundless Dark Domain. This skill allows him to create a domain where all spiritual energy is corroded. He realized that the corrosive effect of the dark attribute could gradually drain his opponent's spiritual energy. If he combined this with his own technique, wouldn't he become completely unstoppable? Snapping back to reality, Chu Qingli sensed something strange. She turned to Fang Yi and asked, "Do you feel this fog?" Before she could even finish, her eyes filled with absolute shock. There he was, floating right in midair. How is he breaking through again? A shocking thought crossed her mind. Could he actually be absorbing the power of the dark tide? But she quickly dismissed the idea. Chu Qingli scanned the surrounding area. The energy fluctuations were getting stronger, but absorbing dark attributes was strictly outlawed by the government. She couldn't help but recall a horrifying memory. Years ago, the government had tried to research how to purify and refine dark attributes, but they paid a devastating price for it. Even though they were ranked from D rank to S rank, even a D rank was enough to make a newly initiated pathfinder in the Ghost Mansion realm suffer immensely. Forget about a single cultivator in the spirit creation realm, it could easily swallow 10 of them alive. Every pathfinder, subjected to those experiments, lost their sanity, driven completely insane. Once it was over, Fang Yi returned to his normal state. He spoke coldly to the empty air. "Show yourself. You've been watching us for a long time." From the darkness, Jialan stepped out slowly. "Let me guess. You're the one who sealed the dark tide." Chu Qingli's jaw dropped as she stared at the woman. Jialan continued her interrogation. "What were you doing just now?" He didn't bother hiding it and admitted, "Yeah, I was." Chu Qingli turned to him, utterly stunned. Suddenly, Jialan reached into her coat and pulled out a gun. Everyone present gasped in panic. "Jialan, what are you doing? I thought Fang Yi was the #1 guy the military wanted to recruit. What is your game here?" Fang Yi remained completely calm and cool. "Isn't our mission to find the 7-decay flower? You seem disappointed that we didn't die here." Jialan didn't say a word, keeping her eyes locked onto his every move. Number 81 quickly rushed over to intervene. "Why didn't you help us back then? If it wasn't for him, we'd all be dead. And now you're making things hard for the boss?" Only then did she lower her weapon. "Just kidding. Congratulations on passing the test." With that, Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Yi looked at her and asked, "So, your only goal was to test me?" She had no reason to hide it and admitted it on the spot. Since he was so talented and powerful, she just wanted to see it for herself. Then, she went back to address the question of why she didn't step in earlier. Because Pathfinders must live by their own rules. Life and death, fortune and misfortune, are all up to fate. But you kids are lucky to have someone you can trust to protect you. Haven't you noticed why no anomalies have attacked you? They're absolutely terrified of Fang Yi's sealing power. The dark tide is no different. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. Come on, I'll lead you to the 7 decay flower. She turned her head to issue the order. Fang Yi watched Jia closely, thinking to himself that she seemed mentally unstable. Chu Qingli leaned in and whispered to him. She was the only one who survived and escaped the dark tide back then. Fang Yi suddenly understood. Due to her background, she demanded absolute obedience and was completely indifferent to rules or missions, yet she possessed a deep-seated conviction that kept her going. He lowered his guard and turned to the group, telling them to cut her some slack since she was injured. Number 81 immediately picked up on his hidden meaning. "Wait, she's injured?" He confirmed. Her spiritual energy is dangerously depleted, which meant she was dealing with a massive internal injury. Hearing this, Jia suddenly froze in her tracks. She looked back, quietly mumbled a thanks, and reassured them. Moving into the ultra-dark graveyard area, surrounded by a gloomy landscape, they ventured deeper inside. Fang Yi noticed something on the ground, a skeleton. "Is this?" Jia quickly interrupted. "We're here. This is the graveyard." She pointed toward a glowing flower in the distance. "Look, that's the 7 decay flower." Without another word, she pressed forward. Dozens of dark creatures were guarding the flower. Losing her grip on reality, Jia instinctively reached out her hand. "I've finally found you again." Sensing something was terribly wrong, Fang Yi quickly summoned a fireball in his hand. At the same time, he shouted, "Hey, snap out of it." With that, he hurled a massive fireball right at Jia. Sensing the raw power radiating from Fang Yi's attack, Jia was shocked to realize it contained the incredibly rare yin-yang attribute. She quickly slashed her hand through the air to block the incoming blast, then stared intensely at him, lost in thought. Right then, the vengeful spirits behind her vanished into thin air, leaving her wondering if she had underestimated the preparation needed. Lin Yi and Chu Qingli quickly rushed over. Lin Yi asked with deep concern, "Sister Jia, are you okay?" Chu Qingli chimed in. "The dark attribute has taken a heavy toll on you. We should stick together and stay here." After a brief hesitation, Jia suddenly spoke up. "As for the 7 shedding flower, it's enough to just let him go." Hearing this, Fang Yi calmly walked past the 3 girls and made his way toward the flower. After walking for a bit, the legendary 7 shedding flower finally came into view. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a monstrous fox demon leaped out from the shadows, lunging straight at him. It bared its massive fangs, revealing the tormented souls it had devoured, all screaming in absolute despair. "We're so hungry. We're starving." Remaining completely unfazed, Fang Yi gathered energy in his hand and whispered, "Divine lightning." Instantly, a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles tore right through the fox demon's body. However, the beast only let out a painful roar, seemingly unfazed by the damage. Fang Yi couldn't help but wonder, just how many anomalies did this thing devour to reach S rank? "I need to put it down, fast. I need to grab the 7 shedding flower and get out of here. Time is running out before the dark tide breaks the seal." With that thought, a surge of dark purple energy began to swirl in his hand. He activated his skill, Boundless Dark Realm, instantly wrapping himself and the fox demon in a massive dome of absolute darkness. Trapped inside the barrier, the beast collapsed to its knees as vengeful spirits materialized, tightly wrapping around and crushing its body. The demon's body trembled violently as it shrieked in agony. Just then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. The fox demon has been corrupted by the unique dark attribute within the Boundless Dark Realm. The S-rank anomaly, the semi-decayed fox demon, has been degraded to B rank. Looking at the system alert and the helpless demon bound before him, Fang Yi realized that the foundation of entities in this extreme dark region wasn't as solid as he'd thought. Summoning his fire element, he forged a blazing sword of flames and unleashed a devastating slash, triggering a massive explosion. He muttered quietly, "It's over." Meanwhile, on the outside of the barrier, Chu Qingli watched in bewilderment, wondering, "What on earth is that? I can sense a dark attribute, but it feels different. Lin Yi agreed. You're right. I don't feel that suffocating, freezing, and repulsive aura we usually get from darkness. Stepping forward with a serious expression, Jialan explained, that's because this is Fang Yi's domain. He has literally constructed a world of his own. Her mind drifted to her mentor as she thought, using spiritual energy to create a domain is an incredibly difficult feat. Aside from Master, there are at most 3 people in the entire world who possess this kind of power. She remembered when Master foresaw a cataclysmic disaster heading for the capital and deployed his domain to suppress it. But before she could dwell on it, Fang Yi walked out of the domain, waving to them casually. The graveyard behind us shouldn't give you any more trouble. He then walked over to the 7 shedding flower and carefully scooped it up with both hands. Only when the flower was safely in his grasp did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jialan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He was actually handing the precious 7 shedding flower right over to her. Fang Yi then turned to the group and said, "We need to retreat immediately. The dark tide could erupt at any second." He looked over his shoulder and added, "Besides, we're carrying dead weight." She gave him a gentle smile and softly thanked him. Without wasting a single second, the group quickly began their escape. Suddenly, she called out to him, "I really can't thank you enough. Elder Wu was on the brink of death, and you saved his life." Fang Yi simply looked at her without saying a word. Cut to the exit, where the group finally arrived, overcome with joy and excitement. "We actually made it out alive," Lin Yi cheered. "I can finally see the sun again." Outside, a massive crowd had gathered to welcome them, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary 7 shedding flower. As they stepped through the gate one by one, they were instantly showered with questions. Number 81 scanned the massive crowd in surprise. Why are there so many people waiting? Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed something and gasped. Wait, those are vehicles from the spiritual war zone. Their legendary reputation was known to everyone across the entire Xia nation. Seeing this, number 81 deeply regretted ever mocking Jialan. The scene shifts to a bustling, highly advanced district within the spiritual war zone, the absolute elite among the 19 zones of the Xia nation. A special containment vial containing the 7 shedding flower was safely handed over. The one receiving it was none other than a high-ranking commander of the spiritual war zone. In the next second, all the surrounding soldiers stood at attention, saluting Fang Yi to show their profound respect and gratitude. The commander even thanked Jialan personally before his vehicle quickly drove away. As they walked, Fang Yi curiously asked, "So, are you actually with the spiritual war zone?" She gave a soft nod. "Yeah, I am. Your performance has already spread like wildfire throughout our entire district. You'll be famous in no time. I have to admit, your strength is enough to easily overpower our strongest squad, and your potential is absolutely limitless." Jialan then changed her approach and tried to coax our male lead, inviting him to join. But since he did not seem interested, she quickly changed the subject. With the world changing like this, the thing our nation cares about and fears the most right now is dark attribute anomalies. The number of these anomalies is growing fast, and things are only going to get worse in the future. Their area of influence is constantly expanding, and they could trigger a catastrophic disaster at any second. That is why we have no choice but to do everything we can to build restricted zones to block them, and the Spirit Association is keeping a strict watch everywhere. I am only telling you this because I feel an outstanding cultivator like you deserves to know what is really going on. After hearing her out, the male lead replied, "I understand. If I run into any of these anomalies in the future, even if it is a stranger in danger, I will not just stand by and watch." Hearing this, her gaze softened as she looked at him. Then, Jialan handed him a token. She said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Fang Yi. Please take this token. With this token, you can freely enter and leave any restricted zone to cultivate. The gates to the spiritual war zone are also open to you at any time. Oh, and one more thing. Would you like to go visit Elder Wu?" The male lead asked skeptically. "Do you mean that person?" Jialan confirmed. "Yes. He is a Vajra realm venerable, and my respected master. I think you should meet him." Hearing that, he slipped the token into his pocket. Right after that, faint sparks of lightning began to flicker in his hand. He said, "Sure, one more friend means one more path in life. I will go with you on this trip. Think of this as a friendly gift between us." With those words, lightning shot out of his hand and enveloped her body. The male lead explained, "I think I can purge the residual poison inside your body." Feeling her body gradually improve, Jialan finally realized that the lightning attribute actually had healing properties. Not only that, but the wound caused by the black bone erosion was also healing up. Her damaged internal organs seemed to be restored to how they were before, and the blood vessels in her body were being rearranged and purified. Jialan looked incredibly relieved and satisfied now that all the toxins in her body had been completely wiped clean. After a brief treatment, the male lead asked how she was feeling. Jialan replied, "I am doing great. Every trace of the dark attribute in my body has been completely destroyed." Nearby, an ambulance was tending to a severely injured patient. Chu Qingli, standing close by, also noticed the two of them. She walked over and asked, "You two still haven't left?" "Wait. Why does it feel like Jialan's wounds have already healed?" Answering her confusion, Jialan replied, "Yes, the dark attribute in my body has been completely purged by the lightning attribute." Hearing this, Chu Qingli eagerly stepped closer, wanting to get a better look at our male lead. Then, she called over everyone from the medical team. She then turned to look at the male lead with sparkling eyes, hoping to ask for his help in treating the pioneers. They had all been corrupted by the dark attribute. Having said that, she bowed deeply to show her sincerity. Faced with her sincerity, the male lead agreed and immediately manifested his pure lightning attribute. Looking at the lightning he generated, one of the medical staff doubted if pure lightning could truly destroy the dark attribute. Jialan stepped up to explain. "Just now, Fang Yi transferred it directly to me, and the dark attribute inside me was instantly destroyed. So we just need to have Fang Yi shake hands with the injured pioneers. I remember there is an unconscious patient who is also in the spirit creation realm, right?" Hearing this, Chu Qingli replied with a bit of embarrassment. Not everyone in the spirit creation realm can withstand this kind of spiritual energy. The medical staff pointed out that the injured patient from earlier was in much worse shape than she was. The lightning spiritual energy required is estimated to be 10 times yours. It would be a miracle just to get him to wake up, so making a full recovery is out of the question. Cutting the chit-chat, the male lead asked the medical staff how they wanted to store the spiritual energy, and they led him over to the ambulance. They then instructed him to place his hand on a machine to release his spiritual energy. From a distance, Lin Yi watched the male lead with a thoughtful look. She had no idea Jialan was actually a high-ranking official in the spiritual war zone. And to think her cousin could actually get the famous spiritual war zone to offer him such special treatment. Jialan was usually so cold, yet she actively tried to make friends and even handed over her personal token to him. At this moment, the male lead noticed her gaze. He turned to look at number 81 and Lin Yi, asking gently, "How are you two doing?" She replied, "We have got everything sorted out. Next, number 81 and I want to go train a bit more. We cannot keep relying on you, cousin. Otherwise, we will never make any real progress." Hearing this, he did not overthink it and readily agreed. Saying this, the male lead looked at her with warm eyes, thinking to himself that his little cousin had finally grown up. Once the spiritual energy transfer was complete, Chu Qingli waved goodbye to Jialan and the male lead, and then they got into the car to head back. Sitting in the car, she grumbled in frustration because the male lead had been snatched away by the spiritual war zone. But after venting, she muttered to herself that the Spirit Association's organizational structure was still too messy between headquarters and the branches. At the local branches, many of the managers are even more two-faced than high-ranking military officers. And those top elite teams, they are completely disorganized and fractured. Never mind whether they'd actually lower themselves to make friends with Fang Yi. Honestly, we'll be lucky if some of those stubborn jerks don't show up just to cause trouble. Cut to the most luxurious room inside the healing base of the spiritual war zone, where an old man lies dying on his hospital bed. Curious, our protagonist asks, "Is this Elder Wu?" Jialan nods in response. "Yeah, quite a surprise, isn't it? Hard to believe a powerhouse of the Vajra realm is just a frail, skinny old man. His complexion was actually much worse before, and even after using the 7-fade flower, he still hasn't regained consciousness." Hearing this, Fang Yi asks what happened to him. She then recounts the past event, when a dark attribute disaster suddenly struck the capital, causing bizarre anomalies in the sky. To stop the dark energy from consuming the capital, my master used his own body, sacrificing himself to try and seal away the remnants. The rest of us had already used a special method to channel our spiritual energy into him beforehand. We estimated that this disaster was well beyond S-class. Although the dark surges we faced before were already at a terrifying S-class level, the destructive power of this disaster was many times worse. As she says this, she hangs her head in deep sorrow. If that disaster breaks loose, it could wipe out the entire capital, and it wouldn't stop there. Even the surrounding cities would be infected and completely destroyed. The capital holds immense significance for our country. If it falls, the entire nation will plunge into absolute chaos. My master deployed his domain to forcibly seal that S-class anomaly, but he never expected that the sheer power of this massive disaster was far more terrifying than we had calculated. In the end, the dark energy completely backfired and swallowed my master whole. If he wasn't a venerable of the Vajra realm, he would have been turned to ash on the spot. Or worse, ended up as nourishment for that anomaly. Hearing the whole story, Fang Yi can't help but feel a deep sense of respect. He really was a great pioneer. In that moment, he is reminded of the brave pioneers from his past life, the ones who stood before him as shields, allowing him to survive until the end. In his past life, Elder Wu had probably already sacrificed himself by this point. With that thought, he extends his palm toward the old man. He decides to try and help purge some of the dark energy festering inside the old man's body. Seeing this, Jia Lan is a bit skeptical. But remembering what Fang Yi accomplished back in the secret realm, she decides to keep quiet. Instead of stopping him, she gently warns, "Be extremely careful. This dark energy is far more terrifying than any dark surge. Otherwise, my master wouldn't be recovering this slowly, even after we use the 7-fade flower." Fang Yi replies, "I know. I can feel just how overwhelming this darkness is. Even though it's being suppressed by the purifying power of the 7-fade flower, the pressure is still intense." The moment he finishes speaking, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly erupts from the old man's body, filling the entire room. Jia Lan gasps in shock and quickly warns him, "Fang Yi, guard your mind. It's starting to affect you." He immediately closes his eyes as a brilliant golden mist envelops his body. After a long moment, he slowly opens them again. His face is dead serious. Looking around, Fang Yi is shocked to realize that his mind has been dragged back into a memory of the past. An eerie creature speaks up, demanding to know who he is. Fang Yi is taken aback. He never expected an illusion to manifest in this place. He replies with a cold glare, "All you need to know is that I'm here to put you down." With that, he immediately channels his power. In an instant, the creature fires a blast of dark energy right at him. He gasps in surprise, but reacts swiftly, activating his protective barrier just in time. Utilizing his golden sun breathing method, he easily dodges the attack. Still, Fang Yi can't help but be amazed by this bizarre, eerie power. This is just as powerful as the divine lightning I absorbed on Jade Emperor Dragon Peak. Suddenly, he glances around. Specters are everywhere, and their numbers are endless. Suddenly, the entire horde charges straight at him. In response, a blazing red flame ignites. The fire roars to life in his hands. Facing these lethal foes, Fang Yi shows absolutely no fear, charging headfirst into the fray. With absolute determination in his eyes, he slashes through the darkness in the blink of an eye, leaving a devastating, fatal wound on the beast. But within seconds, it completely regenerates and fires 2 rapid counterattacks. Even so, it seems to have weakened significantly. Fang Yi quickly dodges the incoming attacks, leaping onto the rooftops to escape. In that instant, he unleashes the boundless Yin realm. A dark orb forms in his hand, sucking in all the surrounding black mist. The specter gasps in utter disbelief. You're not human." His face darkens with annoyance, and he growls, "Open." Instantly, a massive black hole rips open in the sky. The specter is instantly obliterated. Even so, an ominous aura still hangs in the sky. It seems to be the lingering consciousness of that dark anomaly. A sense of dread about the impending disaster washes over him. He just can't shake the terrifying image of those abominations. Left alone to face an endless horde of these specters, he lets out a heavy sigh. He needs to find a way out of here. And fast. Back in reality, his eyes widen in surprise. In the next second, he claws at the empty air, actually pulling out a strand of dark energy, which immediately vanishes into thin air. Immediately after, he intensely chants a spell and deploys the 9 Dragons' heavenly fire sealing art, completely binding the dark energy. Watching from the side, Jia Lan is completely speechless. This is the exact dark energy that was ravaging Elder Wu's body. The male lead explains that this is just the residue of a natural disaster anomaly. Although it is still powerful, its overall impact has significantly weakened. As Elder Wu's complexion begins to look much better, Jia Lam is filled with gratitude and repeatedly thanks him. The male lead humbly brushes off her gratitude, explaining that he was not able to completely purge the dark attribute from the elder's body. He then tightly squeezes the object in his hand, causing it to instantly shatter and dissolve into thin air. Finally feeling at ease, the male lead suddenly remembers what happened inside the illusion. He turns to Jia Lam and warns her to be ready at any moment. Her face darkens as she mentions a rumor in a low, grim voice. Bewildered, the male lead asks if abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy are supposed to be strictly recorded and compiled in the official registry. Given those rumors, with the current strength of the Xia Kingdom, they probably would not even survive the first year of spiritual energy recovery. Yet, no one seems to believe it. Suddenly, his expression grows cold, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he brings up the monitoring of abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. The male lead wonders to himself, could his rebirth be altering the future? Even so, he places a comforting hand on Jia Lam's shoulder to reassure her. Don't overthink it. Elder Wu should wake up soon. Rest assured, if another disaster strikes, I will definitely stand by your side and face it with you. With that, he mutters to himself that this disaster is bound to happen sooner or later, and this time, he is going to change everything. The scene then shifts to late at night in a certain apartment complex. Inside his room, the male lead is meditating, thinking to himself that he is on the verge of breaking through to the 2-star spirit realm. The recovery of spiritual energy is right on track. Although he has already unlocked the dark attribute, it still isn't enough. Even though the power of the anomaly in that illusion was weakened, its true might was still terrifyingly obvious. Suddenly, the flower on his desk starts to sway, catching his attention. He walks over and playfully teases it, saying that leaving it behind before was his loss, but it was just too inconvenient to carry around. He picks up the flower pot and says, "All right, my only regret is not giving you a chance to help me level up. How about I take you out for a walk?" Strolling through the back mountain with the flower pot in his arms, the male lead talks to himself. The Botanical Research Institute of the Spirit Alliance is actually quite impressive. Even though nature's self-healing ability becomes incredibly strong in the early stages of spiritual recovery, it only lasts for a short while. Quite a few of the burned-down trees have already regenerated, and there is even a newly transplanted sapling species. Saying this, he sets the flower pot down on an empty patch of grass and mutters, "I should thank Xiao Su and the others later. I can only absorb a little bit from time to time. I can't be too reckless about it." Once planted in the ground, the flower seems to instantly come alive, its roots rapidly spreading to engulf the surrounding area and nearby trees. Watching the nearby vegetation wither away as the flower drains them, he thinks that this should be enough for now. He then pulls the flower back out of the dirt, leaving it utterly dazed, and says, "All right, let's find another spot to feed. I wonder where you rank among evolved plant life. As a desolate attribute anomaly, you should at least be considered an A-class. There used to be quite a few animals on this mountain, but not a single one is in sight today. They must be terrified of your desolate energy, huh?" Right as he says that, a sudden howl echoes from nearby. The male lead's expression instantly tightens. It is a wolf. Nearby, a pack of wolves emerges with glowing red eyes, and their leader's muscles are bulging aggressively. Surprised, he realizes the pack is on the verge of evolving. Looking up at the demonic beasts, he mutters, "This must be the Wolf King." It seems to be finalizing its evolution. Once its transformation is complete, the Wolf King unleashes a deafening roar. Shielding the spiritual flower with his arm, the male lead assesses the situation, wondering if this surge of spiritual energy is about to reach the level of an A-class anomaly. Upon advancing, the Wolf King anomaly evolves from a forest wood attribute to a highly corrosive poison attribute. This poisonous attribute was actually triggered by absorbing the surrounding dark attribute during its advancement. It seems the dark attribute activities have increased so much that the Wolf King has spontaneously awakened dual attributes. Still, it only possesses the power of an A-class anomaly. Pulling the spiritual flower out of its pot, he declares, "All right, let's deal with them." Although it is only an A-class anomaly, the sheer size of the pack is going to be a hassle. Worse, the base of the mountain is a residential area. If they breach the city, the consequences will be catastrophic. Time to start. Let's see just how much damage I can deal, relying solely on the power of desolation without using any of my other abilities. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a group of strangers is observing them. A long-haired man speaks up. "The Wolf King's evolution was a success. It is so powerful. What's the contamination level?" Looking down at his watch, the captain reports, 90. Hearing this, the man freezes. 90? Pressing a button on his watch, the captain adds, "And that is not all. It is still climbing. This wood attribute Wolf King is at least at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, and it might even reach the 1-star Spirit Creation realm. How is it this high?" The long-haired man gasps in horror. "At this rate, we don't have enough manpower. There is no way we can fight this. Even you just recently broke through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, right?" Suddenly, a massive wave of dark energy erupts from the mountaintop, leaving the entire group utterly stunned. It's a dark attribute. The dark attribute is showing up again? How is this even possible? No wonder the contamination level is so insanely high. The captain immediately spots the root of the problem. He bellows, "I get it now. The reason the contamination is through the roof is because the Wolf King has evolved dual attributes. Having this happen in an anomaly is incredibly rare. But even if we are no match for them, we have to hold them back. If this pack of beasts successfully completes its evolution, the entire area at the foot of the mountain will be utterly devastated. These beasts are already bloodthirsty by nature, but flooding them with evolutionary spiritual energy will make them absolute nightmares. I need to contact the Spirit Association for backup immediately." Right at that moment, the ground beneath them begins to shake violently. Everyone panics, crying out, "Is this an earthquake? How could a wolf pack's evolution trigger an earthquake?" Wait, that is not it. Another anomaly is emerging. The readings on the captain's tracker are skyrocketing past 1,000. The group at the bottom of the mountain instantly senses it. Oh my God, it is the power of desolation. Why on earth is there desolation power here? Run. No matter what, we need to fall back to a safe zone. The long-haired man looks back and asks, "Is that the same vine that disappeared earlier? Did it just show up out of nowhere with absolutely no warning?" The captain urgently hurries everyone. "Quick, we have to evacuate all the nearby residents right now." But suddenly, another squad member stops him. "Wait, Captain, the desolation power didn't hit us." "Then what is this?" the captain asks. "Did the power of desolation retreat deep into the mountain?" The long-haired man emphasizes, "Yeah, it's weird. That overwhelming sense of danger has completely vanished. Should we still report this?" Meanwhile, the roots of the spirit flower stretch longer and longer, and hundreds of tiny flower buds quickly blossom along them. A moment later, all the flowers burst open, unleashing a massive wave of desolation power. The captain murmurs in curiosity, "These are flowers?" Back to our protagonist's side, the spirit flower has conjured a vast sea of petals surrounding the Wolf King, which is still snarling and desperately clawing through the blooms. He notes that this sea of spirit flowers will continue to multiply and grow until it completely drains all of their energy. He looks at the beast and says, "You still have your protective spiritual energy to struggle with, but what about your pack?" The surrounding mutated beasts are howling in sheer despair. Bound tightly by the vines, they can do nothing but tremble and whimper, and before long, they are sucked completely dry, leaving nothing but bare bones. Once the spirit flower has drained the life force of the entire wolf pack, its vines begin to turn a vibrant red. Furious, the Wolf King unleashes a blast of blue light from its maw, launching a full power strike directly at our protagonist. However, he is already fully shielded by the dense, sturdy roots of the spirit flower. As the roots slowly retract, he calmly speaks to the beast. "It is useless. Haven't you realized it yet? The spirit flower's desolation attribute has already rooted itself deep into the ground beneath this mountain range. This endless sea of flowers covers the land, drawing power from the mountain to fuel itself. Even though you've evolved and unlocked high intelligence, I doubt you've ever heard the saying, 'Wildfire cannot destroy them, they will rise again with the spring breeze.'" He smiles. "Not bad. You actually located the main flower. Little flower, they've found you. What should we do?" Gritting its teeth in pure rage, the Wolf King charges straight toward the spirit flower. The spirit flower alters its size on its own. The Wolf King pounces on it, but unfortunately, the beast gets firmly caught between its giant petals. The Wolf King struggles with all its might, but it is no use. The spirit flower slowly begins to consume the beast. Watching calmly, our protagonist wonders, is it really going to just let itself be corrupted by the dark attribute? The slimy petals split open, pinning down the pathetic beast as it shrieks in agony before mercilessly swallowing it whole. Our protagonist watches the spirit flower decompose the Wolf King and muses, "The power of desolation is incredibly dominant. Just what kind of ability is this? To think that after I grafted the desolation attribute into this spirit flower, it didn't even need any further adjustments from me. It just went ahead and developed its own technique." He explains that once caught in this overwhelming sea of flowers, no anomaly can ever escape. Even if you keep destroying the flowers, they will just continuously regenerate, using the limitless power of desolation to reduce everything to white bones. This is known as the Endless Spirit Sea. The system announces, grafting of the desolation attribute to the spirit flower is successful. Obtained, Endless Spirit Sea. The flower glows with a fiery, brilliant red. Our protagonist watches the spirit flower's every move and notices something unusual. Observing how it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he says to it, "Little flower, you are about to evolve." Receiving the alert, everyone in the monitoring room is in an uproar after detecting an A-rank mutated contamination. The contaminated zone shows two distinct surges of spiritual energy. Aside from the leveling up Wolf King, there is something else. The chairman calmly asks, "Where is it?" The operator replies, "It is in Captain 2's jurisdiction." The chairman gets confused. But the saboteur squad already intercepted the wolf pack, didn't they? Just then, a voice crackles through the transceiver in the chairman's ear. The captain reports through the headset. The mutated wolf pack suddenly unleashed a surge of power, and then a massive wave of desolation burst forth. It completely annihilated the A-rank mutated wolf pack anomaly, but instead of attacking us, it retreated into a cave. Now, a massive anomaly is causing wild mountain flowers to bloom all over the peaks. We are keeping our distance for now. It is still unclear if this power will affect the surrounding areas. But if this anomaly erupts, it is projected to be far more devastating than the sky devil vine we faced before. Should we send reinforcements? The trailblazers on the scene might get wiped out in a heartbeat. He replied, "In that case, we will dispatch 2 more elite squads." Standing nearby, Thon Hoin thought to herself, "It's Hao Sun. I have a gut feeling it's him again this time." She then spoke up, "I think the person unleashing this primal energy is Fuang Ditch. His house is located right around here. He can handle this all on his own." Over at Hao Sun, crimson petals drifted through the evening breeze. Our main character shouted, "Well, look at that. You devoured the Wolf King and now you're becoming just like it, about to evolve a second attribute." The petals danced in the air like flickering tongues of fire. He excitedly added, "A fire attribute? Now that is awesome. All you have to do is devour to evolve. Your way of leveling up is way too easy, you know that?" The spirit flower then shrank down, nesting snugly in the palm of his hand. The system chimed in, "The spirit flower has devoured the wolf pack and the mutated wolf king. Evolution complete. Introducing the rank A anomaly, desolate fire, spirit flower, with the desolate fire attribute. Post-evolution, its hunger for spiritual energy is extremely high. It can be placed in the boundless yin realm for nurturing." Halfway through reading the notification, he muttered in surprise, "The boundless yin realm? I never would have thought it could survive in there." Inside the boundless yin realm, there are numerous dark attribute anomalies and nutrient-rich soil. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it can trigger a dark evolution. With that, he placed the flower inside the boundless yin realm. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, catching him completely off guard. Glancing up, our main character realized, "Am I about to break through?" Reaching the 2-star spirit creation realm, he began to meditate mid-air as waves of energy enveloped his body. He thought to himself, "Channeling this energy feels so much easier now. It's like the spiritual energy of the world was tailor-made for me." Just then, Kwang Luk easily tracked him down. Frowning as he analyzed our hero, he muttered, "So this is the legendary Heavenly Fire Slash, a 2-star spirit creation realm? Now that gets my blood pumping. Let me show you what your coffin looks like. I'll make sure everyone knows that I am the undisputed #1 fire attribute trailblazer." Sensing the sudden danger, our main character cautiously opened his eyes. Seeing a blazing fire rushing straight at him, he thought, "A fire attribute trailblazer?" He quickly gathered and condensed his power into one hand. In the blink of an eye, our hero easily blocked the entire attack. He silently thought, "So you finally showed up, and you didn't even bother to suppress your spiritual energy while hiding earlier. Just a rogue fighter who broke into the spirit realm, unaffiliated, unorganized, and living only for the thrill of a fight." Stepping out of the flames, Kwang Luk sneered, "You're pretty interesting. I can feel a massive spiritual pressure radiating from you. Tell me, how did you block my flowing fireburst just now?" But our hero completely ignored him with sheer contempt. Kwang Luk continued, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kwang Luk. Trust me, you'll remember it very soon." Keeping his cool, our hero raised his hand toward the sky and summoned Divine Thunder. Even as Kwang Luk blindly charged forward, a blinding flash of light materialized directly above our main character's head. The guy froze, thinking to himself, wait, what? But at this point, dodging was absolutely out of the question. Kwang Luk took the blast head-on, his body practically dissolving into the air. When the dust settled, he spat out a puff of white smoke. His clothes were shredded, and he was brought to his knees. Dazed and confused, Kwang Luk could only ask himself, who am I? Where on earth am I? And here we thought he was supposed to be a fire attribute trailblazer. Trembling on the ground, the poor guy could only gasp for air. Our main character calmly walked over, staring down at him with a cold, piercing gaze. Without warning, he grabbed Kwang Luk by the hair and casually lifted his head. Before slamming his face hard into the dirt, only then did our hero speak up. My ears were ringing earlier. What did you say your name was again? At this point, the guy was busy eating dirt, unable to utter a single word. Inside Kwang Luk's mind, pure panic had set in. He had been completely obliterated in a single heartbeat. I'm literally at the 1-star spirit creation realm. I've always been the fastest among all the trailblazers, not to mention my ultimate technique. The fire attribute is the rarest and most elite class, packing insane power. I should be the top expert among experts. Everyone is supposed to bow down and kiss my boots just to get a scrap of my favors in this era of spiritual awakening. Seeing the guy remain silent, our hero just clicked his tongue. He tightened his grip, channeling raw lightning energy into his hand, sending Kwang Luk into a fit of helpless, agonizing screams. This sent shivers down Kwang Luk's spine. Not only did this guy have fire, but he also wielded lightning. He had completely pinned him down, leaving him absolutely powerless to stand. Our main character sneered, and here I thought you were actually something. Turns out you're just a brat playing make-believe. Talk about overconfident. Unable to speak, Kwang Luk could only panic internally. This guy clearly hasn't even reached the 2-star spirit creation realm yet, so how does it feel like he's 2 whole realms ahead of me? No, wait, make that 3 realms. I'm going to die. I'm literally about to meet my ancestors. In sheer terror, Kwang Luk begged him for mercy, but all he got in return was our hero's cold, emotionless face. Suddenly, our main character changed his tone and offered some advice. You shouldn't just go around throwing your weight and powers at people. If you have that much free time on your hands, go clean up the anomalies that are running wild instead. Hearing those words made Kwang Luk's blood boil with rage. To make matters worse, our hero clicked his tongue, throwing him an incredibly smug, punchable look. Even so, Kwang Luk had no choice but to swallow his pride. Our hero's spiritual pressure was so overwhelming that it made him seriously question his own existence. Back in the brightly lit city, Kwang Luk slowly dragged himself into the room, looking completely lifeless. His teammates didn't show a single shred of sympathy. Instead, they immediately started mocking him, especially the red-haired guy, who began lecturing Kwang Luk the second he walked through the door. Save me the endless lecturing. You're so eager to fight everyone that if you don't start telling friend from foe, you're just begging for trouble. Another guy suddenly noticed that Jianglu's usual trash-talking mouth was quiet today. Seeing him slump into his chair with a scowl, everyone figured something must have happened. The black-haired guy, completely fearless, slid over and started rambling, while the red-haired dude already had a pretty good idea of what went down. So, you went to challenge Skyfire Blade today. What actually happened? Feeling utterly humiliated, Jianglu confessed that he got taken down in the blink of an eye. The black-haired guy, tactless as ever, eagerly demanded to know the details. Jianglu looked up, tears streaming down his face, and sobbed, I got wiped out in a single second. After getting absolutely wrecked by our protagonist, he was left wallowing in regret and self-blame. Red Hair was also incredibly curious about the identity of the person who could easily defeat a top-tier genius like Jianglu. Turning pale, he recalled, in just a split second, my absolute pride and joy, the flowing fire and flying flames technique, was completely obliterated by his lightning. Black Hair frowned and asked, is it possible you challenged the wrong guy? Unless they're from a high-level war zone, who could possibly go toe-to-toe with you? Red Hair also furrowed his brows, speculating that someone with that kind of power might not even be a regular pioneer. This question sent Jianglu over the edge. How could I possibly be wrong? It was definitely him. You guys didn't experience it, so you have no idea. He is a straight-up monster. That violent lightning power felt like the wrath of heaven itself detonating right next to my ears. I felt like I was about to explode on the spot. His terrifying description made the other two go pale. My gut tells me it was definitely him. He's the pioneer who created that supreme-grade fire and lightning attribute, Spirit Realm. His lightning power is countless times stronger than my fire. He is definitely hiding his true strength. He has to be at least a 3-star spirit creation realm. The other two were utterly bewildered. Black Hair fearfully predicted that this man would become a living nightmare for every genius in the Pioneer City. All three of them couldn't stop marveling at that ferocious power. At this point, Jianglu suddenly had a wild idea. Should I secretly try to copy his style? Meanwhile, our protagonist was training alone in his room. That's weird. I was clearly on the verge of breaking through just a second ago. Why did that feeling suddenly vanish? It's not an issue with my own body, he muttered with a frown, realizing it had to be due to some external factor. The male lead walked around the house, seriously assessing the state of the spiritual energy, when he suddenly recalled some words from before. The Spiritual Power Association's monitoring department will compile the spiritual energy fluctuations collected by both sides. This data will be strictly recorded and managed to prevent any unforeseen external crises. It sounds good on paper, but the projected data suggests that with the Xia Kingdom's current reserves, it will be incredibly difficult to survive even the first year of the spiritual energy revival. Looking at the sky with lightning flashing in all directions, our main character could sense that a massive storm was brewing. The spiritual energy revival is going to happen much sooner, right here in the city I'm in. He tried to call Jielan to check on the military's situation, but he couldn't get through at all. With a frown, he guessed that they had been forced to cut off all communications. Right at that moment, Chu Qingli suddenly called. When the protagonist answered, he only heard broken static and desperate cries for backup. He asked in a low voice, "Are a ton of anomalies appearing in the city right now?" But the other side only kept repeating that there was a massive problem. The male lead pressed for more details, but he got no response. Just then, a bat suddenly slammed into the window, cracking the glass. He instantly threw a cautious glare in its direction. Within moments, the beast completely shattered the barrier and lunged in aggressively. Instead of being afraid, our protagonist calmly scoffed at its sheer foolishness. With lightning crackling at his fingertips, the male lead leaped high into the air and used that destructive power to pierce right through the monster's body. Once the threat was dealt with, Lin Yi rushed in a panic to warn him about the abnormal bats. But when she saw the shattered window and the ruined door, she paused and asked what on earth had just happened. Lin Yi quickly pointed out how rampant these monsters had become lately, and the male lead completely agreed. It is possible. As long as things don't get too out of hand, he could still keep everything under control. The worst-case scenario would be a massive disaster like the ones on the news. These anomalies are supposed to hide in the shadows, not go wild in busy downtown areas, let alone launch a direct attack on a pioneer's home. Knowing that tough times were ahead, he told her to quickly contact the other pioneers. The male lead suddenly stepped onto the table, seriously charging her with the vital task of protecting the house. Outside, thunder rumbled continuously as someone reported in a serious voice. The signal is heavily disrupted. Fang Yi won't be able to hear our exact coordinates. If a real disaster strikes, we'll have to deal with it on our own. Another person was still in complete shock at the unfolding situation. He would rather believe that the equipment was just malfunctioning, while Chu Qingli also secretly hoped it was just a false alarm. Speaking into her communicator with a serious tone, she asked for status updates on all the patrol squads. Suddenly, a deafening roar blasted through their ears. Panicked, Chu Qingli screamed into her communicator. A massive swarm of anomalies has been spotted. Due to the impending disaster, the government quickly issued an emergency broadcast, advising citizens to stay indoors and avoid going outside. In this scene, panic is written all over everyone's faces. Right in the middle of this chaos, two figures are speeding down the road, but they quickly realize something is off. Worried, Redhead leaves the decision of whether to stay or go completely up to Jianglu. While he is still hesitating, a mutant bat suddenly lunges at him, but Jianglu quickly unleashes his power to take it down. While destroying the mutant bat, he can't help but notice how unusually aggressive it is. Even after the sparks fade, the damn thing is still alive and kicking. Jianglu realizes that this creature actually has the power to regenerate. Totally freaked out by this, he makes a quick decision to get the hell back home. A few hours ago at the association, a proposal was made to bring together the top brass of the Spirit Association and Fang Yi for some closed-door talks. Suddenly, a strange spike occurs on the communication screen. A man, completely covered in blood, frantically reports that a Class A anomaly is about to hit the city center. Hearing this, Chu Qingli immediately orders a team to investigate. But the man drops an even bigger bombshell. The forecast shows the incoming anomaly is actually Class S. Through the screen, everyone watches in horror as a giant bat charges forward, instantly taking the poor guy down. At this point, the military zone is completely deserted. Hundreds of mutant bats shatter the glass windows and swarm outside. Someone rushes in, whipping the air to restrain them. Jialan glares coldly, and in an instant, countless mutant bats are brought down. That is Jialan's unique spiritual energy, the ability to shapeshift her spiritual power into any form and boost its strength to 200%. She realizes these never-ending mutants are trying to keep her at bay. Right then, backup arrives to help her out. Blown away by her sheer power, he can't. Frowning, she reports that the anomaly has jammed the signal and rendered the anti-jamming devices useless. It seems the other military zones are facing the exact same issue. Looking up at the sky filled with monsters, she commands in a stern voice, "Our only job right now is to hold the line. We cannot let them enter the forbidden zone. The rest of you, follow me to break through the encirclement and regroup with the other zones." Jialan realizes with horror that the anomaly's ultimate target is the city itself. Yet, the citizens there still have absolutely no clue of the danger heading their way. Despite the pouring rain, a female blogger still wants to find a raincoat to keep filming. But while she is excitedly talking about her last video's success, the guy next to her can't stop shaking. The blogger soon senses that something is terribly wrong. She screams in absolute terror as she sees her friend get bitten by a mutant bat, spraying blood everywhere. The blogger runs for her life, screaming for help, but a mutant bat instantly snatches her up. But, with luck that could win her the lottery 10 times over, her life is spared once again. After taking out the bat, a figure slowly descends to the ground. Chu Qingli reaches out a hand to help her up. She says, "Don't worry, I'll get you home." But as she is directing the others, someone frantically reports that Class C anomalies are multiplying. And worse, they are starting to evolve. Chu Qingli quickly orders them to evacuate the civilians to safety. And after that, regroup back here with me. Meanwhile, our main character is leaping solo across the buildings. Landing swiftly on a skyscraper, he observes the bats ahead and realizes they have evolved to have power almost on par with the ghost axe. Without hesitation, he ignites a spark and sweeps his hand through the air, but the damn bat actually manages to dodge it. The male lead is shocked by this anomaly. The bat swarm is endlessly multiplying and evolving even after they seem dead. They still show signs of life. They are incredibly hard to wipe out completely, always swarming where people gather, appearing in countless areas all at once. This whole situation is a recipe for a massive disaster, and trying to track down the Spirit Association's members is going to take some time. So, he decides to handle things his own way. Summoning his boundless dark domain, he plans to turn the swarm into nourishment for his self-loss flower. But deep down, he is still worried about Lin Yi and the others. If things keep going south like this, surviving won't be easy. 10 minutes later, over in Chu Qingli's area, she irritably realizes that no matter how many bats she kills, they just keep coming. At this rate, her spiritual energy is going to run completely dry. But just then, Chu Qingli catches a cry for help coming from a nearby building. She dashes over immediately. The monsters have already launched a full-scale assault on the residents inside, and there just aren't enough rescue teams to save everyone. Chu Qingli sweeps her hand to obliterate the bats in front of her, only to be surrounded by another massive swarm. Chu Qingli realizes with sheer panic that if this continues, an anomaly king is about to be born. The city slowly plunges into absolute chaos. The scale of this anomaly is easily as catastrophic as the near disaster that almost wiped out the capital. And the absolute worst part? It looks like nobody has the power to stop this nightmare from unfolding. Whether it's the Spirit Association or the military, it seems no one is capable of completely turning the tide. The situation has become incredibly tense and critical. Will Fang Yi show up in the nick of time to turn things around? Devastation is everywhere. The entire city is on the brink of total destruction. Desperate voices cry out as the Sector A Forerunner squad sacrifices their lives to detonate their spiritual energy. The Sector B Forerunner squad is drawing the anomaly's attention and has been completely surrounded. The latest warning indicates a major anomaly has been detected. The corruption attribute and prediction levels have met the threshold. Sir, our subordinates report that both our Forerunners and staff have suffered devastating casualties. But the sheer number of anomalies is overwhelming, and they are reinforcing faster than our current defenses can handle. The chairman has ordered the activation of Emergency Plan S, But even with our best coordination efforts, the forerunners from other sectors simply cannot make it in time. The man standing nearby hesitates, seeing the city completely engulfed by a dense, black mist. Backup from the military district and other regions cannot get through at all. We have become an isolated city. He commands, yes, this is a matter of life and death for our city. As a forerunner, I am willing to stand with everyone in this city, sharing our fate, moving forward and retreating together. We belong to this city, and if those anomalies want to destroy it, they will have to get through us first. Try to contact headquarters to send the code. If we cannot stop this disaster, we must immediately initiate a destructive strike to keep the dark attribute from spreading. Meanwhile, Qingli is shielding her body inside a protective sphere. She is anxious, her spiritual energy almost completely depleted. If this keeps up, she will have to use every last bit of her remaining strength to unleash her energy. Flashes of light flicker through the air. An anomaly beast is charging furiously toward her. Qingli screams, "No way. This thing is in the 3-star spirit creation realm." She grinds her teeth in frustration. Her spiritual energy is virtually gone. Qingli is instantly severely injured, coughing up blood. The monster sends her flying, and her body plummets. Barely able to keep her eyes open, Qingli feels utterly helpless. This is her only option. She summons another spell, muttering, "Even if I die, I am taking you with me." Suddenly, Qingli spots a massive pillar of fire surging up from below. Falling into the sea of flames, she looks around in shock. What is this? Then, Qingli sees Fang Yi standing defensively in front of her. She softly whispers, "Boss." His eyes look strange, reflecting the dual powers of water and fire. Fang Yi nimbly leaps forward, unleashing a thunderous strike. The monster keeps its massive jaws wide open, waiting for him to clash. Fang Yi instantly unleashes a devastating move. With his 100 refinements technique, he fuses his power with an inner flame explosion. Landing on his feet, he grumbles, "Sorry about that. Finding you was actually a huge pain. There were way too many identical anomalies on the way." Qingli shivers and warns him, "Be careful, they can regenerate." Fang Yi looks up at them with complete composure. "Of course I know that." He shapes a dark orb. "Don't worry. I am a man of my word, and always get the job done." Fang Yi unleashes his spiritual energy with the boundless dark realm, promising, "I always deliver on my promises." She stares in awe, thinking to herself, "That's right. How could I forget that this city still has Fang Yi, the peerless forerunner?" Meanwhile, he continuously channels his magic, forming a colossal dark orb in midair. Fang Yi asks with concern, "Are you okay?" She replies, "I am fine, thanks for saving me. I still have some hemostatic medicine left to help me recover." Fang Yi's expression shifts, as if he notices something. His touch startles Qingli as he says, "I have cleared away the lingering dark elements for you. Take some time to bandage your wounds." Dazed, she nods. "Okay." Internally, she thinks, as expected of a high-tier thunder god attribute, the pain from my injuries has gone down so much. It is healing even faster than the hemostatic medicine from the Spirit Association's research department. The supervisor panics. "Look, the anomalies are thinning out. Did they actually manage to break through the encirclement?" Standing behind him, the senior officer speaks up. "No, all rescue forerunners around the city were attacked, and we have lost contact with them. We still cannot get into the city to see, and the number of anomalies outside shows no signs of decreasing. Inside the city, the number of forerunners keeps dropping. Not a single squad has re-established contact. Perhaps the anomaly king is about to emerge, causing the anomalies in the city to gather together, which explains why their numbers are dropping. Honestly, I really wanted to go home and visit my parents, but I guess I won't be able to make it back. In that case, let's do everything we can for one last stand." At this moment, Fang Yi asks, "Do you guys have any reliable information? What on earth is this thing anyway?" Qingli explains, "It's a super S-rank anomaly that uses the entire city as blood sacrifices. Its power is easily on par with the one previously sealed in the mental war zone. People usually describe it as a natural disaster. This cocoon is like an omen of that catastrophe. It only serves as a warning, just as humans can sense an impending disaster but are entirely powerless to stop it. A terrifying entity is gestating inside this thing. Once it hatches, the entire city will be wiped out. But now, we have a more scientific explanation. Studies show that even anomalies of the same type will attack and cannibalize each other. Devouring one another is the fastest way to evolve, but corrupted anomalies are different. A perfectly evolved entity exerts an absolute suppressing effect over its peers. The remaining ones will willingly submit as its servants. We call this perfect evolved form the King of Anomalies. Boss, I know you're strong, so strong that it's completely beyond my comprehension, but you still haven't reached the Vajra realm. Besides, even the strongest Forerunner ended up bedridden after sealing the calamity. They need people to constantly gather the 7 decay flowers for them. We don't want to lose another genius Forerunner. If possible, please leave as soon as you can. Break through the Anomalies blockade and get out of the city. Meet up with the military district and tell them to abandon this place. Fang Yi flicked her forehead. Did you forget all those 20-something years of education just because of the spiritual Qi revival? This is my home, and I won't regret protecting it, no matter the cost. Qingying held her head in silence, offering only a gentle smile as his footsteps slowly moved forward. Fang Yi unleashed a spark of fire and looked up at the anomalies above. His voice grew cold. Sacrificing an entire city to celebrate the birth of their king, huh? Are your watch and gear still working? Let me borrow them for a second. Startled, she gasped. What? Fang Yi explained. Doesn't this thing detect anomalies and contact the Union? He raised his fire spear and said, I have to head up and take it down first. Fang Yi aimed directly at the swarm of bats in the sky. Meanwhile, the control room went wild as the signal of the lost Forerunner was suddenly restored. Is that Captain Su? Can you hear me? Wait, that's not right. How is she moving so fast? And she's flying right toward the source with the highest concentration of contamination. Tell her to turn back immediately. Going in there alone is a suicide mission. Shanglu yelled. Specialist Chu Qingli, do you copy? Halt your actions immediately to avoid casualties. Wait for backup and stand by for orders. Just then, static buzzed from the watch in Fang Yi's hand. He muttered, finally figured out how to use this thing. Hello? Can you hear me? Hearing an unfamiliar voice, the other side barked, Who is this? Where is Specialist Chu Qingli? Fang Yi replied, Listen closely. I need all of you to coordinate with me. I'm going to take down the King of Anomalies. Shanglu gasped. You're going to do what? Fang Yi repeated. I said, if you don't want this city wiped out and turned into monster food from here on out, then every single operator needs to use all available gear and intel to help me raid the cocoon and kill it. Shanglu fell silent, gritting his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he roared, Everyone, stop what you are doing. Connect to him right now. Use any working satellite radar to scan the nearby anomalies and give him all the intel we have. You're on primary comms, guide him in the right direction. The 2 operators immediately rushed to their consoles to begin the operation. Yes, sir, they responded. Satellite data showed a massive density of anomalies surrounding the cocoon, with bats circling in thick swarms as they rode the wind. The number of anomalies to the north is relatively low, making it a viable breakthrough point. However, the main road is heavily congested. We suggest breaking through via the southeastern side street. Oh no, an anomaly has spotted you. There are 2 anomalies, both estimated to be S-class with a 2-star spirit creation strength. Watch out and try to dodge. Fang Yi thought to himself, but is dodging really an option? There's no time to back out now anyway. Suddenly, a series of deafening blasts erupted, forcing everyone to cover their ears. On the other end, Fang Yi was constantly weaving and dodging through the danger. His eyes burned with a wild, frenzied determination. What happened next? Shanglu screamed. The anomaly's energy signature just vanished. A single slash killed an S-class shadow attribute anomaly. Could he be? The entire room erupted in cheers. It's the tyrant. Thank goodness we're saved. That's right, the legendary recluse hiding in our city. I never expected there to be such a powerful Forerunner here. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, assessing the object in front of him. He mused. Once the Tang Saber is infused, the flames can suppress the anomalies and slow down their regeneration speed. If I had successfully leveled up earlier and boosted my strength a bit more, maybe a single strike would have completely shut down their regeneration. Since that's the case, I can only rely on pure speed and high-frequency attacks to take them out. These endless waves are getting really annoying. Right at that moment, something strange happened at the center of the monster horde. The low-level bats froze, as if reacting to a sudden sound. They swarmed back to their starting position, stopping their counterattack entirely. Watching this, everyone was bewildered. What's going on? The bats stopped attacking, the president said anxiously. This is bad. If the bat thralls suddenly halted their assault, there is only one possibility. They've been summoned back by the King of Anomalies. Is the king trying to speed up its descent? But if the bats guarding the outskirts are being pulled back, then maybe we still have a shot. Meanwhile, over on Jialan's side, she kept up her relentless assault. Jialan asked, "How much longer until we can enter the city?" The captain replied, "According to the equipment, it'll take at least half an hour." She hesitated. Half an hour? By then, the king of anomalies will have already hatched. The city will be completely wiped out by then, so what's even the point of trying to stop it? He looked on helplessly, completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of bats. There are over 10 times more than the initial anomalies, exactly 10 times the sub-tier. Even if we rely on heavy weapons of mass destruction, we still can't completely wipe them out. Frustrated, Jialan snapped. No. If this swarm keeps growing, the surrounding cities will eventually turn into a sea of dark energy. Is our team still not enough to break through the siege? The captain nodded. Not even close. I don't know what some of those ascenders are waiting for, just sitting idly by. Do they seriously think they won't get burned too? Suddenly, she noticed something was off. Jialan called out, "Look over there, what is that?" The bats in the city are all gathering toward the anomaly king. She paused, muttering to herself. Wait, is that blazing fire in the sky? Him? Fang Yi, the captain standing next to her, saw Jialan spacing out and called her name, Jialan. Showing a look of determination and hope, she quickly replied, "It's nothing," Jialan ordered. "Everyone, ramp up the firepower. Don't worry, backup is not an issue. We must push into the city. Elite combat zone, do not abandon a single city." Meanwhile, Fang Yi was charging upward, completely engulfed in flames. Jialan's face went completely stiff, unable to believe her eyes. Chu Qingli gasped, slowly murmuring, this sea of fire." Looking through the window, Yi cheered excitedly. "It's cousin. That's cousin's blade technique." The mutated bats with glowing red eyes are going completely wild. Are they seriously charging at me with all their power just to block my path? Fang Yi threw a punch downward. Then you're playing right into my hands. The dark city sky was filled with the massive swarm of bats and his brilliant flashes of light. A terrifying, powerful spark tore right through their layers of defense. Determination burned deep within Fang Yi's eyes. As he attacked, a sudden sensation hit him. Despite the thin spiritual energy here, I can actually feel that I'm about to break through my realm. With a smirk, Fang Yi charged forward, accelerating to the extreme. His other hand was channeling a massive dark sphere. It grew so huge it looked ready to swallow the sky itself. Infinite dark realm. Without a hint of fear, Fang Yi summoned the spirit flower. Right after his command, glowing red cracks began to spread across the air. A massive flower materialized. Fang Yi thought to himself, "Suck them dry and help me break through." The spirit flower began releasing its magic as a surge of primordial power erupted, launching massive tentacles to strike. One by one, the spirit flower's branches impaled the bat anomalies, continuously draining their spiritual energy. A moment later, Fang Yi landed softly on the pistil of the spirit flower. He glanced up at the quiet sky and sighed. Did it run away again? Fang Yi thought to himself. Only after chasing it into midair did I realize that although this giant cocoon looms in the sky with an eerie appearance, it's actually just like a mirage, visible but completely untouchable. But I can clearly hear the king's heartbeat, sounding like the wild, thunderous war drums echoing from an ancient battlefield. That resounding declaration of war is powerful enough to stir up the most evil and wild desires deep within anyone's heart. If it's still too timid to show its face after all that, it probably hasn't fully hatched yet. He called out. "Have you located the exact position?" The operator replied. "Yes, we've found it. The king's location is syncing to your device right now." Instantly, the watch on Fang Yi's wrist flashed red, shooting a beam of light straight into the sky. He realized it was right there. Immediately, Fang Yi's entire body was enveloped in a golden glow. Golden sun, breathing, technique. As soon as he unleashed it, the entire area lit up completely, and that brilliant light slowly swallowed the monsters. Everyone watching was absolutely terrified. What kind of power is this? Is it a fire attribute? No, wait. How can fire be this strong? It even counters the dark attribute. This is pure, ultra-dense yang energy, a high-tier attribute that's the absolute opposite of darkness. Shanglu exclaimed in shock. The number of anomalies is plummeting. The radius of their encirclement is shrinking. The anomaly density is dropping down to 100. This is absolutely unbelievable. As the tanks rolled forward, a soldier reported, The bat swarm seems to have received an order. They're all retreating back into the city. Jialan ordered, Fang Yi, attack the Anomaly King's cocoon, the captain chimed in. So it really is him? That tyrant and his heavenly fire strike. I can't believe this power is the purest, most extreme Yang attribute. But he's facing the Anomaly King all by himself. She said, we need to seize this chance and enter the city immediately. But the captain stopped her. Wait, look at that. Suddenly, Jialan's eyes widened in sheer panic. The sudden anomaly in the sky shocked everyone. Could the Anomaly King be breaking out of its cocoon early? It's all because of that thing. It's the root of all evil. And these beasts, they killed our people. Let's wipe out every single one of these anomalies. Yi pouted in frustration. Just playing defense is a death sentence. We have to do something. We have to help cousin. The birth of whatever is inside that massive cocoon will cost all of our lives, turning this entire city into a bloody purgatory. Right now, Chu Qingli was working non-stop, healing the wounded, injured people. She gritted her teeth. Among those anomalies standing in my cousin's way, no matter how many B rank, A rank, or even S rank monsters there are, it only proves how many of our loved ones they've hurt. Suddenly, Yi's expression shifted, as if she had just realized something. That's it. When my cousin pulled out that flower earlier, I saw it absorbing power from all over the place. Isn't that just like the desolation attribute devil vine we faced last time? I had no idea my cousin could control desolation energy as well. In that case, let's pour all our spiritual energy into the net made by those plants, so it can absorb our power. Everyone immediately followed her lead, shouting in unison, got it. Seeing the crowd's response, the guild leader was completely taken aback. He realized, are the pioneers channeling their spiritual energy to attack the anomaly? No, that's not it. Their power is still too weak to directly strike the anomaly up there. I get it now. They are supplying spiritual energy to the plants Fang Yi summoned. The guild leader unleashed his own power. I need to help him too. Swept up by the surging energy, others joined in. Me too, count us in too. Soon, the gathered energy surged toward a single point. Chu Qingli, who was still recovering from her injuries, stared at the sight in sheer disbelief. She realized this was the collective strength of every single pioneer in the city. Chu Qingli began to unleash the hidden power deep within her body, thinking, bring it on, Anomaly King. This is the defiance of humanity in this city. The anomalous beast was descending into its most sinister, malevolent state. Fang Yi casually launched an attack, scattering the swarm of bats. Wiping the blood from his wound, he heard a warning through his watch. Be careful. All the anomalous bats outside the city are frantically closing in on your position. There are 200,000 B-rank anomalies with a level equivalent to a 3-star ghost axe, 100,000 A-rank anomalies at the 1-star spirit creation realm, and even S-ranks hovering above them. Fang Yi scoffed. It's useless. No matter how many lackeys you summon, I'll wipe every single one of them out. Did the Anomaly King rush out of its cocoon before fully evolving because it was terrified of me slicing it to pieces? Right then, a grotesque, demonic hand burst from the anomalous cocoon. His face turned deadly serious as he braced himself. Here it comes. And finally, it shattered the cocoon, revealing the hideous form of the Anomaly King. It let out a deafening roar, baring its razor-sharp teeth. It shared the appearance of those low-level bat monsters but was vastly larger and far more vicious. Down below, the soldiers cried out, it's an earthquake! Is this the power of the Anomaly King? Can its mere birth from the cocoon destroy us all? Meanwhile, Jialan was tense with anxiety. Standing some distance away, Chu Qingli watched in desperate anticipation, thinking, you have to do this. Yi clenched her teeth, putting all her hope into it. Please, succeed. Fang Yi spoke. You are the Anomaly King of Darkness, the mastermind behind this entire disaster. I grew up here, I love this place, and I deeply cherish the life I have now. The monstrous king, in a state of sheer frenzy, opened its gaping maw and glared at him. Fang Yi remained completely focused, his eyes burning with intense hatred. As their massive powers clashed, he declared, so, go to hell. A colossal explosion of energy instantly turned the sky into a sea of fire. The Anomaly King rasped in a spine-chilling voice. A mere 1-star spirit creation realm weakling dares challenge me? Fang Yi's body staggered as a wave of dread hit him. Oh no. The Anomaly King was slowly sucking in all the surrounding dark energy. Fang Yi fought back, his mind racing. The Anomaly King is on a whole different level compared to ordinary anomalies. It actually survived a direct, full power hit from me. Even after being burned this badly by my yang energy, it still managed to swallow me whole. Its digestive fluid is incredibly corrosive, and the sheer density of the dark energy inside is off the charts. Any other pioneer would have been completely dissolved without a trace by now. This is strange. This level of evolution should only be possible in a high-grade spiritual zone. Is this thing really not afraid of me attacking it from the inside? The inside of its body is supposed to be its most vulnerable spot, after all. Launching an attack, he thought. Let's test this out first. Fang Yi stood on the liquid surface, a blazing fireball hovering over his hand. He analyzed the situation. It seems that even though its digestive fluids have weakened my energy, I can still deal some damage. He summoned, as long as my attacks work, I can handle this. Come forth, spirit flower. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed dangerously as he realized something. The anomaly king swallowed me, but in doing so, it dragged the spirit flower inside as well. Luckily, the flower has already absorbed a massive amount of the dark attribute. On top of that, it also holds the spiritual energy gathered from all the pioneers in the city. He murmured, "What's wrong? Do you not like its dark attribute?" Fang Yi thought to himself, "I didn't expect this. Who would have thought a desolation attribute spirit flower would reject the anomaly king's dark attribute so fiercely? Honestly, I was already planning on hollowing this thing out from the inside anyway." No sooner said than done, he drives his hand right through the monster's body. Down below, everyone stares up in sheer terror. 81 asks, Yi, what on earth is going on right now? She replies, "I have no idea. Where is my cousin?" Someone starts directing the evacuation, shouting, "Everyone, fall back in an orderly fashion. Do not panic or cause a stampede. We will do everything we can to keep you safe." Than Hoin looks on anxiously, thinking, Phuong Dich is currently fighting inside the king of the abnormals. On the ground, military vehicles speed off, leaving massive trails of dust and smoke in their wake. Jialam barks out orders. Those bats and abnormals are too distracted to attack the city right now. We must finish the evacuation immediately to keep casualties to an absolute minimum. Her subordinates shout in unison, "Understood." Glancing up at the sky, she mutters grimly, "We have to move fast. There is no way we can defeat that thing." Up above, the sky is a chaotic nightmare, completely blacked out by a swarming army of countless bats. Meanwhile, the king of the abnormals writhes in agony, letting out an eerie, sinister screech. Inside, Phuong Dich's eyes burn a fierce red, filled with raw determination. He uses his arms to shield himself from the corrosive slime. Phuong Dich holds his breath as he slowly sinks into a suffocating sea of fluid. Glancing down, he sees his shoulder is badly wounded and rapidly dissolving from the acid. Phuong Dich's eyelids feel incredibly heavy, but he fights with everything he has to keep them open. The interior of the monster's body is a terrifying, surreal nightmare. Suddenly, a sharp, slicing sound cuts through the air, snapping him back to reality. Just like that, Phuong Dich finds himself standing in the middle of a desolate, ruined city. Confused, he mutters, Where am I?" Suddenly, he senses something approaching from behind. Before he can react, a colossal fist comes hurtling right at him. Phuong Dich desperately tries to summon the energy in his hands, but nothing happens. Panic sets in as he realizes, "Where is my spiritual power?" Just as the king of the abnormal's massive fist is about to crush him, Phuong Dich leaps onto a nearby boulder, narrowly dodging the blow. He lets out a silent sigh of relief. "I dodged it. Thank goodness my physical stats are still intact from all my training. This confirms it. This is just a mental illusion created by the king of the abnormals. It's trying to trick me into believing I've gone back to my past life. It wants me to think I never awakened, that I never became a pioneer." Without warning, the king of the abnormals unleashes another devastating assault directly at Phuong Dich. He quickly pieces it together. That means this monster isn't strong enough to actually strip away my powers. Its strength doesn't exceed mine, and my abilities are definitely still here. So how do I break through this barrier? I have to force an ascension right inside this illusion. This trick is actually a glaring weakness the king of the abnormals just handed to me on a silver platter. The beast sneers, "You ignorant fool. Once you enter this realm, there is no escape. Just look at you." Suddenly, a smirk plays on Phuong Dich's lips as he thinks to himself, "I've got it." The king of the abnormals begins morphing, half of its face shifting to mirror Phuong Dich's. It opens its gaping maw and declares, "It's all over. This desolate wasteland is where you belong. Accept your fate. Even if you pathetic humans managed to scrape together a bit of power, what did you think you could actually do? In the end, humans are nothing more than cattle meant to fuel my evolution. At that exact moment, Fang Dik bows his head and chuckles, his voice dripping with pure disdain. Oh, really? Is that seriously the best you can do? Countless tiny hands begin to emerge. Fang Dik says coldly, "It seems you still don't get it. Do you want to know why I was reincarnated? It was so I could protect my family and everyone dear to me." Blinded by a sudden, brilliant light, the king of the abnormals howls in agony. The entire illusionary space begins to fracture, and the dark energy starts to scatter. Fang Dik's face completely transforms, as it is engulfed in blazing fire. Unleashing his power, he commands, "Rise and shine, system." Immediately, bizarre, mystical phenomena begin to swirl around him. Status window. Requirements for breakthrough have been met. Do you wish to ascend to the 2-star spirit realm? Coated in roaring flames, Fang Dik charges straight at the king of the abnormals. He growls, "I actually have to thank you for helping me realize this. With this 2-star spirit creation realm, my rebirth will be the turning point to save this world from being devoured by monsters like you. And I am the chosen one destined to exact that vengeance." The demon bursts into a mocking laugh. "Ha, you useless little ant. I thought you actually had some real skill, a measly 2-star spirit creation realm, and you dare challenge me?" With a roar, it unleashes a wave of corrupt energy directly at Fang Dik. The demon sneers menacingly. "You can't escape this place, human. Just sit still and let me consume you." Its maniacal laughter echoes through the air, but then abruptly stops as it notices its opponent smirking. The demon panics, shrieking, "What is this? My body, my precious body. You despicable human." Fang Dik thrusts his hand forward, unleashing his sealing technique. 9 dragons' heavenly fire, purge the wicked. It screams in agony. No, this is absolutely not the power of the spirit creation realm. He unleashes a shockwave of spiritual energy that leaves everyone watching in absolute awe, instantly vaporizing every single abnormal in sight. The demon's form begins to flicker and dissolve. In an instant, the suffocating darkness that had blanketed the entire city completely vanishes. As the white smoke clears, a cosmic black hole reveals itself, forming right in the center of his chest. Fang Dik's expression remains completely calm after the ordeal. With a swift flick of his wrist, he activates his ability. Boundless, dark realm. Fang Dik thought to himself, "It is finally over." The crowd cheered in relief. "It is over. It is over. We saved the city. We were not wiped out. We survived to the second day. Is it really over? We are saved." Jia Lam said happily, "The sun is up." The captain asked, "Are you not going to look for them?" She replied, "There is no need. We have our own things to take care of, like helping these people return to their normal lives and restoring this city to how it used to be." Inside the monitoring room, everyone was ecstatic. "This is incredible. He did it. He actually did it. We also played our part. Stopping the sovereign's descent feels like a dream. Thank goodness he showed up. He actually managed to defeat the sovereign. Without him, we would have been blamed for letting the city fall. Even if we died, we could never escape that responsibility." Elsewhere, Than Hoin asked, "They are still alive, right?" The president patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry. Our medical center was not destroyed by those mutated bats." She nodded. "I know. If it were not for Fang Dik, they would not have stood a chance of getting treated. Sometimes, I cannot help but wonder, who on earth is he? How can someone be so incredibly powerful? He always turns the tide and achieves things others cannot even imagine." He agreed. "Yeah. After this battle, headquarters is bound to make a move, right?" Than Hoin remarked. "The phenomenon in the sky just now shows that he has broken through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. At this level, others will try to reach out to him before we can. When I first started keeping tabs on him, I thought I could still compete. Now, he has left me completely in the dust. Besides, based on what I know about him, his spiritual attributes and talent are both at the absolute limit. His actual power is likely far beyond this, not just here, but in the entire Xia kingdom. He is the ultimate prodigy." The president agreed. A beam of light piercing the clouds, a fire dragon seal clearing out all anomalies. Everyone witnessed it. It has already sparked massive discussions, and the hype will only grow from here. Not just among the trailblazers, but among ordinary people as well. We need to act quickly. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "What?" He replied, "The seal and tomber. Quite a cool name, isn't it?" Down on the ground. to Vi ran while shouting, "Slow down! Wait for me!" Vi asked anxiously, "Where is my cousin?" She advised, "Don't rush. I think we should go home and wait." Suddenly, a sound caught her attention, making her spin around. Then, Vi's eyes welled up with tears of joy as she cried, "Cousin!" Fang Yi looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why did you guys go out of your way to find me?" Vi asked with deep concern, "How are you? Can your body still hold up?" She cried out, "I knew it. You need us right now." As Vi supported Fang Yi, he told her, "I am fine. You did great." He thought to himself, as expected of the sovereign, it has been a long time since I have been beaten up this badly. That final blow, combined with the seal, nearly drained all my spiritual energy right after breaking through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. Now, I have ended up making these 2 kids worry about me. At that moment, Vi noticed something unusual about Fang Yi. She asked curiously, "Wait, cousin, did you break through again?" The 2-star spirit creation realm. With such an insane speed of ranking up, just how monstrous is your talent? What? Big Brother broke through again? Rumors about them spread like wildfire. The man who saved the city, the ultimate trailblazer. The mysterious powerhouse, the seal and tomber, who slayed the sovereign with a single strike. Who on earth is he? How powerful was that anomaly anyway? That was so cool. I seriously thought we were done for back then. Even the powerhouses of the Spirit Association and the military were helpless. Yet he single-handedly stopped a natural disaster. Just who is this seal and tomber? With official resources backing him, someone can actually cultivate to this level. Could there be some mysterious force behind him that I cannot even fathom? He feels a lot like one of the classified trump cards of our great Xia. Huang Luke watched the screen with excitement. I was not wrong, it is definitely him. The one who completely pulverized the sovereign that almost destroyed the entire city. For me, Huang Luke, to lose to a master like him is the greatest honor of my life. Someone called out, "Young Master Huang, where are you going?" He replied, "I am going to ask him to be my master." The person hesitated, but I feel like there will be countless others trying to find him too. In the peaceful city of Tuthan in Great Xia, a meeting was taking place. A voice rang out. "What is everyone looking at? I wanted to see the military and the Spirit Association destroy each other. This is so disappointing." Someone suggested, "Let us bring a top-grade gun and meet him." Another protested, "No, that will not do. He is what you would call a chosen one. He is a savior. What fun is just a gun?" She placed her hand over Fang Yi's photo, emphasizing, "The seal and tomber." She then tore the picture with her long fingernails. The woman reassured, "No need to rush. Those who stand in our way, no matter what realm they are in, will not be spared. They will all be personally destroyed by the forces of darkness." While he was sitting inside his house, a voice echoed from outside, "Hello? Excuse me, is Fang Yi home?" Hearing the voice, Fang Yi stood up and walked toward the door, only to see 2 figures standing there. The association president, carrying a pile of gifts, spoke up first. "In this S-class anomaly invasion, we made a massive oversight. Fortunately, thanks to you, we avoided a completely irreversible catastrophe. On behalf of the Spirit Association, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to you." He smiled and replied, "It is nothing. Please, come inside and we can talk." Once they were indoors, Fang Yi quietly poured some water for them. The president glanced around the room, thinking to himself, "So this is what a powerhouse's home looks like. What on earth is the military doing? The Spirit Association really needs to secure a better place for him." The president continued, "Actually, the Spirit Association sent us here for another matter as well, and we want to ask for your consent. We plan to officially announce you with the title of the Grave Sealer." "Curious," he said. "I am listening." The president then began to explain the current situation across the Xia nation, how every single city had its own powerful pioneers. Their reputations precede them, and they are quite famous within the pioneer community. And this S-class anomaly we just faced is currently the most terrifying natural disaster of its kind. We want to launch the title of the Grave Sealer to turn Tai City into a key strategic hub once the spiritual energy fully recovers. After this S-class disaster, we are certain that our city needs a fiercely powerful leader among the pioneers to act as captain. Thon Hoin added, "In the future, supernatural phenomena across the world will only become more frequent. Anomaly invasions will keep rising, and we cannot afford to ever find ourselves in a situation where our city is almost abandoned again." Fang Yi repeated, "Abandoned." She nodded, "Yes, but honestly, It amounts to the same thing. After all, if not for you, everyone in this city would have died anyway. It is just a matter of how they would have met their end. He interjected. I see. It seems I still do not fully grasp just how brutally this world is changing. He comforted them, saying, But hey, we do not need to be that pessimistic. Deep down, Fang Yi realized that because he had been solely focused on his cultivation, he had overlooked the bigger picture of the city's growth. Before the spiritual energy revival, his current home, Tai City, was indeed one of the key provincial cities in the Sha nation. But in terms of strategic depth or overall development, it had not even broken into the top 3. Out of over 100 cities, the top 3 were the capital cities of Shen City, Tian City, and Kang City, followed by Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. So, this crisis has actually presented an opportunity for Tai City, the president explained. Right now, every city has started tracking and reporting the number and strength of their pioneers to build up their regional combat power. The stronger the pioneers, the higher the city's rating will be, and with higher ratings come more resources. Even rogue pioneers are starting to willingly join their local spirit associations. Everyone, whether they are pioneers or ordinary people, needs a reliable pillar of support. They need a glimmer of hope, a guiding light along this path of evolution. However, our spirit association will keep your true identity strictly confidential. The goal is to build an aura of mystery around you. Let them guess what is real and what is not, fueling their imaginations. Crossing his arms, he replied, Maintaining a proper mystery is far wiser than exposing everything. She said excitedly, Exactly. Sometimes, human imagination can be far more intimidating than reality. He agreed, I have no objections to that. This benefits both me and those close to me. In that case, I hope we have a successful partnership. Fang Yi gently extended his hand, and the two parties shook on their newly formed deal. The president smiled warmly at him and said, Here is to a great partnership, Grave Sealer. Following that, under the close coordination of the Spirit Association and the military, Tai City returned to normal operations at an unbelievable speed. The city's recovery and the rescue of the injured proceeded in an orderly manner. This disaster actually accelerated the restoration of order across various regions, and the world began to find its footing on the right track. At the Spirit Association headquarters in Shen City, murmurs filled the room. The Grave Sealer. Is this the pioneer who dealt with that S-class anomaly in Tai City? Among the recently rising pioneers, he stands out the most. He possesses an advanced Yang attribute. It is the direct opposite of the Dark attribute. He is truly a blessed child of heaven. Not only that, but according to the reports sent from Tai City, he commands more than just one advanced attribute. The Heavenly Fire Slash that went viral online earlier, and the advanced Lightning attribute, Lightning Tyrant, named by the military command, they are both him. Another person added, That is not all. There is something even more incredible. Just then, a woman walked up and asked, Are you all discussing the Grave Sealer? Would you mind letting me take a look at his files? The staff member immediately agreed and made way. Oh, it is you? Of course. Sure, she murmured. More and more pioneers are showing their true potential now. With him being this outstanding, I am sure many who have not seen his power firsthand will be skeptical. Even I want to see his greatness with my own eyes. Grave Sealer, I suppose we will meet soon. Meanwhile, at a library in Chang City, Qingli was sitting in front of a screen, and every guy around couldn't help but stare at her. One guy nervously walked up to her and asked, Hey, sorry to bother you, but would it be okay if… She flatly shut him down. No, this is a library, and you're already disturbing other people. The rejected guy turned and walked away, sighing in disappointment. Qingli thought to herself in annoyance, What a boring idiot. He has no idea how much the world is changing. It has only been a few days since I came to Kang City, and so much has already happened. After the exams ended, I unlocked my spiritual energy and became a 1-star Ghost Axe Realm Pathfinder. Pathfinders are incredibly rare, and as luck would have it, I'm one of the chosen few. That is probably how I managed to escape the disaster back in Tai City. How can ordinary people ever hope to fight off those anomalies? Especially those absolute losers. What could they possibly do? She couldn't help but recall Jilan's words. So, they were really just classmates? Qingli frowned in deep thought. With how pathetic he used to be, those bats would have sucked him dry ages ago. There is no way my eyes were playing tricks on me, right? I thought that genius looked a bit like that useless loser, but the sealer is 10,000 times better than him. Only a powerful and dashing pathfinder like him is worthy of being with me. Meanwhile, clutching a real estate flyer, Yi was bursting with excitement. Today we are taking a break to get sorted, and our main goal is to look at some houses. But cousin, is it really okay if we don't train today? Fang Yi replied, it is rare to get a free day. We need to balance work and rest. The Spirit Association's suggestion actually makes a lot of sense. Aside from grinding our cultivation levels, we should also take some time to upgrade our quality of life. She introduced her. This is Captain Su. Qingling chimed in. Your current living conditions definitely need some improvement, so we set aside some time to help you two look at houses today. Yi said excitedly, but I never expected Captain Su to have connections like this. I never dreamed of living in a luxury place like this. And Captain Su is just giving us 2 villas for free? Do I really get one too? He nonchalantly replied, what's the big deal? We're heading into an era of spiritual recovery now. Those high-ups know exactly how valuable a powerful pathfinder is. A couple of houses are nothing compared to that, Yi countered. But still, this is changing way too fast. It's making my head spin. I thought I'd just be scraping by, earning a bit of cash and cultivation resources to survive. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted into Yi's nose. She asked, do you smell something rotten? Fang Yi replied, smells like a clogged sewer. But something's off. I've lived in Tai City for so long and I've never smelled anything like this. She guessed, maybe a worker accidentally broke a sewage pipe? He countered, no, that's not it. We're being followed. Suddenly, both of them turned their heads toward the same direction. A thug-looking man walked up and sneered. So, you're the sealer, huh? You didn't even notice until you walked right into my mist. You really are just overhyped trash, a pretty boy with zero actual talent. Tai City must be pathetic if they made a weakling like you a captain. My boys and I are going to teach you a lesson. Now hand over whatever perks Tai City gave you as a tribute to us. Yi immediately launched an attack, but the thug easily dodged it. A massive blade was raised high into the air, looking incredibly fierce. The thug slashed down, forcing her to quickly conjure a shield to block it. Yi cried out, oh no, cousin, watch out. They're in the spirit creation realm too. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly caught the thug's arm with his blazing firepower. His eyes flared with flames as he snarled, a bunch of small-time losers like you dare to rob me in broad daylight? Fang Yi was taking on the thugs all by himself. The troublemakers gasped in absolute shock. No way. This pretty boy clearly got hit by my penetrative poison mist. His body should be completely numb and paralyzed by now. Standing opposite them, Fang Yi calmly adjusted his sunglasses. The penetrative poison, which had been crafted by a wood attribute pathfinder mutated into a paralysis attribute user, had been completely neutralized. Their leader roared, I was just careless earlier. We're all in the spirit creation realm. You think we're scared of you? You're not getting away this time, kid. Fang Yi sneered. A mutated earth user and a mutated wood user, huh? Fang Yi mocked them in his mind. These cheap, unorthodox tricks were perfect for lowlifes like them. Against anyone else, a normal protective barrier would have definitely left a blind spot for them to exploit. Too bad for you, it's completely useless against me. Right then, one of the thugs tried to swing in on a rope to ambush Yi, but she shut him down with a heavy punch before he could even land. Fang Yi spoke in a cold, calm voice. I didn't want to make a scene, but having my daily life disrupted like this. He took off his sunglasses, his face filled with pure annoyance, is really getting on my nerves. Fang Yi's entire body erupted in flames, unleashing an overwhelming pressure as he ordered, Yi, stand back. Watching his spiritual energy literally rip through the surrounding space, everyone stood completely frozen in awe. After the massive explosion, nothing was left but the blood-curdling screams of the thugs. They shrieked, this is terrifying. What kind of fire is this? Is this really the sealer? It hurts so bad. Make it stop. Just then, Qingling rushed over from behind and yelled, they're not dead yet, right? Save one alive. Thank goodness. These guys are actually on the Aura Association's high-priority watch list. He asked curiously, are you guys planning to take them back and deal with them? She nodded. The Aura Association has started registering all trailblazers for easier management, especially people like them. Fang Yi's refusal made Qingling fume with anger. I don't like being disturbed. If you guys ever dare to mess with me again, it won't end this easily. She snapped back at them. Just consider yourselves lucky to be alive, you three. If this had happened 2 days ago, the Aura Association wouldn't have interfered in a fight between trailblazers. You would have gotten yourselves killed, and you would have deserved it. Wind Barrier only spared your lives out of respect for the Aura Association. Is this lesson still not enough? You should already know very well what kind of punishment is waiting for you. She thought to herself, what a bunch of idiots. Who do they think they are? How does every single one of them have the guts to provoke the top expert officially recognized by the Aura Association? Yi spoke up. Captain Su, I wanted to ask, what kind of punishment will they get? Qingling replied, these guys already have prior criminal records, so even though they are in the spirit creation realm, they will still be sentenced to life in prison, and they can kiss their freedom and rights goodbye forever. Plus, they'll have to keep contributing their remaining value as trailblazers from behind bars. Fang Yi realized this method squeezed out every drop of their utility. It was actually a pretty smart move. Qingling knew the man standing before her was the Aura Association's absolute prize possession and the very future of the Xia Nation. No matter how hard we hype up Wind Barrier, there's always a bunch of brainless fools out there. Their spiritual energy is weak as hell, yet they think they're hot stuff and just run straight to their deaths. Is our PR campaign still too subtle or what? Whatever the case, recruiting these powerful trailblazers and showering them with resources to help them grow is something the Aura Association absolutely must do. They absolutely couldn't let a few clueless idiots ruin the great relationship they had worked so hard to build with Fang Yi. She flashed a bright smile and said, let's go. Let me take you two to pick out your new villa and a new car. She told herself that this time, she had to make an example out of those troublemakers. A moment later, Qingling introduced them. These are the two properties the Aura Association has picked out for you. The first is a top-floor penthouse in the city center, with the best views and full amenities. Most importantly, it's incredibly convenient for daily life. And this one is a 3-story villa that offers extreme privacy. It's nestled against the mountains and next to a river, making it perfect for your cultivation. Both are fully furnished with top-of-the-line decor. You won't need to spend a single dime on renovations. You can just pack your bags and move right in. Yi commented, both of them look amazing. Fang Yi held up 2 fingers and made a quick decision. Then we'll take both. She was startled. Is that really okay? He reassured her. Why wouldn't it be? I trust Captain Su's sincerity. She smiled and replied, no problem at all. I'll just run it by my superiors. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Now, what about the car? The Aura Association has a partnership with the BBA dealership here. You can pick out any car you want. Meanwhile, some people outside were whispering, look at that girl. Her skin is so fair, and she has such an elegant vibe. And that guy is definitely someone special. Even in casual clothes, he still has this incredible aura about him. I could tell the second I saw him. I wonder which rich family's son he is. He must be here to buy a car for his girlfriend, right? Right then, a girl walking by noticed them and adjusted her glasses to get a better look. She thought to herself, isn't that Qingli's ex-boyfriend, the one who was personally received by the principal in the military? I just came out for a walk, and I run right into my roommate's ex, and he's buying a car for another girl? At that exact moment, Qingli's phone buzzed on her desk, signaling an incoming message. Qingli, you won't believe who I just saw. It's your ex-boyfriend. He's at a high-end 4S dealership that only VIPs can get into, buying a car. The cars here start at over $1 million, and he's buying one for a super pretty, really elegant girl. She typed back a completely indifferent reply. So what? But to herself, Qingli wondered, buying a car? Where on earth did he get that kind of money? It looks like this massive disaster didn't kill him after all. In fact, he got lucky and found himself a sugar mommy, huh? Too bad the gap between us isn't something you can easily cross. It was like that in the past, it's like that now, and it will be even more so in the future. Once I reach the pinnacle of the Trailblazers, these trivial, material things won't mean a thing to me. Back at the new villa, Yi ran around excitedly. Big brother, we actually have our own villa now. In contrast to her excitement, Fang Yi casually replied, not bad, go wipe that drool off your face. We still have another place in the city center, you know. We can switch between them whenever we want. She immediately bolted. I'm going to check upstairs. He watched her run off, feeling completely helpless. This kid is finally acting like an actual kid instead of trying to be so grown up all the time. In my past life, before my rebirth, I had never met her. She was probably a dependable trailblazer back then too. But this time, I won't let this kid shoulder all that responsibility and die all over again. Suddenly, his phone rang with an incoming call. Jialan, why is she calling me? He answered, hello, what's up? She started, congratulations on your promotion, Captain Fang. I heard the Aura Association recently gifted you 2 properties. Their efficiency is as impressive as always. Fang Yi replied. Fang Yi sat down, crossed his legs, and calmly replied, "Actually, I don't think this habit is too bad. We can keep doing it." Jialan replied, "You don't need to speak up for them. I know a powerful cultivator like you doesn't care about material wealth. But right now, there's no better pay to improve your living conditions. In a little while, the spirit fruits born from the spiritual energy revival will be ripe. When the time comes, I'll send you some to try." The gap between ordinary people and cultivators really shows in their vision, and top-tier cultivators like Fang Yi are on a completely different level compared to ordinary ones. Even the strategic resources of the spiritual combat zone might mean nothing to him. Jialan spoke up, "I have a classified mission here, and I'm hoping you can join. Interested?" Fang Yi got the hint, so this was her real motive all along. "Huh? Let's hear it," he said. She asked, "Are you familiar with the Tianbao Tower in Shang City?" Fang Yi was surprised. "Tianbao Tower? Isn't that the biggest mall in Shang City? It was recently shut down, which caused a huge uproar among the locals." Jialan explained. "Exactly. Because of an anomaly outbreak, there have been heavy casualties, and now it has turned into a literal haunted house. Tianbao Tower, the landmark of Shang City and its busiest commercial hub, was essentially the pride of the city. However, with the sudden spike in anomalies causing one incident after another, the Shang City Spiritual Association had no choice but to lock down the entire area." Fang Yi walked up, waving a hand. "Hey everyone, I'm here representing the spiritual combat zone. Before this, Jialan told me to keep my identity and realm hidden for now," he thought. "Not sure why, but I'll play along. Their spiritual energy doesn't reveal their exact realms. Are they all hiding their true strength? Judging by their outfits, the two on this side must be military recruits." Meanwhile, one of them responded, "Is that you? Nice to meet you." The other added, "Hello." He quietly sized them up, thinking, "These two feel a lot like Chu Qingli. They must be with the Shang City Spiritual Association." The girl said, "Commander Jialan already briefed us. We're with the Shang City Spiritual Association, and we'll be working alongside you this time." Soon, the car sped down the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. The driver spoke up, "All right everyone, we're temporary teammates for this mission. Even though I have no idea how strong you guys actually are, well, at least things are quiet." Everyone just ignored him. To break the awkward silence, one of the girls chimed in, "I think we should agree on one thing. Once we go in, we have to back each other up, right?" Leaning against the window, Fang Yi stared outside, deep in thought. "Looks like we've got quite a mixed crowd this time. They really are pulling people from all over. Shang City is a major hub after all." The association members seem to be a real mixed bag. Just then, Jiaji stole a judging glance at him. He whispered, "Didn't Sister Lam say she was bringing in some big shot for us? Is that really him?" Qingxiang replied, "I'm not so sure. He looks kind of skinny, like a student." Sitting to the side, Fang Yi quietly listened to them whisper about him. She noticed he wasn't wearing a government bracelet, and his aura was completely concealed, making it impossible to gauge his true power. Qingxiang fell deep into thought. Could this kid be the legendary Wind Entomber who single-handedly wiped out that disaster and saved Tai City from total destruction? But is the Wind Entomber really just a young student? Whether it was possessing 3 extremely rare, high-grade elemental attributes, or wiping out an endlessly spawning anomalous disaster at just 1-star spirit creation realm to seal the king of anomalies, and even breaking through to the next realm right then and there, it all definitely piqued her interest. Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters of the Spiritual Combat Zone, Jialan picked up the phone. "Spiritual Combat Zone," Jialan speaking. The voice on the other end was frantic. "Tianbao Tower has completely fallen. We've lost contact with all our operatives inside. The anomaly concentration in the air has already reached 12,000. We have 53 confirmed casualties. Please, take this seriously." She frowned. "Is the situation escalating this fast?" Jialan assured them, "Don't worry, I'm not taking this lightly. The person I sent this time will get the job done. I guarantee it. As for who is assigned, don't ask. That's Spiritual Combat Zone protocol." Meanwhile, a dark storm was brewing over Tianbao Tower. The team had just arrived and stepped out of the vehicle. Fang Yi assessed the scene. Things looked incredibly grim. "The thing inside is just as bad as the one I fought before," he thought. Qingxiang pointed. "Hey, look up there. What is that on the window? If my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, that's definitely blood. And from what I know, the interior of Tianbao Tower is extremely cramped. The entire building has 40 floors, making it the tallest structure in Shang City. Over 2,000 employees and customers were evacuated, but some refused to cooperate before the lockdown, so a lot of people are still trapped inside. Shang City sent rescue teams before, but none of them ever made it out. Hearing that, he got the point. So the casualty count of over 50 people is currently just a temporary estimate. After all, no one knows the actual situation inside. Fang Yi probed, "Is there anyone inside we can still contact?" The other replied, "Probably not. Since the anomaly occurred, those inside haven't sent a single message. On the second day after the building was sealed off, I was outside assisting with the operations." Someone said, "That day, the entire building felt like a dead zone. The building, which was brand new, suddenly turned old and worn, as if it had been abandoned for decades. Not a single soul could be seen through the windows, and a dense fog completely shrouded it. We planned to use the windows as an entry point, but then I saw mangled remains, gnawed by the anomaly, falling from a window. After that, the anomalous aura of the building grew heavier by the day. In less than a week, it ended up in this state." He asked curiously, "If you can't contact anyone inside, are the casualty numbers based on the bodies and remains that fell out?" "The spiritual association of Thuong City is way too careless." The other person replied helplessly, "But we had no other choice." Fang Yi thought, although the spiritual association of Thuong City was extremely sloppy with information, there really didn't seem to be any other way. The actual number of casualties is definitely much higher than this. To ordinary people, an anomaly is like a dimensional reduction attack. In a closed environment, they are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. No matter how much they run, they can't escape the killer's grasp. He ordered, "No more wasting time. We're going inside right now." Some anomalies rely on devouring the living to complete their evolution. The higher the casualty count, the more dangerous it is inside. Jia Qiat grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. "Wait. Even though the military said we should follow your orders, you still need to lay out a strategy first." Fang Yi turned around and said coldly, "What strategy? We don't know the situation yet, so let's get inside first, and then we'll figure it out." Miha explained. "Besides, you haven't even officially joined the government." He added, "Everyone here has plenty of experience dealing with anomalies. Since you're the commander, you should at least get to know everyone's abilities." "See, I told you so. He hasn't gone through government training, so he lacks experience in this area." Just then, Than Huang suddenly snapped, "Enough! Time is of the essence right now, so shut up." He was personally recommended by Commander Jia Lam to help us, which is why he took this mission. And what about Commander Jia Lam's level? It's not like you guys have never heard of him, right? Than Huang said, "The worst thing before a mission is infighting. If you don't want to go in, then don't follow us." "Hey," Jia Qiat tried to stop her. "Wait." Inside, the scene was completely chaotic, with a marked car sitting right in the center. Miha wondered, "Why is it so quiet in here?" Just then, a sinister aura began to slowly creep in. Sensing it, he craned his neck to look at the dark mist. A monster suddenly appeared, causing Jia Qiat to scream in panic. At that moment, Fang Yi's eyes flared with fire. He unleashed a fire-attributed punch, and in a flash, Fang Yi tore through the space, his face cold and carrying a terrifying killing intent. The monster was instantly sliced into pieces. Fang Yi's flames spread, burning its body to ashes. Jia Qiat couldn't believe his eyes and gasped. Miha, equally stunned, added, "Is that it? Is it over?" Than Huang asked in shock. "Where did he get that blade?" Just then, Fang Yi bent down to pick up a fragment. Holding it up, he concluded, "This is a hybrid of a bird and a gecko. With this level of mutation, it looks like it has devoured quite a few people." Her face went pale, and she gritted her teeth, screaming, "This is..." Than Huang recognized the object, an A+ rank anomaly, a chaotic space, covered in white clouds. Jia Qiat said hesitantly, "An A+ rank. Does that mean a 2-star soul creation realm? But I just barely surpassed the 1-star soul creation realm." Tong Duyet agreed, "Exactly. That means just one hit from him could take me down instantly. Wait, since you use a blade, are you really a seal barrier? And is this blade the heavenly fire blade?" Jia Qiat exclaimed, "I really didn't expect you to be a seal barrier. After all, in our minds, seal barriers are recluses who never let go of their blades." Fang Yi replied, "After advancing, I fused my spiritual energy with the blade's path, turning it into a spiritual weapon that can be summoned any time using spiritual energy. I'm sure I'm not the only one who can do this. Let's move. Don't waste any more time. Jia Qian agreed. All right, that's amazing. We're lucky to have you on our team. A beautifully blazing flame erupted from his hand. Fang Yi conjured a flame in his hand and led the way. He assessed the grim situation, estimating, with how tragic things look right now, I'm afraid the casualties might easily exceed 500. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes flared with light. She commented, was this area wiped clean too? There's clearly a lot of blood, but not a single body in sight. Anomalies definitely love human flesh, but there's no way they wouldn't leave anything behind, right? Just then, eerie sounds echoed through the space. Tong Duyet suddenly turned her head and shrieked, behind you! In that split second, Fang Yi reacted instantly, spinning around to strike the monster. The horrific slime sprayed everywhere, filling the air. Jia Hoa panicked and gasped. Another anomaly? He then asked with a cold expression, don't you guys feel like something's off here? Jia Qian asked, confused. What do you mean? Fang Yi analyzed the situation. Even though these two anomalies are as strong as elite-tier monsters, this small number of anomalies shouldn't have been enough to trap the Vanguard rescue team and stop them from escaping. I'm afraid this isn't the Tianbao Tower we're looking for, he gasped in surprise. Huh? Manhwa asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? He continued to analyze. All along this path, even though it's covered in bloodstains, the metallic, suffocating stench here comes entirely from the dark attribute and the anomalies. There isn't a single trace of actual human deaths. He thought to himself, we're like headless chickens right now. I have to run a test to confirm my theory. Tong Duyet hesitated. Wait, this is... Fang Yi pondered. Should I really unleash my boundless darkness in front of these people? Meanwhile, she spoke up with determination. Big Brother is right. This entire path looks absolutely horrific. But this gloominess isn't the suffocating vibe of death. It's a vast, empty void, as if no living creature has ever set foot here. Tong Duyet deduced. It's like a simple, empty model. He raised his hand in agreement. Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, this place has been turned into a hollow shell by the anomalies, with nothing but an empty exterior left, while their actual lair is. Fang Yi quickly summoned, Boundless Dark Realm. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. Is this the dark attribute? The system detected. A similar dark inner realm with the dark attribute has been found. Would you like to activate the information database? He clicked yes. The status window showed Dark Inner Realm, a space created from the dark attribute, also known as the nest of the dark attribute, which absorbs the original space into itself. It is similar to the extreme dark zone and the boundless dark realm. To truly enter the dark inner realm, one must find the gateway it created. His eyes grew resolute. I get it now. To enter the real Tianbao Tower, we need to find that gate, and it's the exact same for those trying to escape. On top of that, they were affected by the dark attribute inside, which messed with their brains and emotions, triggering massive hallucinations. Because of this, some of them believed that the windows were actually the gateway to survival. This also explains why those who supposedly escaped through the windows ended up dead. She cried out, so they were manipulated by the dark attribute and died right inside the inner realm. Does that mean we have to find the gate you mentioned, Big Brother? The status window warned. The dark inner realm has been drawn to you. Sensing a similar presence, the dark inner realm has manifested. Fang Yi glowed with light as he yelled out, it's here. Instantly, an arrow of pure darkness shot straight toward them. Jia Hoa whimpered, I've been hit by the dark attribute. Why isn't my protective spiritual energy working? Manhwa added. Me too. Jia Qian clutched his head and screamed, my head is splitting. It feels like something is trying to claw its way out of my skull. Right then, a fiery red glow ignited in Fang Yi's eyes as he stepped forward, creating a protective barrier around everyone. Jia Qian gasped, I'm okay now. He realized, that was a dark attribute attack just now, wasn't it? They were all stunned. Wait, the wind barrier, is he really completely unharmed? Don't you see it yet? He's the one who just saved us. Jia Qian noted, even without a direct hit from the dark attribute, we're already suffering from its massive negative effects. Tong Duyet said with deep admiration, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lasted much longer. Just then, a faint smirk played on his lips. Found you. Fang Yi unleashed a colossal burst of light. Ah, with a resolute gaze and sharp focus, Fang Yi concentrated his power and blasted it directly at the target right here. Single-handedly, he held his ground against the anomaly's power. Watching him, she shrank back in awe. But in the next second, Fang Yi suddenly fell completely silent. The group stood before a massive gate leading into a pitch-black pathway. He quickly conjured a flame, lighting up the entire path ahead. Fang Yi took the first step, reminding them, "Let's go. Stay close behind me." Right after, everyone followed in his footsteps, heading deep inside. Manhwa's face darkened as she whispered, "I think I can smell it." After walking for a while, Fang Yi suddenly halted. A look of sheer panic washed over everyone's faces at the sight before them. Fang Yi spoke, "It's the stench of our comrades' blood and rotting corpses." Suddenly, a grotesque anomaly loomed right in front of them. Savage voices echoed, "It's mine! No, it's mine! Bring it on!" Jiahoa cried out in terror. "Another A+ rank dark anomaly? Are you kidding me?" Right at that moment, Fang Yi conjured a massive blaze in his hand. Refusing to back down, the anomaly fired a barrage of sharp spikes directly at him. The collision of the two forces triggered a devastating explosion that shook the entire space. The beast charged wildly, spewing out hellfire. Fang Yi refused to yield, swiftly swinging his sword to counter. Clashing his hands together, a blinding flash of light burst forth. Immediately after, Fang Yi dashed past the beast with a series of clean slashes, igniting a massive sea of fire. Inner flame, fully unleashed. Tong Duyet thought to herself, "His fire element is insane. Those dark anomalies melted in an instant. From the very beginning, he hasn't even needed our help." She said, "I think there's another kind of flame mixed into his fire element, like erupting lava." Meanwhile, Fang Yi's hand unleashed a brilliant, blinding light. He said, "Anomalies hurt people. You were all innocent, so I'll make sure these monsters are buried right alongside you. Though, sharing your final resting place with these beasts is a real disservice to you all." Jiahoa remarked, "Instant cremation, as expected of the wind barrier. He definitely lives up to his reputation." Fang Yi turned around and said, "Since you're already here, you might as well do some work. You guys find and rescue any survivors. Leave the remaining anomalies to me. The first floor is completely cleared. Next, I'm heading up. The real Tianbao building, which is now this dark inner world, has its 10th floor completely overrun by anomalies. Through constant slaughter and feeding, their power levels have been steadily rising. By now, they have at least a 1-star realm creation ability. Aside from the change in scenery, their raw power and abilities haven't changed much." He swiftly made his way up to the 15th floor. She shivered. "This floor feels so eerie and cold. The dark element is already piercing through my spiritual energy barrier." Suddenly, Jia Qiet froze in horror at the sight before him. He said, "There's some kind of living organism moving on these corpses. It's corrosive, so watch out. Don't inhale these fibers." The gloomy space created an incredibly creepy atmosphere. Fang Yi narrowed his eyes. "Well, looks like an interesting one has finally shown up." A monster opened its giant maw and lunged at them. Standing his ground, he calmly watched the sharp spikes flying toward him. Fang Yi calmly activated his skill, swiftly counterattacking with his dark power. A violent gale erupted, sending massive clouds of smoke billowing out. The anomaly repeatedly thrashed its massive tail, continuing its relentless assault. Fang Yi realized its intention. "Are you trying to buy time to evolve?" He swung his sword down and yelled, "No way in hell!" At that exact moment, Fang Yi's power warped the monster's face. Shrill, agonizing screams of the anomaly echoed through the fiery space. He said, "I overestimated you. I thought a 3-star realm-creating ability would at least give me a bit of a challenge." Suddenly, Jiahoa spotted something unusual. He gasped and shouted, "Who's there?" Fang Yi muttered, "A survivor?" Someone stepped out from behind the door, trembling. "Are you pioneers?" He threw the door wide open and said, "There are 5 survivors in here with me." Fang Yi pondered. He wondered why there was such a secluded private room here, looking like a secret vault used by some major brand store to store valuables. These survivors looked absolutely terrified. He reassured them, "It's okay now, we're here to save you." Jiahoa stepped forward and introduced them. "We're from the Spirit Association of Thuong City. The monsters outside have all been wiped out. You're safe now, let's get you out of here." The man stammered, "Wiped? Wiped out?" Jiahoa asked. "What did you say?" The man cried out, "You took down a whole horde of those terrifying monsters in the blink of an eye? You killed them all with just a single slash?" Outside the Tianbao building, everyone sighed in awe. This time is different. We might actually have a chance. Yeah, on every single floor, we can see the spiritual flames of the wind barrier. Even though we can't contact them directly, we're finally picking up faint traces of their spiritual waves. The latest detected spiritual wave is on the 40th floor. Someone gasped. What? The 40th floor? How long has it even been since they went in? 9 minutes and 56 seconds. It only took the wind barrier 9 minutes and 56 seconds to sweep all the way to the top of the Tianbao building. This news is definitely going to send shockwaves through the pioneer community in Thuong City. No, it's not over yet. Look, an S-class anomaly has just erupted on the top floor. Right at that moment, Phuong Ditch's eyes turned cold. So, you're the boss anomaly of this place? Now, he had to face a monstrous entity known as the Bone Bird King. Phuong Ditch channeled his massive strength and lunged straight at the bone bird. He realized that, although this boss anomaly was a bone bird, those things that looked like parasitic insects on its body were actually parts of its main physical form. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Immediately after, Phuong Ditch unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. His eyes burned with absolute determination. The brilliant light from his sword sliced right through it. Yet the bone bird didn't seem to take any damage at all. Everyone panicked. The boss anomaly. Even the wind barrier can't handle it. This is bad, we have to step in. What's the point of us stepping in? Who could possibly fight that thing? Phuong Ditch clicked his tongue in annoyance at the sight, scoffing. What a cheap trick. Playtime is over. He quickly activated his combined powers. Refusing to back down, the divine Thunderbone Bird retaliated by casting its own spell. It kept letting out those agonizing, irritating screeches. Phuong Ditch snapped in frustration. Stop screeching already. You are annoying as hell. He unleashed a blinding torrent of light that swept through the area. Phuong Ditch scoffed. What is wrong? I thought you could still fight back. If you were that easy to put down, you wouldn't deserve to be the anomaly king of this place. But even if you turned this entire Tianbao building into your personal pantry, your strength still wouldn't hold a candle to the disaster back there. So I think I will let you taste the despair of just lying there, waiting to die. Ngiha muttered, I take back what I said. This isn't a fight, it's a straight-up massacre. Jiahoa chimed in. This is insane. He is literally playing with an anomaly king. That's a literal king we are talking about. Why did a wind and tomber like him end up in Tai City? Man, I wish he was on our side. Tong Duyet cut in. Look at him. Every single slash of his blade is perfectly calculated. Left to right, outside to inside. It's flawlessly symmetrical, not even a millimeter off. And the entire time, he hasn't targeted the bone bird's skull once. This bone bird isn't just outmatched, it can't even struggle to fight back. The power gap is just too massive. He is already far beyond an anomaly king. Across from him, the anomaly king kept letting out agonizing screeches. Phuong Ditch gave it a cold glare and sneered. Still trying to heal yourself? Did you seriously think I was playing with you? Right after, a torrential storm of divine lightning completely filled the sky. The bone bird continued to screech in desperate resistance, turning the entire sky into an eerie, blood-red glow. Jagged bolts of lightning tore through the crimson mist. Gradually, the ominous aura faded away, and the sky returned to normal. Everyone looked up in sheer awe. It's over. The anomaly king's energy is completely vanishing. I can't believe my eyes. What kind of trailblazer is he? He is on a completely different level compared to the ones in our Thuong City. Is this the massive gap between us and a top-tier prodigy? I finally understand what they mean when they say there's always a bigger fish. I heard that when Tai City was invaded by that S-class anomaly, it was designated as the Hell of the Sacrificial King. They even managed to seal a calamity egg right before it hatched. How they pulled it off and all the other details have been completely classified by Tai City. But a legendary feat like that is probably impossible for anyone else to replicate. Right then, Phuong Ditch announced, the bone bird is dead. The dark domain has collapsed. You can contact the outside world and report the situation now. Hearing this, Tong Duyet quickly dialed. Hello? This is Tong Duyet reporting in. The Tianbao building crisis has been successfully resolved. All anomalies have been neutralized. Yes, thanks to the wind and tomber, we were able to complete the mission without any casualties. We hope the Thuong City Spirit Association will cooperate with us in expressing our deepest gratitude for Tai City's support, and especially to the wind and tomber. Wait, is the Thuong City captain the one who was just elected today? What is he doing here? Our mission is already over, and he's only showing up now? Ah, so he heard that Tai City's Windentomber was here. We warned him not to start anything, but a powerful, arrogant trailblazer like him is never going to listen. What is wrong with you guys? This mission was assigned to the military district, and the spiritual war zone itself stepped in. That was the only reason Tai City's captain agreed to help. We are absolutely responsible for his safety. We are taking him with us right now. The Thuong City Spirit Association and their new captain clearly have some shady motives. This is a direct insult to the military. The Windentomber is a top-tier captain, personally endorsed by the Spiritual War Zone and the Tai City Spirit Association. Anyone who dares to provoke him will have to face the consequences. Right at that moment, Phuong Dish calmly walked out. His eyes narrowed slightly in mild annoyance. Huh, Phuong Dish muttered. They got here pretty fast, didn't they? Just then, a figure dashed forward, calling out, I am the captain of Thuong City, Nyak Fongjiang. So, you're the Windentomber from Tai City? Phuong Dish calmly replied. And what if I am? In his mind, he noted, a wind attribute trailblazer? This is the first time I've run into one. He acts incredibly arrogant, but he's intentionally hiding a portion of his spiritual energy. Looks like he's at least in the spirit creation realm. Nyak Fongjiang slipped his hand behind his back, secretly gathering spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the power of both men clashed, making the very air thick with magical energy. But with just a casual wave of Phuong Dish's hand, Nyak Fongjiang was violently blown backward. Nyak Fongjiang scowled, thinking, is this famous Windentomber just a wet-behind-the-ears brat? Perfect. I'll use him as a stepping stone to establish the dominance of our Nyak clan. He then spoke aloud. First of all, I must thank you for resolving the Thien Bao building crisis on behalf of Thuong City. However, as the captain of Tai City, traveling all the way to Thuong City to act on your own, don't you think you've crossed a line? Young people these days really don't understand the rules of the game and how respect works. Phuong Dish countered smoothly. When I arrived, Thuong City didn't even have a captain willing to accept the military's request. That's why I had to step in and clean up your city's mess. So, for a newly minted captain who just got the job today, what exactly do you want to settle with me? Nyak Fongjiang raised his hands dismissively. Don't be so tense. Young people are always so hot-headed. I'm a man of culture and mean you no harm. I've always respected outstanding talents like you. It's just that. I'd like to borrow your strength for a bit. He sneered. I honestly mean you no harm. I have nothing but respect for outstanding talents like you. It's just that. I'd like to use your blade to pave my own way. He unleashed a suffocating wave of killing intent, threatening that they wouldn't make it out of Kang City alive. Fang Yi's expression turned ice cold and filled with rage. But then, he calmly closed his eyes and muttered, borrow. Seeing such sheer arrogance, Fengjiang gritted his teeth in absolute fury. Fang Yi instantly unleashed a devastating burst of flames to strike. In that split second, Fengjiang's body locked up, completely paralyzed with fear. Oozing pure malice, Fang Yi spat, I'll let your entire family borrow it. With a massive swing of his blade, he tore a massive crack right through the ground. But Fengjiang leaped aside, barely dodging the blow. Okay, pretty good. This is getting interesting. Song Yue rushed over, panting heavily. The moment the fight started, the signal in this area got jammed again. We need to notify the military base right away. You guys need to report to your superiors immediately, and we have to get these survivors to safety. He gave you guys 10 minutes, unless you want to lose your captain, Jia. He stammered. What the hell do you mean by that? A threat? Yeah. Lin Ying quickly covered his mouth before he could say another word. I get it. The three of them spun around and bolted. Then, Yi, he spoke up. This bastard Yue Fengjiang just got elected and he's already picking a fight with us? Let's go back and get backup, he snarled. If you ask me, we should teach that undertaker a lesson. Our Kang City is ranked 3rd in the world for a reason. The other guy muttered skeptically. Do you really think we can? Back at the battlefield, Fang Yi's eyes glinted with a sharp, icy glare. What happens next is entirely up to your fate, Fengjiang scoffed. Oh, big words for a kid? If you want to kill me, you'd better bring out 100% of your strength. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi materialized right behind him. Sensing the sudden shift in wind, Fengjiang whipped his head around. Fang Yi unleashed a blow of devastating power, sending Fengjiang stumbling back several steps as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. This is terrifying. What the hell was that just now? Pure, raw, yang energy, and an unbelievable burst of explosive power. This is insane, my own body is trembling in fear. He stood tall, his body completely engulfed in blazing flames. This is just one of my abilities. Huh? If that's the case, I'm afraid you won't even last 10 minutes. Meanwhile, a smirk played on Feng Jiang's lips, just as I thought. It's that exact blade. That blade is a prototype weapon secretly developed by the Spiritual Association. Hearing this, Fang Yi remained silent, his expression unreadable. He continued, a spirit armament imbued with a devastating elemental attribute. Once fully forged, a single slash from it can split mountains and part the seas. To think they actually pulled it off. And they even handed the only completed prototype to a brat like you. But that's fine. It just means my trip here wasn't a waste of time. That spirit armament will be mine. A measly 2-star spirit creation realm brat like you had better play nice and hand it over. Otherwise, I'll just have to kill you and take it from your cold, dead hands. Not enough. Still not enough. Didn't I tell you to show me 100% of your strength? Back at the Tai City Spiritual Association, the president slammed his hands on the table and stood up. What? The captain of Kang City and the captain of Tai City are fighting? Chu Qingli asked in confusion. Wasn't the Undertaker invited by the Central Military Zone to help Kang City handle the anomaly in the first place? What on earth is Kang City's chief thinking? The president replied gravely. This is no small matter. It doesn't just involve 2 regional associations anymore. Even the Central Military Zone might have to step in. Xiao Jin walked in and reported in a hushed tone. Chief, about the other side. The president gasped. What did you say? Have we established contact with Kang City yet? What did they say? If we can stop them within 10 minutes, we might still turn this around. Xiao Jin looked deeply concerned. We contacted them, but they said Kang City is the 3rd largest city, and their newly elected captain is the pride of their city. They're convinced he won't lose. The president exploded in anger. What? They are completely looking down on Tai City. Those short-sighted fools in Kang City. Do they really think an S-class anomaly is that easy to seal? Chu Qingli chimed in. They're just blinded by overconfidence. What's his cultivation level anyway? Xiao Jin replied, word is, he just crossed the threshold of the 3-star spirit creation realm. He's from one of Kang City's most powerful families, and they've poured endless resources into his training. She gasped. What? He actually broke through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? The president's face darkened. So what if he's a 3-star? The Undertaker doesn't just possess multiple peak-tier attributes. His actual combat power is on a completely different level compared to his official rank. Those fools in Kang City's association have never set foot in the hell of Jiwang, so they can never understand what the title Undertaker truly means. Kang City's captain won't just lose. Cut back to the battlefield. Fang Yi threw a devastating punch. He might actually die. Taking the full force of the punch right to his face, Feng Jiang coughed up blood, his mind racing in sheer panic. What's happening? Why can't my blade slashes put out these flames? My spiritual energy is completely drained the instant it touches them. Is there seriously an ability in this world that can just confiscate an opponent's blade techniques? Suddenly, Fang Yi muttered, Hey, we're here. Feng Jiang's eyes widened in sheer shock. The Spiritual Association building. Did we seriously fight our way all the way back here? Fang Yi let out a sinister chuckle. Out of respect for Tai City and the military zone, I'll give you guys one final chance. The moment the words left his mouth, he drove a brutal kick straight into Feng Jiang's face. But since some coward is still hiding like a turtle in its shell, I'm going to have to make things crystal clear. Covered in blood and bruises, Feng Jiang gritted his teeth in agony. Rumble. Down below, the crowd erupts in chaos. What's going on? What happened over there? Is that a fire? No, wait. Doesn't it suddenly feel burning hot? The temperature is rising. I see it too. Someone's fighting. That fiery glow. I think I saw it on the news in the neighboring city before. I told you so. Those rumors online are real. The spiritual energy resurgence is actually happening. Meanwhile, Fang Yi says, you still have 5 minutes. Didn't you say you wanted me to unleash 100% of my power? Feng Jiang is completely speechless as Fang Yi unleashes another strike. I've only used 30% of my power. How are you already in such a pathetic state? He is utterly shocked. What does that mean? Could this not be his full strength? No way. He's clearly only at the 2-star spirit creation realm. A terrifying pressure crushes down on Feng Jiang as a devastating blow lands squarely on him. Inside the monitoring and communications room of the Spiritual Association headquarters in Shen City, alarms blare. Massive energy source detected within the Sha Nation. The exact location is the Spiritual Association building in Kang City. Heads up, the energy levels are continuously spiking. Fumi reports, this isn't a dark attribute. Dark attributes don't vibrate at this frequency. Erlang replies, what on earth is happening in Kang City? We didn't receive any intelligence about an anomaly intrusion there. If it's not a major battle with anomalies, could it be one of our commanders? We just received word from the Tai City Spiritual Association. The one fighting in Kang City right now is Kang City's newly appointed captain, Divine Blade. He set his sights on the Wind Burialist's weapon. Since Tai City's captain refused to cooperate, Divine Blade took action by force. White Tiger gasps in shock. What? Does Kang City have a death wish? Warn Kang City immediately and tell them to stop this instant. Otherwise, I will strip every single executive of the Kang City Spiritual Association of their positions. The staff takes the order. We will dispatch someone there immediately. This is a severe crisis for the entire Spiritual Association. Guyuru steps inside and says, I think it's best if I go. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, an innocent little girl says, Mom, look, is that a shooting star? The mother panics. Ah, don't look. Quick, we have to go. The father urges in a rush. We can't stay in Kang City any longer. We're leaving for Shen City right away. It should be safer there. Honey, do you think it's really like what they're saying online? Is the world really changing? Mommy, I'm scared. Don't be scared, sweetheart. Don't be scared. We'll find a way. Let's go. Hurry. Just a minute earlier, Feng Jiang had taken the full, devastating force of that attack. Ugh. Wind Burialist, you'd better stop right now. Otherwise, the UA family will never let you get away with this. The Kang City Spiritual Association won't let you off either. Inside the building across the street, people whisper in disbelief. How does the Wind Burialist have the nerve to bring the fight right to the Kang City Spiritual Association's doorstep? This is pure bullying. Quick, someone go reinforce Captain Divine Blade. It looks like he can't hold out much longer. Tai City Captain, Wind Burialist, please immediately cease your hostile behavior near the Kang City Spiritual Association. Divine Blade is Kang City's captain. If you lay a hand on him, it's a direct challenge to the Kang City Spiritual Association. We will absolutely not tolerate this. Prepare yourself to face the consequences. Fang Yi's voice turns ice cold. Is this how the Kang City Spiritual Association behaves? You completely ignored a visiting captain who came to reinforce you. Just because we're both captains, did you assume your captain was stronger and choose not to step in? He unleashes massive torrents of fire toward the building, sending the crowd inside scrambling backward in sheer terror. Fang Yi glances back at Feng Jiang. Too bad they miscalculated. With your pathetic skill level, you actually thought you could take the blade from my hands? Feng Jiang is speechless, only able to gasp heavily for air. He hurls the blade forward. Then why don't you try and see if you can even block it? But Feng Jiang is suddenly overjoyed. Ha ha ha, at least you know your place. The Kang City Spiritual Association is so incompetent to think such a powerful spirit weapon was developed by Tai City first. Only I am worthy of possessing this treasure. Fang Yi thinks to himself, I will never understand the mindset of these arrogant, immortal walkers. Just because they possess extraordinary power, they think they can plunder and slaughter to take whatever they want. In the end, these ascendants are no different from anomalies. With more and more of their kind appearing, it's only a matter of time before they drive humanity to extinction. To make matters worse, the Kang City Spiritual Association enables them, letting them run wild without ever stepping in to stop them. His eyes turn sharp and determined. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts in midair, forming a giant fireball. I forgot to tell you this blade isn't some spirit weapon made by the association. It's a custom weapon I crafted myself, and it only recognizes one master. Me. The falling flames send everyone below scrambling in panic. Help! Save me! Is Captain Divine Blade dead? Didn't they say the Wind Burialist was only at a 2-star spirit creation realm at most? Yue Fengjiang is a whole realm higher than him. Wang Zhong, the head of the Kang City Spiritual Association, witnesses the scene and thinks to himself, Divine Blade Yue Fengjiang is the only 3-star spirit creation realm cultivator in Kang City. With his outstanding talent combined with prioritized resources, in just 1 month, he became the only 8-star spirit creation realm cultivator in Kang City, thanks to his exceptional talent and prioritized resources. In less than a month, he will reach the Diamond Realm. His raw talent and status as the heir to the Yue family's blade style easily put him in the top 5 among all the captains in the Xia Nation, but he is still no match for Feng Zhangze. By now, Feng Zhangze has completely transcended the captain rank. This man possesses enough destructive power to wipe out an entire city on his own. The crowd was paralyzed with fear. What should they do now? Is this guy seriously trying to drag the entire Shangxi Spirit Association down to the grave with him? Captain Taishi, please show mercy. This is all our fault. High above, a helicopter was fast approaching. The pilot reported, Captain, there is an incredibly strong and pure surge of yang energy right ahead of us. The raging flames surrounding the Shangxi Spirit Association began to dwindle and die out. Guyuru stood at the open door of the helicopter. They are dying down? I am afraid we might already be too late. I can feel it. His power is just absurd. To think he could single-handedly lay waste to Shangxi, our third largest city. She clasped her hands together, channeling her spiritual energy. The energy dispersed, falling to the ground like gentle rain. This is without a doubt the caliber of a national-level cultivator. If this is all that is left, it means he actually held back. Down below, the crowd erupted in joy. Look, the headquarters sent backup. Hearing their cheers, Fang Yi looked up to see a water attribute cultivator. This pure stream of energy was vastly stronger than Yue Fengjiang's. Among all the cultivators I have run into, this one is definitely top tier. Gu Yuru was also silently assessing him. High-level fire, spiritual energy, dominant and downright brutal. It is a yang attribute, a heavenly fire. And there is another layer of power I cannot quite decipher. No wonder he is a cultivator capable of wiping out an entire city. If he had not willingly reined in his flames, my reign might not have even put out the embers. Wait, that spiritual weapon. It is designed like a Tang Dynasty Dao. The pure power sealed inside, and its level of synchronization. From what I know about the Taishi Spirit Association, their spiritual weapon development is nowhere near this advanced. There is only one explanation: he forged this spiritual weapon himself. The manager of the Shangxi branch pointed a trembling finger. Was it really necessary to be this ruthless? Feng Zhangze, now that the headquarters is here, how do you plan on explaining this to us? Fang Yi replied, I gave you 10 minutes. Yet, even after you got the message, you did not bother to give me a single word of explanation. By staying silent, you basically admitted that your Shangxi captain deserved to die. The manager choked on his words. You, Fang Yi continued. And one more thing, if you ever dare to speak to me in that tone again, I will end you right where you stand. Gu Yuru touched down and called out, Captain Taishi. Fang Yi glanced back over his shoulder but remained silent. The manager thought to himself, exactly. The headquarters still has to care about public opinion. No matter how powerful Feng Zhangze is, so what? If Captain Taishi killing the Shangxi captain is just swept under the rug without a proper punishment, won't captains all over the nation feel completely disheartened? If that happens, how will they ever manage the local spirit associations? She introduced herself. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Gu Yuru. The manager was still lost in his own thoughts, especially since the Shangxi Spirit Association was completely wrecked. And Feng Zhangze is still standing there talking so arrogantly. It is high time the headquarters taught him a lesson. Gu Yuru stepped forward. She was the esteemed Hai Xuan, master of the Spirit Association headquarters. The manager began to tremble violently, his voice cracking with shock. What? The Hai Xuan master is apologizing to him? This meeting was supposed to establish the headquarters' stance toward Feng Zhangze, to please, appease, and reward him. They absolutely could not afford any conflict. As for the Shangxi Spirit Association, a subordinate nearby suddenly cut through the manager's train of thought. Is this really how it ends? I mean, our Shangxi captain was literally burned alive. Doesn't this count as internal infighting? Another subordinate chimed in. The headquarters representative did not even question him about his crime. In fact, she even promised to give him a full explanation. Fang Yi stared coldly at them, but their petty complaints meant nothing to him. The Shangxi Spirit Association captain tried to scheme against Feng Zhangze, actively seeking his life with complete disregard for the rules. They even repaid the Taishi Spirit Association and the Psychic Combat Zone's kindness with sheer malice. Why didn't these fools think about stopping internal conflicts and minimizing losses back then? What a bunch of arrogant idiots. Gu Yuru casually walked over to stand right in front of the manager. Who is the head of the Shangxi Spirit Association branch? He raised his trembling hand. That would be me. She continued. I will give you 3 days to pacify the citizens of Shangxi and come up with a proper public relations cover story to keep the press quiet. He bowed subserviently. Yes, of course. We understand perfectly. She cut him off, her voice sharp and commanding. In 3 days, every single one of you will be stripped of your positions. The headquarters will soon send someone to take over Shangxi. And remember, if you fail to act within these 3 days, you will suffer the consequences alone. Fang Yi looked at her in surprise. He had not expected the Spirit Association headquarters to actually fire the entire staff of the Shangxi branch. Having them make such a drastic decision was definitely beyond his expectations. Hey, headquarters needs to make their stance clear and make a public announcement. Anyone who dares to challenge the Undertaker will end up just like Yue Fengjiang and the Shang City Spirit Association. Gu Yuru waved her hand and asked, I wonder if this way of handling things satisfies you. But don't worry, headquarters will absolutely never allow something like this to happen again in the future. She told him, anyone who challenges you is challenging the entire Spirit Association headquarters. He coldly replied, I don't care how you deal with them. What I care about is what you mean by suppressing public opinion. Gu Yuru remained calm and asked, are you doubting whether Shang City and Tai City still have the power to suppress the rumors about the spiritual qi revival? She explained, right now, the world is experiencing a series of anomalous events, and disasters caused by them are constantly popping up. In fact, many people have already guessed 80 to 90% of what is going on, but we aren't going public yet because the time isn't right. If we were to reveal it now, the global landscape would change instantly. Chaos would erupt from within, quickly shattering the protective shield we've just started to build. If Tai City didn't have you back then, the spiritual qi revival era of the Xia Kingdom would have probably kicked off the very day Tai City was destroyed by the Anomaly King. Or, if it weren't for Elder Wu of the Star Sector, we would have had to face this even sooner and faster. And back then, ordinary people, completely caught off guard, would have been forced straight into the era of spiritual qi revival. Fang Yi's expression darkened as he thought to himself, so that's how it is. It's better to let a small group of people face chaos than to throw everyone into a panic. If we want to keep maintaining the illusion of equality and a peaceful, prosperous life for everyone, it's crucial that after the spiritual qi revives, the pioneers step up above millions of ordinary people to face the danger head-on. No wonder so many pioneers are acting so recklessly and trying to cause even greater chaos. With the Xia Kingdom suppressing public opinion so aggressively, they can stop the pioneers from starting conflicts, limit the spread of anomalies, and help ordinary people smoothly transition into the era of spiritual qi revival. However, without the cooperation of powerful pioneers, it would be absolutely impossible. Fang Yi spoke softly. It seems we've truly reached a point where we can no longer delay. Standing opposite her, he silently calculated his next move. Even though my current level is only the spirit creation realm, and I managed to stop a disaster to buy Tai City some time, it is still far from enough. Gu Yuru said persuasively, you must have other things to attend to. We will arrange a private jet to take you back to Tai City, but I have one small favor to ask. This is a personal request of mine, and it doesn't represent the Spirit Association headquarters. Adjusting her glasses, she thought to herself, so young, yet he not only has the power to wipe out an entire city, but also has the character to shoulder such massive responsibilities. Having a talent like him in Tai City really makes me jealous. Meanwhile, Fang Yi thought, now I'm really curious. He spoke up. No need to be polite. Please speak. To his surprise, Gu Yuru reached out her hand. I'd like to be friends with you as Gu Yuru, not as the Harbinger. Is that okay? Over at the Star Sector, he explained. And that is how everything went down. After hearing this, Jialan slammed the table in anger. This is absolutely absurd. The Shang City Spirit Association is incredibly foolish and short-sighted. If this continues, the combat units of Shang City will keep surrendering left and right, and headquarters needs to take over as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the future, under the brutal reality of the spiritual qi era, Shang City will completely fail and be wiped off the map. Incompetent leaders always end up ruining their own troops. Folding his arms, he said sarcastically, well, headquarters should still be somewhat reliable, especially since the Harbinger might even try to poach him from under your nose. So, shouldn't we make some kind of statement too? She coldly calculated her options. Of course. The compensation for the Undertaker must not be small, at least not less than what headquarters is offering. Also, this time, we will double his original reward from the Shang City Association. Closing his eyes, he said, I have to admit, both the strength and the personality of this Undertaker are impressive. I really admire how decisive and adaptable he is. These are the exact qualities essential for a city leader. I feel this reward is the most fitting for him. She thought to herself, if I didn't know how much you actually admire him, I'd think you were doing this just to make things difficult for him. He continued, with great risk comes great opportunity, and only he is worthy of training here. Besides, our sector also has a genius who is currently in secluded cultivation. In the future, even more terrifying threats, like the Hell Overlords, will keep appearing, and every single one of them will shatter humanity's existing beliefs. Only if the gravedigger quickly advances can he grow stronger in the darkness of the future and reach the ends of the earth we can never see. Jialan agreed, saying, you are right. Perhaps our restricted cultivation zone is just too simple for him. Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out, Sister Lan, Sister Lan, Elder Wu is awake, and he has something to tell you. A few hours later, in Tai City, Fang Yi sat in his room and sighed as he read the notification. Your bank account has received 10 million yuan. Someone walked in quietly. Cousin, you are finally back. I saw the news on the forum about what happened in Shang City. He interrupted her. It is nothing major. Do not worry too much. She pressed on. Aren't you worried at all? The Pioneer Forum is claiming you took down the captain of Shang City's team. The way they describe it is way too exaggerated. He flicked her forehead. Aside from looking up cultivation info, you should really spend less time on those forums. Did you already forget your promise to get stronger as soon as possible? All right, I need to cultivate for a bit. She called after him. But didn't you just have a breakthrough not too long ago? Brother, are you about to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Not necessarily. She found it strange. Why do I feel like my cousin has something on his mind? Meanwhile, he sat quietly in his cultivation room. Holding a small fragment in his hand, he thought, this is the purest dark attribute from that bone bird. Fusing it into the infinite dark realm is the only way to maximize the energy's utility. The system's voice chimed. Do you want to embed the dark attribute into the endless dark world? Yes. After the fusion, his dark attribute leveled up. He thought to himself, active combat? Then wouldn't it be like a king commanding these anomalies to do his bidding? At that moment, a massive spiritual phantom materialized above Fang Yi's building. The system displayed a notification. Breakthrough requirements met. Do you wish to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? Confirm.